teken die eerste punte in die 14 kragmeting aan. Pragtige opvolwerk en 'n Lam Gedesi wat die spasie gesien het en die spasie benut het. En hy die eerste punte van die Superquick Premier Interschools wedstryd behoort aan Grey College.
Gedesi wat die diskant mooi aangeval het, hy so geskaap vang hier aan teen die kantlyn, maar Grey wat die bal vinnig verwerk het. Amper was daar 'n aanslaan aan Grey se kant, maar die skeieregter het gesê dit was agtertoe gewees. Ongelukkig was die bal vir Monas nie mooi daar beheer deur hulle spelers nie. En die eerste 5 punte van Grey College is op die bord. Daar is die bal wat nie hop soos wat die Monasman wil hê nie. En die Greyman val die bal daar agter die doellyn toe, wat die eerste punte vir Grey College 4 minute in hierdie wedstryd op die telling op die telbord sit. Ryan Klein wat aanlê pale toe, nog 2 punte by te voeg. Vlaar bly laag, geen punte by nie, die telling na 5 minute, 5 punte vir Grey College, 0 punte vir Monument wat nog op die telbord moet kom.
Ja, is Christoph Kraus wat nie kon slaag met daar die eerste doelskop nie. Bedrewe binne senter aan die kant van Grey College. Maar die Grey span wat wys baie gevaarlik met bal in hand. Die brug ingeskop aan die kant van Monas, ingeneem deur die eenste Kraus. Lam Gedesi, voete van goud, Lam Gedesi en daar trek hem Gedesi in die middelveld, vind hy spasie. En 'n pragtige rolskop hier deur Lam Gedesi. En hy's 'n groot angel aan die kant van Grey College. Prachtig opgetel, het lyk as Steven Miller wat die besit omgekeer het daar vir Grey College. Besydenhout wat krap en kry. Kaptein Henry Erasmus, hy volder is so meter of 3.
En 3.
Goeie bal aan die kant van Grey College, Besydenhout. Ryan Klein, Christo Kraus. En Gedesi word teruggedra deur die Monas verdediging. Steelkant rugby, nou in die hande van Ryan Klein. Hy vind spasie, Roan Roux, daar trek hy trek sy oor 'n plat. Roan Roux in die regterkant toe. Sprankel rugby, Grey College.
Die voordeel wat Grey hier gehad het, spoed, was dat hulle daardie bal vinnig gespeel het. Ryan Klein wat pragtig na die buitekant toe gespeel het, en Roan Roux, soos 'n vlakkaas daar aan die buitekant, is hy om sy manne en hy duik daar oor in die hoek vir Grey se tweede 3.
Halve meter binne.
Al regter aan die begin van die jaar op 'n Grey College van 'n 14 toernooi was dit Ryan Klein op heel agter en Gedesi op loskakel. Hulle het intussen geruil. En Ryan Klein wat daar spasie vind en 'n pragtige aangee na die regterkant na Roan Roux. En soos jy gesê het, soos 'n vlakkaas trek hy oor 'n plat en oor in die regterkant stoek.
Monument sal vir Lam Gedesi moet dophou, want elke keer as hy aan die bal vat, is hy by 3-4 manne verby. Dis weer Christoph Kraus wat aanlê, kom ons hoop hierdie keer. Hy druk hom weer aan die regterkant van die pale verby. Hy het sy kos beslis sy skopskoene daar by die koshuis vergeet.
Jaden Viljoen en Caleb Sparks is ook Ashton Potgieter, gevaarlike agterste 3 van Monas, baie vaart. Hierdie stadium sien hulle nog nie baie bal nie, dis Grey College in beheer. 7,5 minute verstreke en die telling 10-0. So Evans vlakker die keer die afskop, maar weer ingeneem deur Kraus. En 'n bal is so byna afgestorm deur Monas. En dan 'n fout aan die kant van Monas. En al die bal besit en al die momentum op hierdie stadium aan die kant van die tuisspan.
Dis baie duidelik spoed dat Grey nie in hulle eie halfgebied wil rugby speel nie. Hulle wil terugkom in die halfgebied van Monas. Maar hierdie gevaarlike agterlyn van Monas het ons nog nie gesien nie, behalwe vir daai eerste 2 bewegings.
Wag vir die bal, nee. Crouch. Fine. Steady. Scrum. Moenie die lyn nie uit tegen bok nie. Ek bloot. Jy skram.
Marlies van der Merwe, bekende in 'n Vrystaat rugbykringe wat daar net sê ek sal blaas, julle sal skram. En die seuns wat so 'n bietjie
manne.
getigtig word deur die
By
skeieregter.
baie is dit net by mekaar kom. Skram is dit nog steeds net steady totdat die bal sy hande verlaat. Okay? Let's go.
Tristan
Crouch.
Rodriguez wat daar met die skeieregter gepraat
Point.
het.
Staan.
Asof hy nie tevrede is met
Skram.
Aye Hendrik se skramwerk nie, maar hy het beslis iets by sy pa geleer.
Besydenhout, Ryan Klein, lang aan geen na Kraus, Roane Roux wat aansluit by die agterlyn. En dan Rakiel Jafta se hande wat hom in die steek laat. Uiters gevaarlike linkervleuel van Grey College. En daar kon Perre gewees het, sou hy vasgehou het.
Gly.
Rakiel Jafta wat natuurlik in die onder 14 toernooi aan die einde van Maart hier by Grey College
As nog steeds beweeg.
ook soos 'n hele aantal drieë gedruk het. Hy's 'n gevaarlike man met baie spoed.
Bal toelaat om te kom voordat jy nie steady is nie, okay? Beide kante. Crouch.
Cameron Curry krap in 'n lange veld, 10, 12 en 13 vir Monas.
Skram.
Kan hulle iets aan die gang sit hier vir die besoekers.
Laaste voet en 'n beter uit.
En weer 'n ongedwonge fout aan die kant van Monas. En teen hierdie Grey College span, Adrie Egter maak hy nie daardie foute nie.
Die gevaarlike agterlyn van Grey spoed.
Hierso manne.
As hulle eers momentum gekry het,
Terug op die merk.
dan gaan hulle beslis vir jou seerslaan, veral met omgekeerde besit. Hier het hulle weer 'n guldige geleentheid op hulle eie 10 tree so in die middel van die veld.
Crouch. Point. Stay.
Wonder of Ryan Klein hierdie bal sal buitekant toe laat gaan of hulle weer wil speel daar in die halfgebied van Monas.
Advantage 8.
Voordeel word aan Grey College, Christoph Kraus, skop hoog met die regtervoet. En goed bemeester deur heel agter Jaden Viljoen aan die kant van Monas. Hier is nou spasie vir die eerste keer vir Monas. En Grey College se voorspelers blitsig in op haar bal. Maar Monas se skoonmakers, hulle wen daardie geveg. Alexi Tyropoulos aan die kant van Grey College wat besit omdraai. En skeieregter van der Merwe wat sê nie voordeel vir Grey College nie. Vaste skram met Divan Besydenhout van die tuisspan wat kan voer.
Nou, dat is beweeg op al twee pakken af, man. Was hij 8 die kant op. Hey, ik raak een vierde voor. Jij hebt in het begin van jullie blijven mooi in positie. Blijf in positie tot de bal uit is.
Was Henny Breden dan wat in die vorige skram vir Bruce Martins half so uit die skram uit gelig het. So asof Grey die oorhand wil kry, maar hierdie monumentspan sal nie gaan lê nie, spoed.
Point, net so, stay. Skram, stay.
Super quick. Premier Interschools Rugby op Grey College se hoofveld in Bloemfontein. Kraus vir Grey se 14 Sim Gedesi wat pragtig aansluit by sy agterlyn. Rakiel Jafta, daar trek Jafta. Net so 'n skaapvang toe hy tog uitklop sy opponent. En al die regter ons het genoem hoe gevaarlik Jafta kan wees. Maar 'n pragtige verdediging deur die regtervleuel Ashton Potgieter wat seker maak dat Jafta nie agter die doellyn gaan kuier nie.
Monument sal nie kan bekostig om vir hom 'n enkele bietjie spasie te gee in die spoed. Jafta het baie goeie voete en daar benewens het hy nog 'n klomp spoed ook.
Tristan Rodriguez, kan hy sy springers vind? Nee, Grey College wat afklap aan die lyn staan. Van 'n Berg wat besit bewerkstellig. Besydenhout, Ryan Klein, Christoph Kraus. Nou sit Zander van der Berg, tweeling van Wian van der Berg. En Gedesi wat weer eens aansluit by die agterlyn. Bedrewe heel agter van Grey College, Lam Gedesi. Preston Bennett, hy dra vorentoe, sy gereelde 'n slotmaat beseer vir die wedstryd. En Marlies van der Merwe gaan dit die dultie. Monas van hulle voete af by daardie loskram. En Grey College stewig op die aanval.
Die eerste keer wat Grey hulle voorspelers so op hierdie manier gebruik. Hulle besluit hulle gaan die pale toe skop nie, hulle is reeds 10-0 voor. Kraus wat die kantlyn daar opgesoek het. Aye Hendrik sal sy springers, Alexi Tyropoulos, Preston Bennett wil vind in hierdie lyn staan.
Hendrey Marits nie oorweeg vir vandag se wedstryd nie as gevolg van 'n besering. En Alexi Tyropoulos wat geskuif het van die voorry na slot. Baie veelsidige speler as Grey College 'n ongedwonge fout maak en na die lyn staan. En die telling die bly op 10-0 Monas op die verdedig.
Crouch! Fine!
Monument sal wil wegkom uit hulle gebied uit.
Agste man Logan Hughes wat optel aan die kant van Monas. Sterke derduivel is Logan Hughes. En loskakel Cody wat die regtervoet gebruik. Goeie skop, maar Roaneroe wag vir hom. En die gevaarlike Mgedezi wat spasie sien. Rakil Jafta sit agterna. En Lamla Mgedezi se visie is indrukwekkend.
Skryf maar die naam van Lamla Mgedezi neer. Hoewel hy nog net 'n onder 14 speler is. Oor die jare wat kom gaan ons nog baie van hom hoor, Spoed.
Ongelukkig vir Monas is al die lynstaande tans vir hulle diep in hulle eie gebied. Van der Berg, hy gaan kompeteer by hierdie lyn staan. En Monas wat die bal vorentoe verloor na die lyn staan. Maar skeieregter van der Merwe sê daar gaan nie voordeel kom nie. En 'n baie goeie aanvalsgeleentheid vir die span van die Rosestad. Adrie, hoeveel mense in skole rugby jouself steur aan die ranglyste is jou eie besluit, maar hierdie twee spanne beide in die top 4 van die onder 14 ranglys van Interschools Sports. Monas bekleed die 4de posisie, Grey College die 1ste posisie.
En op enige gegewe dag, Spoed, kan die 4de posisie die nommer 1 klop.
Beslis so, en soos ons vroeër genoem het, Monas se skool wat glad nie terugstaan vir Grey College nie.
Is so asof Monas net so bietjie die senuwees nie wil laat kalmeer nie.
Ryan Klein, Christo Kraus en weer Rakil Jafta se hande wat hom in die steek laat. En afrigters Nico Venter en Wogan Kestling wat so effens sal kopkrap oor die hantering van hulle agterlyn op hierdie stadium. Ongelukkig Jafta reeds 2 keer skuldig gaan die balle vorentoe verloor. En Roaneroe wat baie goeie werk doen van haar die strafskop af. En dan Mgedezi se skop wat afgestorm word. En vir die eerste keer in 'n wyle Grey College nou onder druk.
Dit is presies waar Monument wou gewees het. Eers 'n fout aan hulle kant wat nie die bal uitskop nie. En toe maak Grey College die fout en skop daar teen 'n speler van Monument vas. Daar's 'n lyn staan aan die oorkant van die veld. Hoewel dit Grey College se ingooi is van Aye Hendriks, gaan Monument die druk nou opsit om hier te kan rugby speel.
Baie goeie lyn staan aan die kant van Grey College. Van der Berg wat besit gewen het en Steven Miller wat wegbars. Die van Besuidenhout wat krap vir die besit daar. Skramskakel van Grey College. Grey College wat besluit hulle gaan met hierdie een hardloop en na trek Zander van der Berg. Weer die van Besuidenhout. Ryan Klein, hy gebruik die regtervoet. En 'n goeie skop deur Ryan Klein. Hy wen so 20 meter veld vir sy span. En Monas kuier nou hier in die gebied van Grey College. Hulle sal hierdie besit en gebiedsvoordeel in punte moet verander.
Dis baie belangrik, Spoed, dat wanneer jou loskakel of heel agter die bal skop kantlyn toe, dat 'n mens tog die bal uitkry, selfs op onder 14 vlak.
Goeie lyn staan, Monas voorin geneem. Hulle probeer die rolmaalbeweging aan die gang kry, maar gaan aan self grond toe. Pragtige lyn in die middelveld gehardloop. Hierdie Monas is 'n baie goeie onder 14 rugby span. En stadig maar seker begin hulle in hierdie wedstryd ingroei. Grey College se verdediging op hierdie stadium nog rotsvas. Monas 'n reuse pak voorspelers. En hulle begin in hierdie wedstryd ingroei, soos ons genoem het. En dan weer die hantering wat hulle in die steek laat. Alexi Tyropoulos wat opraap vir Grey College. Preston Bennett op spoed neem hy aan die bal, maar verloor hom vorentoe. En soos te verwagte in 114 wedstrijd Adrie, hier en daar foute aan beide kante.
Maar wat 'n pragtige lyn het Jaden Viljoen, die heel agter daar van Monument nie gehardloop daar. Ongelukkig het daai aangee verlore gegaan.
Skram, bijna precies in die middel van die veld. So 3 meter in die gebied van Grey College. Monas wat voer en Evan Bekes wat wag. Loskakel, Curry. En dan kan hulle spasie aan die buitekant vind. Ashton Potgieter. Word goed opgepas deur Akil Jafta. Maar die bal besit, die behoort nou aan Monas. En hulle val verwoed aan. Grey College se verdediging wat moet hou. Bekes, Curry en dan onderskep deur Ryan Klein. En aantreklyn. En niemand gaan omkeer nie. Ryan Klein oor vir Grey College. En so effe teen die verloop van die spel van die laaste 3-4 minute is dit Grey College oor vir hulle derde 3.
So vir 'n oomblik het Monument hulle vasgeanker daar in Grey se gebied. Evan Bekes het so 'n bietjie getwyfel by daardie uitgee. Maar pragtig onderskep daar deur Grey. En daar keer jy hom nie as daar nie 'n man voor hom is nie. Niemand gaan hom van agteraf inhardloop nie. Teen die verloop van die spel, Grey se derde 3 word gedruk.
Aldrie het wil vir my voorkom of dalk Steven Miller kon gewees het. Maar nie heeltemal seker nie, natuurlik enige kommentator se nagmerrie sonder die nommers. Maar Grey College wat oorgaan vir hulle derde 3, die eerste 2 nie verdoel nie. En die Monas toeskouers wat baie opgewonde was oor die span se terugveg. Wat effens stil is hier op die hoofpaviljoen. Die eerste wedstryd op die halfveld van die Super Quick Premier Interschools dag tussen Grey College en Monas. En soveel kere tevore hierdie jaar stel hierdie 114 span die standaard vir die dag vir Grey College. Maar ongelukkig Christophe Kraus althans wat weer nie kon verdoel nie. Adrie so 4 minute oor in die helfte. Goeie rugby deur beide spanne met tye, maar Grey College wat oorheers op die tellbord.
Ek moet sê spoed as Monument aan die gang gaan kom. Hulle het 'n groot pak voorspelers, hulle is gevaarlik. Maar Grey College wil nie speel in hulle halfgebied nie. Bal word weer daar middelveld afgejaag. Maar die verdediging van Grey College wat weer rotsvas is, die eerste linie word nie gebreek nie. Is weer Ewan wat die bal daar wegkry. Daar's byna 'n hoofvat op Curry, maar hy word tog daar vasgevat in die middel van die veld. Dis Aye Hendriks waar baas toe hom besit. Maar is weer Evan Bekes vir die bal daar wegkry.
Ja, die lakwerk van Grey College op hierdie stadium baie sekuur. En die skeiedsregter Marlies van der Merwe heeltemal reg daar. Man was doodgevat en opgestaan. Hy moes eers die bal los daar. En Kraus met 'n geleentheid om die bal by die kantlyn uit te jaag.
En weer maak Kraus seker, soos wat ek vroeër genoem het, spoed. Dit is baie belangrik dat jy jou balle met strafskoppe kan uitskop. Daar's Alexi Teropoulos, speler wat beïndruk in die vaste los, wat beïndruk in die lyn staan. Aye Hendriks wat weer die bal kan insit.
Die keer is dit Monas wat afneem met daardie lyn staan.
Nee, of nie.
En Grey College wat van hulle voete af gaan, daar voordeel behoort aan Monas vir die aanslaan aan die kant van Grey College. Steelkant rugby, maar die Grey verdedigers het vir hulle gewag. Bekes weer gebruik die steelkant. En Preston Bennett met die wit skrampet wat ook baie hard werk vir Grey College. So byna 'n pres wat geslaan word in die verdediging. Voordeel verby nou, balbesit behoort aan Monas. En Roy Erasmus, kaptein van Grey College wat in die pad gestamp word daar. Baie fisies hierdie pak voorspelers van Monas. En is Grey College in op die bal. Het lyk of Teropoulos in is, ja. Maar hy daar van sy voete afgegaan.
Ongelukkig vir hom spoed, hy het so die tweede second bite of the cherry gehad. En toe val hy ongelukkig vooroor met die bal. Maar terecht sê die skeiedsregter nee. Moet sê Monument beïndruk die oomblik as hulle met hulle agterlyn begin speel.
Ja, duidelik is hulle taktiek om sag te maak met daai groot pak voorspelers. Rakiel Jafta, Sahana laat hom weer in die steek. En dit blyk problematies te wees vir Grey College op hierdie stadium. Kraus doen goed onder baie groot druk, maar kan nie die kantlyn opspoor nie. En hier is nou 'n baie goeie geleentheid vir Jaden Viljoen. Bekes, hy skree die instruksies daar aan sy pak voorspelers. Steelkant rugby weer eens voordeel aan Monas. En hulle sal wel punte aanteken voor rustyd. Dit sal hulle terug in hierdie wedstryd bring. En baie spasie aan die linkerkant vir die veld hier vir Monas. Maar dan hulle ander wat weer in die steek laat. Maar skeieregter van der Merwe wat terugkom, geen voordeel nie. En Grey College was onkant. Adrie Egter, Monas sal alles in die stryd werp om punte aan te teken. 30 sekondes voor rustyd.
Dit sal hulle op 'n voorvoet plaas as hulle kan punte aanteken.
En weer aan die steelkant, Monas kenmerkend van hulle styl dat hulle die steelkant baie opsoek. En dan is dit ook weer so, dit lyk soos Viljoen wat daar wou aansluit daar aan die steelkant. Een van die Grey College voorspelers wat bly lê het. Het lyk of hy 'n harde stamppad in die kop gekry het. En Grey College dissipline, 'n kwel op hierdie stadium. Strafskop vinnig geneem en oorgebars daar. Eerste 3 van die wedstryd vir Monas. Inteendeel, die skeieregter wat toe nie die 3 toeken nie. Dit het gelyk of Marlies van der Merwe wou. Maar pragtige laaste oomblik verdediging op Deacon Korf. En hy word opgehou oor die Grey College doellyn. Maar 'n skram, 'n 5 tree van die doellyn. Deacon Korf, sterke derde, hy wil hy 'n beer vorentoe. Maar is Henry Erasmus en Alexi Tyropoulos wat wonderlik doen aan die kant van Grey College. Logan Hughes, agste man, hy het opgetel en weer die steelkant gebruik. Baie min spasie. Goeie verdediging deur 'n kaptein Henry Erasmus. Viljoen, hy trap af van die regtervoet en hy vind spasie. Baie gevaarlike heel agter van Monas. En dan 'n aanslaan, Sander van der Berg. Kan hy spasie vind? Besuidenhout. Kraus doen baie goed om die eerste verdediger te ontduik en die kantlyn op te soek. En jy van 'n baie interessante eerste helfte. Monas baie gevaarlik met bal in hand. Maar Grey College, hulle oorheers totaal en al op die tellbord. En in die eerste wedstryd van die Super Quick Premier Interschools wedstryd. Grey College onder 14-15. Monas 0.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi ababana amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana baphethe isitayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And they're just here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola iDStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandi ekhaya.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain, what is he going to do?
Are you ready to go?
Oh, what a night. Wonderful test match cricket.
Ready to stand for all that you do? Are you ready to fight?
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match.
Ready to battle, keep you from your dreams.
Perfect. Got the heart of a hero.
up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on Supersport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi abobani amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Abobani abaphethe isitayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And they're just here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated Supersport channels at home or on the go. Thola i-DStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Kumnandi ekhaya.
Super quick Premier Interschools Rugby in die Rose stad Bloemfontein. Die tuisspan Grey College wat kragte meet teen die magtige Monnas van Creersdorp. En in die eerste wedstryd op die A-veld, halftyd gewees in die onder 14 wedstryd. Grey College 'n gerieflike voorsprong van 15-0. Adrie egter, my indrukke van die eerste helfte is Monnas is baie gevaarlik met bal in hand, maar Grey College absorbeer die druk baie goed en elke keer as hulle in Monnas se gebied kom, teken hulle punte aan.
En toch hier na die einde van die eerste helfte toe spoed het Monnas 1 of 2 keer die verdediging van Grey College gebreek. Hulle was ongelukkig om nie daar punte aan te teken nie, maar hulle sou 'n juitraad gehou het hier in die halftyd. Hierdie span van Monument sal beslis nie gaan lê teen Grey nie. Jaden Viljoen wat weer van die middelveld die spel kan begin. Bram Hendriks wat die bal daar vat, maar dadelik omgedop word. Grey College Dieven Besuidenhout wat vir hom wag. Hulle sal wil speel daar in Monument se halfgebied. Ongelukkig word daar teen 'n man vasgespeel en gaan dit die eerste punte van die tweede helfte wees. Daar duik Monument oor vir hulle eerste punte. Nog nie 'n minuut in hierdie helfte verby nie. Het daardie kajuitraad halftyd gehelp spoed.
Droom begin aan die kant van die Creersdorp manne. Monnas oor vir hulle eerste punte in hierdie kragmeting. En indien hierdie doelskop slaag is hulle beslis totaal en al terug in hierdie wedstryd. So effens 'n hang aangee gewees deur Besuidenhout en Christoph Kraus onder geweldige druk. En Deacon Korf, hy speel 'n reuse wedstryd vir Monnas. En die lenige groot slot oor vir Monnas se eerste 3. En Adrie, is dit die begin van 'n terugvegpoging.
Hulle het reeds aan die einde van die eerste helfte daarmee begin spoed. Jy het nou net die naam van Deacon Korf genoem. In die vaste los was hy nog net 'n derduiwel.
Jaden Viljoen ook 'n baie goeie eerste helfte beleef hier agter van Monnas. Hy bekruip hy Gilbert terug met die regtervoet. En al 4 doelskoppe in hierdie wedstryd tot dusver onsuksesvol. En die telling, Grey College 15, Monnas van Creersdorp 5. En miskien ook net die regte ding om Grey College hier wakker te skud vroeg in die tweede helfte. Steven Miller, pragtig neem hy in van die afskop. En dan die aangee na Rakiel Jafta wat verlore gaan. Maar Grey College pragtig bemeester vanaf hulle eie afskop. En terug in die gebied van Monument. Tian Liebenberg, voormalige Stormers hakker, natuurlijk ook betrokken hier by die 114's van Grey College. En hierdie groot pak voorspelers van Monnas wat besluit, ons gaan 'n rolmaalbeweging van stapel stuur. En hierdie pak voorspelers van Monnas wat begin oorheers. En hulle gee vir Grey College baie probleme op hierdie stadium. En die kajuitraad aan die kant van Monas het definitief gehelp. En dit lyk of die kajuitraad aan Grey College se kant minder suksesvol was. Monas wat besluit, ons het momentum aan ons kant. Ons gaan hierdie bal loop en dan is weer 'n Deacon Korf aan die middelveld. Die keer word hy goed opgepas. Bekes. Curry, hy word in besit betrap. En Grey College in op haar bal. En dit is skeieregter van 'n Merwe wat daar gesels met Greiling. 7 flank van Monas om sy arms te gebruik. Maar hy was 'n groot oomblik in hierdie wedstryd, daardie omgekeerde besit. Want die momentum aan Monas se kant het gegroei en gegroei.
Monument wat daardie bal ongelukkig nie kon terugkry nie. Grey College wat hom bemeester het en terug is op die aanval in hulle eie halfgebied van Monument op die kwartgebied. Aye Hendrik vir die bal kan voer daar by die lyn staan. Droppelis en Bennett.
Voor in lyn staan, afgeneem weer eens deur Monas. Het sal 'n bron van kommer wees vir Tiaan Liebenberg, is reeds die 3de lyn staan in hierdie wedstryd wat Grey College verloor. Curry met 'n reuse skop met sy regtervoet, pragtige rugby deur Monas. En hierdie wedstryd se intensiteit die groei. Met so 21 minute oor is dit Monas totaal en al terug in die prentjie.
Asof Monument ook nou hulle skoppe kantlyn toe, die kantlyn opsoek en dan die kantlyn haal. Die kajuitraad halftyd het beslis gehelp spoed.
Nog 'n lyn staan wat Grey College verloor en nou is dit definitief baie kommerwekkend. 4de lyn staan in die wedstryd wat Monas afneem. Die momentum groei aan die kant van die manne van Kreersdorp. Van 'n Berg met opskietverdediging. Ryan Klein word geklop deur Viljoen aan so lank aangee. En 'n bal wat teruggeklap word. 'n Slordige spel aan die kant van Monas. Maar gelukkig vir hulle was die bal reeds uit. En Grey College kan ingooi in 'n lyn staan weer diep in die gebied van Monas.
Dit was Ashton Viljoen wat gedink het sy man is bietjie nader aan hom daar, maar hy maak 'n fout. Aye Hendriks wat weer die bal daar kan ingryp. Hierdie keer kry Grey College die bal. Sydenhout wat vir hom wag.
Ryan Klein met so 'n skoppie vorentoe. Pragtig vind hy spasie. Is die skop net so effens te ver. Dit was te ver, maar het gelyk of haar aanslaan aan die doelgebied was, maar 'n skeieregter van 'n Merwe sê nee, sy was tevrede. Bal was agter te verloor en net geraak aan die doelgebied deur Monas. So is 'n kwartlyn in skop.
22.
Hier sit weer Ryan Klein wat die pragtig die gaping daar kry. Die bal is dalk so 'n bietjie ver. Lyk soos of hy agtertoe aangeslaan word, maar hy word daar tog doodgedruk. Monument weerspel kan begin vanaf die 22 af.
Ja, as Jaden Viljoen met al die skopwerk heel agter vir Monas wat die spel weer aan die gang kan kry. Waarom Hendriks wat probeer langer wees as wat hy is daar. En 'n pragtige inskop deur Jaden Viljoen. Hy betrap vir Akil Jafta uit posisie. En die lyn staan behoort aan Grey College op die middellyn.
Monument sal vir hulle self wil sê ons moenie hierdie momentum wat ons nou opgebou het aan die begin van die tweede helfte moet verloor nie.
En geneem in die middel van die lyn staan. Goeie lyn staan die keer deur Grey College. Maar hy pak voorspelers van Monas wat vir hulle terugdryf.
Nee, geel, scrum kom uit.
Besydenhout wat krap. En dan Besydenhout so byna aan besit word hy betrap, maar Monas aan die ander kant van die onkantlyn gaan kuier. En 'n strafskop behoort aan Grey College. En 'n geleentheid vir Kraus om Monas weer terug te jaag na hulle eie gebied. Ja, wonderlike skop met 'n ongemaklike hoek gewees daar vir Christoph Kraus. En hierdie geleentheid sal Grey College moet gebruik in die lyn staan. Gevaarlike agterlyn, Kraus en Van den Berg die senterpaar.
Dit maak oop.
En dan die man met voete van goud, Lamlam Gedesi, maar weer eens die lyn staan wat verlore gaan.
Bly almal.
En Grey College het al die momentum wat hulle opgebou het in haar eerste helfte verloor vroeg in die tweede helfte. Lamlam Gedesi trap van die regtervoet. vind spasie en dan skop hy daar teen die Monna spelers vas. Zander van den Berg wat in die hande kry, Roe, hy trap van die regtervoet. Hy doen baie goed om 3-4 Monna's verdedigers te ontduik. Aje Hendricks, 'n kragloopie deur die akker. Dis hy nou terug na die steelkant, Zander van den Berg wat oppik van sy tone. Kry sy aangee weg, maar slordige rugby aan die kant van Grey College. En die afrigters, Nico Venter, Wogan Kessling, hulle sal baie ontevrede wees met die eerste 8 minute van hierdie helfte.
Dis asof Grey College net so vir oomblikke oorywerig wil wees. Die 50-50 aangee spoed, wat elke keer net verlore gaan.
Coach! Fine!
President Stevie!
Julle bly mee by mekaar nie, julle altyd gaan nie. Hey, daar's beweging aan al twee kante toe. Kyk, ons kan die hele tyd skram. Coach! Fine!
Skeieregter van Omerwa wat sê as julle nie gaan luister, gaan ons die hele dag skram. Curry met die regtervoet skop haar in die gesig van een van die Grey spelers vas. En die manne wat bly lê daar. Spasie wat gevind word, pragtige dekverdediging deur Henry Erasmus, kaptein van Grey College. Jafta wat afstorm, maar Viljoen wat in die hande kry.
Los op feet!
En die Grey speler die het bly lê nadat in sy gesig vasgeskop is. Curry kom oor die voordeellyn, Monna's aan die brand in hierdie tweede helfte. Deacon Korf, hy vind spasie. En die voordeellyn wat elke keer oorgesteek word deur hierdie Monna span. En hier's 'n baie spasie na die linkerkant van die veld. Grey College se verdediging wat hulle keer moet ken. Ryan Klein, hy sit terug op sy voete. Totaal en alle oorheersing op hierdie stadium deur hierdie span van Kreersdorp. En dit is dalk die eerste keer hierdie seisoen wat hierdie Grey College span onder sulke geweldige druk is. En dit sal interessant wees om te sien of hulle dit kan absorbeer.
Wel, dit is 'n veer in die hoed van Monument se span, want hier aan die begin van die eerste helfte, die eerste 10 minute het dit gelyk asof hier 'n redelike telling gaan kom. Maar jy skryf nooit die manne daar van Monument in Kreersdorp af nie. Dit wys hulle in hierdie wedstryd, die telling is 15-5, 10 minute binne in die tweede helfte in. Ons het nog so 15 minute van hierdie wedstryd is oor. Rodriguez wat die bal kan insit. En is weer Matthew van Deventer wat hoog rank daar. Hulle hou die bal daar aan die lyn staan, hulle dryf kry terug. Bal gaan grond toe, die skeieregter speel die voordeel en sy blaas hard op haar fluitjie. Daardie bal kan nie daar uitkom aan Grey College se kant nie. Monument sal nou voor 'n besluit staan. Hulle sal waarskynlik weer kantlyn toe skop van daardie twee bulslotte van hulle van Deventer en Korf. Wat heelwat van Grey College se balle afgeneem het vandag en dis weer hulle ingooi. Hulle sal waarskynlik weer op 5 indryf.
Lyn is die mark, maak op asseblief. Maak op.
Sien daar die man met die nommer 12 trui is John Crab.
Dankie.
En indien 'n Monna's hier 'n punte kan aanteken, gaan hulle baie moeilik gestuit word in die res van hierdie wedstryd. Al die momentum aan die kant van die manne van Kreersdorp. 2-3 meter van Grey College se doellyn. En is hulle oor na wat sê skeieregter van der Merwe? Sy sê nee, kort.
Nok.
En bal is aangeslaan.
Skram blou bal.
En 'n groot oomblik in die wedstryd. Monna's word gestuit net kort van Grey College se doellyn. Maar die kat is in die hoenderhok hier in Bloemfontein. Monna's sit hierdie onder 14 span van Grey onder geweldige druk.
Hierdie was 'n guldige geleentheid vir Monna's om punte aan te teken. Dit was Matthew van Deventer wat die bal daar uit die los gemaal het, gepluk het. Dat die klein kantjie toe gegaan het, maar hy het hom tog verloor.
Boyn. Skram. Bly in.
Bal wat uitspat daar by die skram.
Bly.
En Kraus met die regtervoet. Hy vind nie die kantlyn nie. En die gevaarlike Jaden Viljoen. En trek 'n Viljoen Preston Bennett wat hom nie kan keer nie. En Jaden Viljoen speel 'n reuse wedstryd op hierdie stadium. Monas terug op die aanval. Grey College se verdediging moet hou.
Release. Step.
Preston Bennett, hy werk ook baie hard aan die kant van Grey College. Dan sit Deacon Korf vir die soveelste keer in hierdie wedstryd beer hy vorentoe. Van der Merwe sê sy's gelukkig. Iemand was hier vasgehou daar op die grond hier. 2 meter uit van Grey College se doellyn.
Falling over.
Voordeel behoort weer aan Monas. Hulle gebruik 'n klein kantjie weer eens. Deacon Korf, hy probeer daar oor Grey College se doellyn beer. Sterke derde, hy wil hier nog 'n 5 slot. En weer word hulle kort gestuit, maar geen voordeel vir Monas nie. En vir die soveelste geleentheid, of vir die soveelste keer in hierdie wedstryd, strafskop vir Monas, 'n 5-3 van Grey College se doellyn.
Nadat Grey College die vorige bal omgekeer het met daardie skram, het Monument weer vinnig teruggekom. 5 meter van hulle doellyn af. Grey College se pak is nou onder druk en hulle moet verdedig vir al wat hulle werd is.
Ja, met manne soos Deacon Korf en Van Deventer aan die spits is hierdie 'n pak voorspelers van Monas baie fisiek. En name soos Henry Erasmus, Wian van der Berg, Steven Miller wat baie hard moet werk. Wat natuurlik beteken dat hulle minder in die vaste los gesien word, want hulle moet hulle werk al voor gaan doen.
Falling over.
Strafskop aan Monas, 'n 5 meter van Grey College se doellyn. Bekes in 'n beweging van die oefenveld. Henry Erasmus werk baie hard op verdediging vir Grey College. En dan word daar 'n weggebars en oor die doellyn. Welverdiend Monas. Kat is in die onderrok in Bloemfontein. Super quick Premier Interschools Rugby. Grey College onder 14 A-span onder geweldige druk. En Monas wat die telling laat krimp na 15 punte teenoor 10 met 'n doelskop om te kom.
Stadig maar seker kruip Monument Hoërskool terug in hierdie wedstryd. Daar's nog so 10 minute van hierdie wedstryd oor die telling is 15-10 met 'n doelskop wat nog moet kom. Vir die eerste keer in hierdie seisoen is Grey College onder 14 A-span onder druk. Ek het vroeër genoem hulle het 523 punte teenoor 23 punte teen hulle hierdie seisoen aangeteken. Maar gaan ons 'n verrassing vandag kry deur die Monument Hoërskool wat vir Grey College onder 14 A rugby span hier op hulle tuisveld, op hulle hoofveld pak slaag kan gee.
Monas het al die momentum in hierdie wedstryd op die stadium. Hulle pak voorspelers is besig om vir Grey College fisies te domineer. En Jaden Viljoen, hy kan hierdie agterstand laat krimp na 3 punte. Hy tref hom goed. En hy trek hom links verby en ook net kort. Maar 5 punte die verskil tussen die twee spanne. En Grey College word die leviete voorgelees daar in hulle doelgebied. En met so 9,5 minute oor in hierdie wedstryd. 15-0 wat baie gemaklik gelyk het, word 15-10. En op oog van die tweede helfte, Monument dalk 'n kort kop die gunsteling op hierdie stadium. Veral met die fisiese dominansie van hulle pak voorspelers.
Lekker bly.
Daar fout gemaak deur Deacon Korf vir die eerste keer in hierdie wedstryd. Van 'n Berg beer vorentoe. Grey College sal wel punte aanteken. Preston Bennett, hy word teruggedra. En Monas, hulle is aangeskakel. Hulle is lus vir hierdie laaste 9 minute. En dis hoe 'n dag mos moet begin. 'n super quick Premier Interschools Rugby op sy beste. Hier in die Rose stad Bloemfontein.
Een ding wat Monument sal moet besef in hierdie wedstryd, hulle sal nie nou moet foute maak nie, want Grey College gaan dit uitbuit en hulle floreer die oomblik as 'n ander span foute maak. En daar was dit baie duidelik by daardie afskop dat Grey College bevind hulle weer terug in die kwartgebied van Monument. Na 2 jaar is er niks rugby nie. As die toeskouers hier so, die mense geniet dit. Pragtige herfstdag in Bloemfontein, 12 grade.
Gaan hy vervang?
Daardie kajuitdraad van halftyd het beslis vir Monument gehelp. Hulle het gesê kom ons vat die spel na Grey College toe.
Grey College het 'n speler oor die veld verlaat. Ons sal nou probeer sien wie is dit. Pragtig ingeneem in die lyn staan deur Monas.
Bly.
En Cody met die regtervoet. Pragtige skop. En die lynstaanspel van Monas in hierdie tweede helfte baie indrukwekkend. Beide op hulle eie ingooi en op Grey College se ingooi. En 'n groot karaktertoets hier vir die tuisspan. Beleef 'n droomseisoen tot op hierdie stadium. Weer 'n lynstaan wat afgeneem word. Monas speel Grey College in hierdie tweede helfte effe van die veld. En 'n spasie wat gevind word, goeie lakwerk aan die kant van Grey College, maar weer eens Monas se pak voorspelers, fisies dominerend, maklik oor die voordeellyn. En kan al spasie gevind word in die agterhoede. Grey College vinnig in op haar bal, Christoph Kraus, wat sê Marlies van der Merwe, sy sê sy is tevrede. Pragtige werk deur die binnesenter. Ryan Klein met so 'n steekskoppie vorentoe, Mgedezi wat agterna sit.
Back of white.
Monas die bal agter te verloor, sê Marlies van der Merwe.
Take him back. Stop.
En dan so 'n woer skoppe wat regop vir Monas, Rakiel Jafta wat vorentoe skop. En die voordeel is verby en Jafta wat Monas terugjaag tot in hulle eie kwartgebied. Adrie egter, maar beide spanne wil hierdie baie graag hê.
Ongelukkig vir Jafta was daardie bal net te ver en die kantlyn het gewen. So interessant gewees het as daardie bal binneveld gebly het. Maar is baie duidelik dat Monument Hoërskool nie in hulle eie kwartgebied wil rugby speel nie. Daar was voordeel vir Grey College, maar Jafta wat die bal daar vorentoe skop. Ek moet sê spoed. Hierdie twee slotte van Monument beïndruk. Hulle lynstaanwerk is baie goed. Skeieregter het hard daar op haar fluitjie geblaas. Strafskop toegeken aan Grey College, maar hulle gaan die kantlyn opsoek aan die oorkant van die veld. Het gaan 'n lynstaan wees net so 5 meter op die 5 meter lyn van Monument.
Dis 'n interessante besluit, Adrie egter vir Grey College. Hulle het nog bitter min van hulle eie lynstaane gewen in hierdie tweede helfte.
Ek het so vermoed hier gaan dit waarskynlik diep ingegooi word.
Asseblief, julle hou aan om die gap toe te maak. Hou hom. Hou die gap. Nee, hou die gap. Maak oop. Halve meter.
Lyk of dit Hendriks is wat die veld verlaat het vir Grey College. Tyropoulos wat ingooi en nog 'n verlore lyn staan. En vir my was dit 'n swak besluit aan die kant van Grey College om kantlyn toe te skop. Rakiel Jafta wat wag. Hy kry hom weg aan na Lamlam Gedesi. Hy ruk homself los van die eerste verdediger, maar dan word hy gestuit op die 10-tree stippellyn. Besuidenhout wat wag. Henro Erasmus swak aangee, vorentoe aangee deur Erasmus. En Adrie egter, dit wil voorkom of hierdie Grey College span baie senuweeagtig is en op hierdie stadium amper bang is om hierdie wedstryd te verloor.
Wel, daar is geen twyfel dat die momentum geskuif het na Monument Hoërskool toe nie. Grey College gaan meer probleme in hulle lyn staan en nou hê Alexi Tyropoulos wat gewoond is om in die vooruit te speel. Hy het nou daar na die hakker posisie toe geskuif.
So 4 minute oor in die wedstryd. 'n Groot geleentheid vir die manne van Kreersdorp om effens 'n opskudding te veroorsaak. Wat plaasvervangers nou op die veld aan die kant van Monas. Spasie na regs, Jaden Viljoen wat goed doen om haar bal te bemeester. Pragtig bly hy op sy voete, Jaden Viljoen. Hy was 'n groot angel vir Monas tot dusver in hierdie wedstryd. En in die middelveld, Christoph Kraus se verdediging wat hou vir Grey College. Alexi Tyropoulos, hy werk baie hard op hierdie stadium. Monas weer gemaklik oor die voordeellyn. Deacon Korf wat net sy oë van haar die bal afval. En hy het 'n reuse wedstryd gespeel tot dusver. Maar ongelukkige foutjie aan die kant van Korf. Besorg die bal terug vir Grey College.
Het is baie duidelik dat Grey College se verdediging nie was soos in al die eerste 10 minute, 15 minute van die eerste helfte nie. Monument kry dit nou reg om hulle eerste en tweede linie van verdediging gereeld te breek. En so kry hulle momentum. Evan Bekers wat, of Dian Besuidenhout van Grey College wat hierdie geleentheid kry om die bal in te sit. Grey College sal sy spoedvrate aan die buitekant moet gebruik. Rakiel Jafta, Roan Roo, Lamlam Gedesi Ons het in die tweede helfte nog baie min van Lamlam Gedesi se goue voete gesien.
Volgende geleentheid dalk vir hom Gedesi aan die steelkant, maar het lyk tog of hy nou die res van sy agterlyn aan die oopkant
Stop.
stelling gaan inneem het. En het lyk of haar ernstige besering is aan die kant van Grey College. En die skrams heel dag nog iets wat van 'n probleem.
Hy was op sy knieë en toe het hy heeltemal agteroor gekom.
En alle aandag van die pynpolisie by die Grey College voor hy. So 2 minute oor in hierdie wedstryd.
Dis 'n penalty teen jou.
Dis 'n strafskop aan die kant van Grey College ook.
Jy lê in en jy krank. Onmiddellik, okay? Nog voordat jy by binders het by mekaar kom.
Skeieregter wat daar vir die vaskopstit van Monument verduidelik wat het hy fout gemaak. In daardie vorige skram. Het lyk asof Grey College 'n loskopstit is. Dit Henny Bredenhand wat daar lê. Hy het heeltemal agtertoe geknak. Het lyk tog asof hy wil opstaan daar.
Gaan jy hulle stap?
Het lyk of Aya Hendriks terug op die veld gekom het. Dit was dalk 'n taktiese verandering van Grey College nadat hulle so gesukkel het in die lyn staan, hè. Maar Hendriks lyk of hy nou weer vir Bredenhand gaan vervang. Dis 'n groot oomblik in hierdie wedstryd, Adrie. Daar's net so 'n bietjie meer as 'n minuut oor. En die strafskop die behoort aan Grey College. 15-10 die telling in die eerste wedstryd van die Superquick Premier Interschools dag hier in Bloemfontein. En Bredenhand terug op sy voete. Maar dit lyk tog of hy die veld gaan verlaat. Die man het baie pyn aan die rug. En Christoph Kraus, hy gaan kyk of hy hierdie strafskop by die kantlyn kan uitjaag. Daar is nog tyd vir die lyn staan. 24 sekondes in hierdie wedstryd oor, sê Marlies van der Merwe. En Grey College sal besit en hierdie lyn staan wil wen. Wian van der Berg wat voor inneem vir Grey College. Besydenhout, Ryan Klein so effe staan, Christoph Kraus en Rui Erasmus. Hier kan spasie kom, maar trek Lamlam Gedesi aan die buitekant. Lamlam Gedesi lê Rimeneer. En 'n Lamlam Gedesi verseker die wen vir Grey College. Fantastiese rugby aan die kant van die manne van Bloemfontein. En Lamlam Gedesi, ons het sy naam baie genoem. Effens stil gewees in die tweede helfte. Maar die eerste keer wat hy spasie kry, maak hy seker 'n Grey College onder 14 span bly onoorwonne in 2022.
En het ons dit nie vroeër gesê dat Grey College sy snellers aan die buitekant moet gebruik nie. Die goue voete van Lamlam Gedesi. En daar trek hy pragtig onder 3 verdedigers van Monument Hoërskool uit. Soos of hy sy voet gesoek het toe hy daardie 3 druk in daardie laaste lyn van verdediging. Maar Grey College wat hierdie wedstryd beslis gaan wen met 'n doelskop om nog te kom. Die telling hier in Bloemfontein, Grey College onder 14A 20, Monument onder 14A van Kreersdorp 10 punte.
Adrie, ons het gesê, dit was 'n karaktertoets, miskien vir die eerste keer in die seisoen vir hierdie onder 14A span van Grey College. Hulle slaag aan die toets, maar alle krediet ook aan 'n baie begeesterde poging deur die Monument onder 14A span. En in die eerste wedstryd van die Superquick Premier Interschools dag in Bloemfontein wen Grey College onder 14A span met 20 punte teenoor 10. Adrie, egter altyd 'n voorreg.
Dankie Spoed. Ons gaan nog beslis baie van hierdie onder 14 span van Monument hoor. Volgende jaar is hulle onder 15. Maar skryf maar 'n paar name neer in daardie span van Monument. Oor 4 jaar speel hulle vir hulle skool se eerste spanne.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, an oil city that exploded off the back of those chasing fame and fortune. Now T-Town welcomes a new generation looking to make the breakthrough of a lifetime.
Biggest moment of a legendary career, pure bedlam. Wow, the new star in the game of golf.
There's a lot of emotion going on out there.
I'm gonna be a little emotional here, but
it's I really can't put it into words.
It's been a life goal, obviously, as a little kid. This is what I've always wanted to do.
It's a Kepka coronation.
I don't even know if I dreamed of this. This is so cool. This is awesome.
Gosh, is it worth it in the end? That I'm so appreciative to be holding this Wanamaker trophy.
Who will strike it big this year? The PGA Championship, another incredible major offering, only on DSTV Premium. Brought to you by Santam Insurance, good and proper. Be moved by the beauty
That is sublime.
of Roland Garros. On the hallowed Parisian clay. Broadcast live on 2 channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
And a very good morning to you wherever you may be watching and sucking up all the schoolboy rugby action. The rugby season is firmly underway and provides us yet again with another mouth-watering encounter, this time in the under-15 age group. It's Grey College, the home side, taking on Monash Hoërskool Monument, the Travellers from Krugersdorp. My name is Reynard Kuhn and calling the under-15 age game alongside me today, Mr. Hendrey Fourie. How are you this morning, sir? Andre, we were speaking before the game. Henry, we were speaking before the game how Paul Boys visited Grey College, and the under 15 A team was the only A team from Grey College that came short against Paul Boys. So it's definitely maybe something that the Grey College team they need that momentum. They've come off a loss from Paul Boys and Affis, and there's no better way to get a victory over this Monument under 15 A team as we look at that lineup now.
Yes, it's going to be a very tough game. I think that the Grey College guys are really yearning for a win, and I think today is going to be a really good day for them to get that win.
As we can see there in the Monas lineup, Van Hefer and Hugo Rousseau and Kamogelo there in the front line. Often go-to strategy for the Monas team, but they do have some firepower on the bench in the form of Peter Lange and John Liebenberg. Grey College first Stain, the flanker combinations, Niverhout and Smith do keep a close eye out for the center combination in Adams and Chambril, as well as Kenny and Arvia in that fullback position. Andre, I cannot wait for this game to finally get started. We saw the under 14 game really putting on a show and really getting out the crowd and getting the crowd on their feet, and I believe it'll be no different in the under 15s.
Like I said, I think this under 15 team is going to put up a good show today. They've not had the best of luck in the last 3 games. I think today they're going to really bring it, and I think Mona's going to be in for a real hard day today.
As we can see there, Monas having formed a tunnel there for their 15A side to run through. Loyal mascot there for Grey College. A one-man show leading out his home team, waving the flag of that famous Bloemfontein squirrel as they come and make their way the opposite side of that Monument tunnel. Both sets of teams walking out onto the field of battle. We're having a look at both these teams now. Size-wise, where would you put them exactly for their age group?
You know, I spoke to another guy the other day. These kids are just getting bigger and bigger. I saw an under 13 game between Chokkies and Willem Posma on Thursday afternoon, and some of those kids were the size I am. And I'm not a small guy, and these kids are just getting bigger. I don't know what they're feeding them. Is the meat getting more protein or something? Because they are getting bigger and bigger, and it looks like they are really size-wise very equal. So just let's see what they do with the skills.
Kickoff expected shortly here, ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday morning in Bloemfontein. A lovely morning here in the City of Roses as the Monas side, the men in the white and black, kicking us off from right to left. The referee just making his final checks and counts, and he's happy. And it looks like we are underway here, taking on Grey College, and it's a shorter kickoff there, and it's well recovered from Grey College. Still on his feet, a lively start, an electric wire for Grey College. Difficult to stop, but eventually stopped from Hoërskool Monument, and it's out again. This time another strong run. It's a really good start from Grey College. A physical yet quick start from the home team. A little dummy there. Very well worked from Grey College, and an exceptional start to the game. Little layoff and handoff there, looking for support, looking for an offload. Grey College getting some nice fast running ball, and it's distributed once more. Monas defenders selling themselves. Grey College enjoying some early possession here in this game. Just struggling to find a gap just yet, but they are building up a steam of momentum. But he's met there in a tackle from Hoërskool Monument. Very well done, and it's picked up on the blind side. Got on his own there. Picked up once more. It's a very good strategy from Grey College thus far. Yet again, another pick and go, this time joined by a couple of players. And it's phase after phase, and from attack from Grey College, just inches short of that try line. This will be an impressive start from the home team if they can cross that whitewash. And it's swung out and it's a knock on. And it's play on for Hoërskool Monument. After all that momentum, but he's driven back Grey College. Despite that knock on, and I've been talking the whole time because it's been Grey College the whole time, and it's been absolutely exceptional from the home team as the kick there from the Monash side eventually finds touch.
Yes, it's been just no stoppages, just playing really quick. And I think Grey's just seeing that Monash is just spreading out a little bit, not committing to the ruck, and they're just going straight through. Very good strategy because they're making meters every time they go there, and Monash not catching onto that at the moment. They're just spreading out and letting Grey just going through the middle.
As Monash find themselves with their first lineouts of this game, their first taste of this ball in this match. And the aggression from Grey College is most certainly... And they've taken it once more. Sorry for that brief freeze in your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The action does continue. Grey College putting on a show here in the early exchanges.
They are very physical at this moment, and just battering Monash's forwards, and they look like they are winning the battle. And there he goes.
Grey College far half, Sherwin buys with a really tough kick there on that left-hand touchline, but the strike sounds clean. And the flags are up. It's one impressive kick from the youngster in the under 15 age group, and it surprises and it impresses me so much that a man of that age can deliver such a beautiful kick, Andre.
Yeah, like I said, you know, these kids are, I don't know what they eat, but they're just getting bigger and bigger, and you can just see the accuracy of that kick. They are really getting more and more professional and training a lot better, and let's see if Grey can keep up the momentum from this kickoff.
As it's regathered finally from Grey College. It's a really emphatic start from the home side, but the rush defense is for all to see there from Monash, but it's just poken through from Grey College. Pass is going to hand, everything going to plan for the home team on that 10-meter line. Distributing it once more, a handoff there in the process, losing it backwards, signals the referee. Grey College building those attacks and sells two players. He just has a pass option on the outside. Grey College are three, back on the inside. Woo, what a try that is, Andre. It's exceptional.
Exceptional start for Grey College. Just building the momentum, keeping going, keeping up the physicality, and they're just not letting anything down. They just keep on building and building.
I did have a look at the high schoolboy rankings yesterday, and I did notice that Grey currently find themselves in 8th position, and with the way that they're playing now, they're a side that definitely wants to get to 7th, 6th, chasing that #1 spot, some would say.
Like you said, they've had a torrid time the previous 3 weekends against the other big teams, but looks like today they're on it, and you get those days where everything is just working, and it looks like if Grey can keep it up, today's the day everything is just going to work and go to plan.
And a successful kick once more for Sherwin Buys. 2 converted tries to nothing in this first half. Monash getting us underway. Decent enough kickoff. Not quite challenged in the air. Grey College not quite challenged enough from Monash, but it's difficult to stop such a well-oiled machine when it functions like this. And yet again, Monash deciding to burst forward in defense, and Grey College sneaking around, sneaking through, eventually getting over there. It's regathered once more from Lucas, back to the lock combination of AJ Meyer and Niverhout. Grey College once more, the pass through the gap from the big man, puts his head down, decides to pump his legs, and it's picked up once more from Grey College.
Oh. Unfortunately, it looks like there was a hand in there, just going a little bit forward. But Monash is going to need to start hitting them back in the tackles, because Grey is just making meters every time. And if you're going back all the time, it's gonna. It looks a little bit dodgy there. looks like a Mona's guy played it back, and not a Grey guy. Well, the referee is not always right. Sometimes they make mistakes. Just hopefully they will make mistakes to both ways.
Definitely that. The scrum here in the midfield once more, just shy of that outsurance printed advertisement there on the field.
Is it not the first scrum of the day?
I think it is. So it's definitely one that we do have to keep an eye out for. Grey College doing what Grey College does so well and puts in a dominating scrum, but Hoërskool Monument coming away with it and surviving at that time. And it's kicked forward. Not a lot of chases for Monas. And it's Grey College. A couple of steps there. Offloaded. Once again on the outside. Grey College might just be through here. Little dummy there. Sells him down the river. And he's through here. Oh, what a try. That is from the young man. And it seems like it's the scrum of Chad Lucas.
Almost like Cheslin Colby, like feet inside out, making the Monas lad sitting on his backside, and he just went through without being touched. Like I said, Grey is not giving Monas any time to recover or do anything. Just keeping the pressure on, and Monas really needs to put pressure on them. They're letting them play a lot. They're not giving them enough pressure to put them under pressure and let them make mistakes. So really good. Look at that. Inside out, Cheslin Colby like going over for the try.
Lovely show of skills there from the young man on the wing. Didn't have a lot of space to maneuver, but he did make that space himself and grants his fly half his third kick at goal and his third successful kick at goal. That is Sherwin Buys. Takes the score now to 21-0, and it's been all Grey College in this first half. Endre, Monas have definitely been on the back foot and currently have their backs against the wall. What should you do when you find yourself in a position that they're finding themselves in currently now?
If I could give them any advice, is just put pressure on Grey. Don't let them play again. They're not pushing pressure on the kicks, on the kickoffs. They are Grey is getting everything too easy. They're not being put under pressure. They're not shooting up quickly and almost there. You see, there needed to be about 3 or 4 Monas guys putting pressure on there and letting Grey make mistakes.
But this time, Grey College getting away with it once again. They do decide to exit, not looking for touch, just looking to gain some territory and looking to turn that Monas defense inside out. The question is, does it cross the whitewash? Not quite.
Yeah, well done, well done.
They play a lot, so Monas needs to put pressure on Grey as soon as they can to just get this massive momentum of Grey stopped a little bit.
As Grey College yet again line out on the Monas 22, but this time not going to hand and granting an opportunity for Monas to get their foot or even their toe into this game.
Looks like the referee is pointing out he put his hands past the ball and then raked his hands back, which is not allowed. You need to put your hands straight on the ball and then do a upwards movement to show the ref that you are trying to steal the ball.
Monas with a penalty there, just looking for touch and finding a touch. Does Divan Pieters just shy of that halfway line. But still, Grey College not pushed back quite enough, and they're most definitely winning both the possession and the territory battles.
Yes, they're winning both of those battles, and they're winning the physicality battle as well. They are just putting Monas on such pressure by running at them, and the Monas guys can't tackle them back. They need to hit them and stop them in their tracks, otherwise they're going to have a hard day today.
One of the players there in the line on push back. Monas forceful there in their approach, but successful nonetheless. And as soon as I say that, I'm forced to swallow my words. Grey College comes away with it, gives it away to that fly half, distributed once more.
Lost it. Backwards.
and to get his hands on the ball and force the turnover penalty there.
Monas with yet again another opportunity to push upfield and find touch closer to that corner flag. And it's a very good kick from the young left footer there, Henry.
Yes, number 9, Zander Foster, looks like with that left foot of him, got a really good kicking there, putting Gray a little bit under pressure. I think it's the first time Mona's been in their 22. So hopefully they can execute the line out and put a bit of pressure on Gray.
Monas just taking their time before they go and engage that line out. Just maybe speaking to each other first. What does that say though, Henry? Does that say maybe that they might not be as prepared as they should be when line out time comes? And just
yes.
as I say that,
you see, I think they made a little huddle just to make 100% sure of the call and to get that ball, and then the hooker just throws it in skew.
Really disappointing start from the Travellers from Krugersdorp, the men in the white and black. And despite Grey College putting on such an emphatic display in the opening stages, Monas have made the odd unforced error, Andre.
Yes, you know, and if you're under pressure like they are at the moment, you cannot do that unforced errors, because every time you are under pressure and then when you get a bit of momentum, you make that little mistake.
Grey College giving it to that fly half once again. Sherwin Byers kicking it upfield. Regathered there from the fullback Van Lochenberg, looking for support, but Grey College rushing in their defense. So physical and as aggressive as one would expect from a team like this. Monas running out of space, running out of options, and struggling to really come up with a go-to plan here. Their strategy is so far is having to deal with Grey College and not playing their own game.
Yes, you know, Grey College putting them in such a big amount of pressure. Every time they get the ball, they get a Grey player in their face. And that is what Monas is lacking when they are defending. They're not doing exactly that, and Grey gets a lot of time and space to play the ball, and that's why they can go and score tries around the wings.
Monas once again with that left boot of Divan Peters finds touch. Couple of meters short of that 22-meter line in the midfield, and Monas now with a lovely attacking opportunity, a lovely line-out opportunity. Their back line thus far has been anonymous. We haven't really seen players such as Gugan and Nal really showing their skill. Monas do need to give their back line a bit of that ball, Andre.
Yes, you know, they need to get good quality ball and give their players at the back a little bit of a chance to run at the Grey guys.
And they've done exactly that, just running out of some running room there. His pass goes astray and he switches side back in this direction. Sees some space in behind that defense. He just needs that bounce. And it's knocked back from Monas.
Unfortunately there. Luckily they got the knock-on from the Grey fullback. So hopefully they are starting to put some pressure on Grey now. And you can see the Grey guys a little bit under pressure. And the first time that Monas is having a little bit of possession, and they just need to cut out those little mistakes to build that momentum to maybe get a try.
As Monas find themselves facing a tough Grey College outfit, but it's stolen from scrum time.
Ball straight out through the gate of the tunnel of the ball, and it's definitely a put-in for Monas again. But they're under pressure from the Grey scrum, so they just need to get that ball back and just keep that possession, get their back line a little bit of ball, and maybe hopefully score a try.
Only time will tell as the 17th minute comes and goes. Monas scrum caving in there, and the players, there's some dialogue going on there, some good banter, but we can expect some of that in a clash like this.
You know, there will always be a bit of banter, and sometimes it's a little bit more ugly than other times, but always in good fun and good spirits. So yeah, and that's part of the game of rugby.
Zander Foster, third attempt this time, and despite a Really good scrum from Great College. Monash get away with it. They put in place a backline move, but it's well spotted from Great College. It seems there that Torik Sambil, the man who made his opposite number and drove him back. Play on the floor. Monash still continuing. Does he go over? Great College holding him up.
Ooh.
Valiant in defense, so brave in defense is this Great College team.
Yes, you know, they put in everything there. Held up the little, I think it's scrum out, Zander Forster almost went over there. You see, in the previous penalty, the ruck was already formed and the grey guy came in, and that's why the ref penalized him there. Well, Monash is on the attack now, putting some pressure on Grey. Let's see if they can keep them out.
Just a player there, out injured there on the floor. Medics in attendance. Referee just checking up on him. Something that we can expect in a schoolboy rugby clash such as this. It's a physical encounter against Great College, and you expect no less, but we do wish the player a speedy recovery.
Yes, it looked like, I think he got a nice hit. I think he's just a little bit winded. Maybe a little bit on that rib cartilage there. That is very painful. You get a heat there and it moves a little bit. So it looks like he's giving a little bit of attention to the rib cage area. So let's see, I think he'll probably be alright. Just maybe need to get his wind back.
Really out on his feet there, really suffering the consequences of the physical nature of this game.
Yes, he got a proper double hit there from the Grey lads. And that's not nice.
I think it was the combination of Adams and Chambril, they're the two centers who...
Yeah, so they put in a good hit there.
As players expected to get underway shortly, once more the injured player, I think, is making his way off the field, walking very gingerly there.
Might be the outside center, Xavier Nell. Looks a bit groggy. Hopefully, well, the adrenaline kicking soon, so he'll probably be alright.
Some applause from the crowd for the injured player making his way off the field of battle, as Monash still have a scrum and they still have an opportunity to cut back and get their names onto the score sheet and turn that 0 into a try.
Yes, you know, that's definitely what they need to do now. Let's see what they can do.
On the blind side.
You see, just when momentum is building, that little mistake, and that's a real momentum killer. And you can see the frustration on the lads there. They need to just keep the ball to hand and keep the momentum going.
And it grants Great College once more a line-out opportunity in their own half. Well, some would say the great escape, but it's back in Monash's hands, and it's very well done, and it's picked up from that scrum off, Zander Forster.
He's having a real good game, the little scrum off, and he's probably only guy in their team that's putting in a little bit of performance at this stage.
A real starlight performance from him. Some off-ball frantics there, but play does continue. Monash picking it up, not going anywhere just yet. Great College holding firm. Some gaps are starting to show maybe in the wider areas, but near that breakdown, no open fringes available for Monash. They need to spread the play, and they've done that now. It's well met once again from Great College, always meeting their attack and always driving them back. Seems to have momentum even in defense as Monash come once more. He spots a gap. Just the handoff, they're not quite going to plan, but it's laid off. Monash really struggling now to find that opening, but still have possession. They do need to make it count. A dummy there. A combination of Great College tackles.
Great College not receding any distance, and then just coming in from the side over and getting penalized there.
Henry, we've seen that Monash are struggling to find those gaps, and they are struggling to pierce and manufacture some sort of an opportunity. But if you are struggling against a good defensive team such as Great College, where's the weakness in a team like this? Well, how can you spot the weakness in a team like this?
You know, you need to maybe just suck in more some of their defenders into ruck, like they did try with the pick and goes, but they need to do that more efficiently. At that stage, didn't go anywhere. They didn't suck any defenders in. So at this stage, I don't know what their coach is going to tell them at halftime, but they need to step up the physicality, definitely. Otherwise, they're going to have a very, very hard second half.
And the dropout goes to hand. Monas taking it across that 10-meter line. Tackler instructed to release there from the referee, and it's distributed once again for Monas. Just pass options, few and far in between. It sits one defender down. I think it's that man again, Zander Foster. The small scrum off, I beg your pardon.
And then unfortunately, no cleaners there for him. He didn't release the ball, and they had to give away the penalty there.
It's really symbolic, that situation specifically of Monas in the first half. Zander Foster, whenever he's had the ball, Monas supporters seem to get up on off their feet, but it just hasn't been repeated throughout the team.
Yes, you know, he's at the moment he's a one-man band. You know, he's not getting the support he needs. If only 2 or 3 players of his team can just maybe get in and give him a little bit more support, something might happen.
Grey College with a lovely and ideal line out, just shy of that 5-meter line, goes all the way to the tail of the line out, picked up once again from Grey College. Not 1, not 2, but 3 defenders in his wake, and he scores the try, scores Grey College 4th try of this game, that now takes the score to 26-0, Endre.
Yes, you know, exactly what we were saying. Monas had pressure on them in Grey in their 22, didn't execute and couldn't score, and then the first time Grey's back into their into Monas 22, they scored a try, and that's going to be a moral breaker for Monas team.
Grey College running back to their positions, eager to get play restarted, as Sherwin Buys takes a bit of time, and rightfully so. Looks like the strike is clean, and you didn't expect a fly half who has not missed in this game to miss that one, and it takes the score now to 28-0.
Yes, the score is getting a little bit big now. Let's see what happens if Monas can regroup. It's almost half time. They're playing with the wind at their backs in the second half. Let's see if they can utilize that, and hopefully their coaches can just help them and get a little bit of momentum back for them in the second half.
Divan Peters, the left boot of Divan Peters gets us underway for the 5th time, and it's kicked upfield, turned around, and it's a really successful kick from Grey College, and it's that man once more, Sherwin Buys. He's been rather hidden and disguised, because we've witnessed some lovely tries from Grey College, but he has put in a really good display, the young fly half.
Yes, definitely. He's been a little general behind the pack, especially with the wind. He's put a very kicks in behind Monas, and the little fullback from Monas, van Logrenberg, just was up every time a little bit too flat, and let Buys kick over him every time.
Just a reiteration of the score there, ladies and gentlemen. It is half-time. Grey College under 15 A-side taking it out 28 points to 0. Do stay tuned for the second half live from Bloemfontein. And hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Bloemfontein Grey College. You are joining us from the main field here at the ever impressive Grey College, and we are underway once more the under 15A age group, and it's been all Grey College from minute 1 up until that half-time whistle. I'm joined alongside me by Endre Fourie, and what can we expect from this Monash side? We were speaking about it during that first half, how important it is for them to get back and maybe get an early try in the second half.
Yes, no, definitely. They need to score first in that second half, just to get their morale up a little bit. And but it looks like Grey started exactly the same as they started in the first half, running rampant, winning the contact situations exactly like that, and just keep moving forward.
Similar fashion in terms of starts from Grey College, using that pick and go option, giving no breathing space and no settling allowed for Monash, keeping that defense on their toes as they come once more. Then they swing it out to the left-hand touchline. It's that fly half Sherwin Byes getting involved in the action. Grey College with some numbers on the outside, long pass on the outside, lovely pass, just not quite well taken there.
Yes, you know, those momentum killers, I coach a little bit as well, and that is what breaks a coach on the side. When you on the attack, you've got the little overlap, and the ball doesn't go to hand, and that just, well, it breaks the whole team, but I think it breaks the coaches the most. Grey's started exactly as they started the first half. They don't give Monash any possession at all, and just physically runs at them and makes meters all the time.
As Grey College make their way to the Monash line out there, Monash do have a hill to climb, but they are well equipped in terms of personnel and skill, but they just need to get their star men onto the ball. As we've seen, Zander Forster, one of them, it just hasn't been enough for Monash, but they're doing well now, using that pick and go option, taking it to Grey College once more, but Grey College holding firm, going to the kicking game, and it's charged down from Grey College. It's a handoff and a lovely pass, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, Grey College score.
Looks like Taslim Gayan from the inside center from Grey just pounced on that charge down, and almost nobody touched him through there. You see, those type of things is not what Monash needed in this start of the first half.
And as I mentioned, almost out of nothing, Monash decided to go to the boot. It didn't come quite off, and all of a sudden you find yourself 35 points to 0.
Yes, I don't think Base is going to miss this one. He's not missed anything from the touchline, from all over where he kicked, so I think that was just a given.
Lovely kick conversion once more from the young fly half, making no mistake, as has his rest of his team. No real mistakes, no witnessable unforced errors. Instead, it's the visitors making all the errors, and it's the home team pouncing on that errors and making it count, cashing in whenever they are close to the visitors' try line, Endre.
Yes, you know, whenever they get into that red zone, I think 90% of the time when they got into Monash 22, they scored, and that's what you need. And unfortunately, Monash couldn't replicate that.
As Grey College get away with it once more. A lovely display of skill to keep the ball in hand despite all the tackles flying in, and it's a kick upfield. The chase is on. And it's well rushed there. The Monash player's boot, I think, just nicked the whitewash there.
Yes, it just touched the line there, and now pressure back onto Monash. Grey's line out just on the 10-meter line from Monash, and I don't know, they need to pull something out of the hat there, Monash, and just maybe get the physicality up, hit Grey every time they touch the ball.
All the way to the back from Grey College, and it goes again to that lock. Seems like it's AJ Meyer there with the ball in hand, unforgiving and unrelentless in his carries, and it's been the case once more. Grey College not letting up whatsoever. Physical carry in no short supply, but it's knocked on once more. And for the first time in the second half, Grey College making the error.
Yes, you know, everything has gone to hand for them at the moment, and first time that the pass is a little bit too low for the big man to get he got his hands to it, but just I think about about 5 centimeters too low for him to get the mitts on it, and he had to bend down a little bit too low, and his eyes were just maybe on the opposition there, and he knocked it on.
Monas do need an exit strategy. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Forster joins his 8th man. Pass doesn't quite go to hand. Kick once again slightly charged down from Grey College, but they come away with possession. Monas defenders rushing up, not quite uniform, and losing the ball in contact there. Grey College getting the ball once again on the outside, inside, and it's electric work from that young winger. And it goes back in field where the forward men are waiting. Sia Kenny there with the lovely footwork. And it looks like Grey College just might be through here. Looks to sit down his defender and burst through him completely. Just stumbles there.
Mona's first time tackles is not sticking, and that's why Grey's getting the momentum to move on. They have to, every time and he's going, let's see if he...
It seems as if Grey College just might crawl over for yet again another try. Inches short. And it's a penalty in favor of Monas. They've really been let off the hook there.
And that man Zander Foster again, getting his hands on the ball in the tackle and creating the turnover. And I think if it wasn't for him, there would have been a few more tries on the board for Grey at this moment.
Monas with the left boot of Divan Peters. They do need to find some valuable yards upfield. They do need a big kick, but it's a decent enough kick. But it doesn't take the threat of Grey College away just yet. And I feel as if they haven't kept Grey College in their own half. The only way to stop Grey College from scoring is to keep them in their own half, and Monas just haven't done that.
Yes, they have not put enough pressure on Grey to force those little errors, you know. Every time Grey's balls goes to hand, because there's not enough pressure from the Monas players.
Monas, the men in the white and black, that's restarted, and it goes all the way to the back of the line out. Some runners available, skips one, but he's tapped out there. Just on that 10-meter line, Foster spreads it once more. Monas wanting to make the ball do all the work and all the talking. Having to dig for that one does Foster, eventually scratches it out. Comes back in field, but it's all too predictable for Monas at this point of view, and it's easy for Grey College to deal with the Monas threat, Hendrik.
Yes, you know, one of the Grey lads falling over there, giving the penalty away. And yes, it's as if Grey is reading Monas's place like it's their own. They're not doing something special to make Grey make a mistake and not know what they're going to do next. They like you said, just too predictable. They're not giving them any chance of getting them to make a mistake.
As we can see now, just in front of the commentary booth, it seems as if the second team is making their way out onto the warm-up field. Do stay tuned for that one just a little bit later, but for now, it's Grey College under 15A side taking on Monas, and it's been dominating as ever, something that maybe we didn't expect, taking account Grey College's last 2 results have been losses, so it's really impressive for them to bounce back in this fashion, Hendrik.
Yes, you know, it looks like we don't know if they might have had a few injuries and they came back, some of the key players, but today they look like a different team than they played against a Boys Eye and Office.
As Monas comes once more, a little chip there, but it's regathered and the referee calls them back.
Looks like there was an infringement at the line out. Something I don't understand quite often is why some of the wingers and the centers do those little chip kicks straight into the winger's hands. It baffles me. I don't know. Keep the ball in hand and maybe try something else, but don't keep possession away if you're under pressure already.
And not only that, and that they aren't exactly kicking into space, and they aren't chasing their kicks.
Yes, it's aimless kicks, just giving possession away to a team that's dominant at the moment when they have ball in hand. So I don't think that's a wise option. I would seriously have a chat with the backline if I were their coach.
Backline certainly anonymous from Monas. The grey backline, however, have had a field day, almost a buffet of tries. The likes of Sia Kenny and Torek Sambril have loved their time out here this early morning in Bloemfontein, as Monas have a line out to secure, and it's paramount that they do get possession from this line out, and they've lost out, and it's Grey College once more. It's that man, Sia Kenny. Grey College securing it once more. Okay, taking it back to that fly half, to that right boot of Sherwin Buys, and Buys his team valuable meters upfield, and it's met by applause.
Yeah, you see, just at that moment, they needed to secure that ball, to keep it, and maybe put a little bit of a drive on it and suck some of those great players in to get them the opportunity to go and score out wide. But then again, little mistakes creeping in and just momentum killers. You know, they can't seem to get ball continuously for more than 2 or 3 phases.
Monas not quite losing out at line-out time this time, but it is knocked on eventually there from one of their players, and it's Grey College ball once more. They do have an opportunity now to take that score beyond the 40 mark, which seems almost unprecedented when Grey College and Monas face each other.
Yes, you know, and exactly what we said a little while ago. Every time Grey gets into the red zone in Monas' half, they score. Monas been here now 2 or 3 times again, and then conceding the ball back to Grey and not converting that territory into points.
Grey College with yet again another impressive scrum. Referee calls for the scrum off to use it. Just a little illegal action there from Monas, and they are forced to retreat, granting Grey College yet again another opportunity for Sherwin Buys to ping one upfield.
Yeah, the back row just came off a little bit too early from that scrum, and putting the scrum off under pressure, but like half a second too quick.
Sherwin Buys sizes up his options, and for the first time I do have to say a rather disappointing kick from the youngster, but he's been perfect throughout. We can let him off the hook once or twice, I guess.
Yeah, I think the wind looked like the wind has picked up a little bit.
Yes.
And yes, and look at that throw. Looks like the wind took that one straight out of the hooker's hands into and a little bit skew.
Scrum called once again from that skew line out. The gust of wind and the wind in general might prove to affect the outcomes of games. Today we'll just have to wait and see how the wind is like in the first team game. Maybe that is a determining factor in the victor. We'll only have to wait and see as Monas gets us underway once more. Forster this time giving it to his fullback, now the inside center. Outside, giving it to that wing, Van der Walt, who puts in a kick, but he's taken out quite emphatically. Defender loving that one, glancing back. Van der Walt just regathering his breath as Grey College push forward nonetheless, taking no prisoners whatsoever. Monas currently short one man, that winger just out on his feet here on the near hand touchline. Grey College have some space to exploit, and they've almost done exactly that. Another pick and go from AJ Meyer. Chad Lucas barging through. Grey College finding it so easy to barge through their way, so easy, so comfortably, and it's given off to the winger, back to that man, the number 10, Sherwin Buys. He's been perfect from the boot, and this time gets his name on the try scoring sheet.
Yes, you know, the physicality of Gray is just putting Monash on so much pressure. They can't stop those pick and goes and just getting forward momentum and then sucking all the defenders in, and there they were like a 3-on-2 and nice hands, drawing and passing, and just champagne rugby from the backs from Gray on the 15s.
Champagne rugby indeed, and it's Sherwin Buys at the center of all things Grey College in that move. Started it off giving it to Darius Arviel, and Darius Arviel replicated his task and gave the ball straight back to the try scorer, Sherwin Buys, who made no mistake from the kicking tee as well, converting his own try. And it's similar fashion, it's similar scenes to what we saw in the first half, and it's taken the score to beyond 40-0 in favor of the home team.
Yes, you know, they are just relentless, the forwards from Gray. They're not giving the forwards from Monash any breathing space. They're just going physically at them, giving them a pounding at the moment.
Grey College tumbling there with a couple of Monash players. Sherwin Buys once more. Grey College finding so much space in this near hand touchline. Just a simple pass is needed, and he's through. Back again. Step on the inside, and he's through once more. Grey College underneath the post, as easy as you like.
Is that Ethan Adams or Shrambreel, you think? I think it might be Ethan Adams, the inside centre, and it looks like Monash Morales had taken a massive dip now, and they're not fronting up at this moment and just giving too much space to Gray and just running riot down the side, and too much support and no cover defence. Very good try there from Gray.
Lovely turn of pace from the young man, and dots down effortlessly. Hendre, we've seen in the last two tries Grey College really profiting off some space here in the left-hand touchline, and it almost seems as if the two tries were almost identical.
Yes, you know, it looks like the Monash backline just got sucked in. I don't know where they went, and it was just like a 4-on-2, quick hands, drawing and passing, just a normal play, and no defenders to defend.
Backwards. As I did mention before, Grey College coming off a 24-12 defeat against Affis last weekend, and boy oh boy are they really coming back, swinging and returning to their home ground in wonderful fashion, and putting Monash to the sword here, as we can see another medic in attendance to one of the Monash players.
Yeah, you can see the Grey guys are angry today. They did not like the loss last weekend, and they are fronting up today. They're putting their bodies on the line, and they are physically breaking down Monash. Their forwards just don't have an answer for the pick and goes and the physicality, and that's how you win games these days. You need to physically break down the other team. It just seems like they don't want to tackle anymore in any case.
Monash with probably one of their last attacking opportunities of the second half. They haven't explored the Grey College half just enough, and not quite in the fashion as they would have wanted to. As the referee just indicates a knock on there from one of the Grey College players. The scrum is indeed on the to-do list, and on the topic of the scrum, Endre, it's been Grey College dominating almost every single facet of play.
Yes, you know, the forwards from Grey's just over the Monash forwards. Been the whole 44 minutes. They've been putting pressure on the Monash forwards. They were relentless. They didn't let up 1 minute. Let's see if Monash can get a decent ball and give their backs one last opportunity. Like, they're in the red zone again, and if they don't score now, that will be a 0% in the red zone and not getting over the line when they're on attack in this red zone of Grey.
Monash probably have to put in the scrum of their lives if they do intend on breaking that duck on the scoreboard.
Crouch. Bind. Scrum.
Zander Foster
Okay, use it.
gets the go-ahead from the referee. On the blind side is Zander Foster making a dart through, but it's well snuffed out from Grey College.
That's a lot, and just back row.
Penalty in favour of Monas, who probably are intending to go to the touch there, Andre.
I wouldn't have gone for the touchline there. They've been struggling with their lineouts. Rather either quick tapped or maybe went for the scrum, because their scrum has been a little bit more efficient against Grey. They've not won any of their lineouts in this position. The wind is bad. The lineout difference from Grey is very good. So I would have probably gone for a scrum there.
Monas going short, going successful this time, and a maul is called. And it seems as if it came back to Zander Foster, knocked off Zander Foster. And it's once again an unforced error from the travelling side. That duck isn't disappearing just yet, Andre.
Yes, you know, those ones, just those small errors they keep doing in that area specifically is breaking their momentum. They need to secure and keep the ball. By the looks of this now, I think that might have been their last chance.
Grey College slots it in. Chad Lucas slots it in. And it's distributed now. Once again, another pump upfield from Sherwin Buys. The man with a, I think, a size 12 at least. It has to be a size 12 kicking boot.
Yeah, don't touch.
And he finds touch for the home team.
Yeah, you know, and Monument has not utilized the wind at their backs.
No.
They just keep on doing those little errors when they're in a very good position.
Grey College getting their hands on the line-out ball once again. And he's through once more. Sherwin Buys. Can he add to his first try? Darts back in field. Taken out. He does need some support. The support is there for Grey College. Pick and go once more. Another fantastic line break from the fly half. He's been exceptional from the kicking boot. And so too from open play as he switches sides and gives it to his lock. Sia once more makes a dart through. Sia Kenny. Grey College taking their time, biding their time and waiting for that chance, an opportunity to pounce.
And they're physically doing that pick and goes again, and it's just killing Monument at the moment.
Once more, another pick and go from Grey College. It's working to good effect. It's probably the ultimate game plan to go for short of the line, push forwards, held back, push back from Monas, desperate in defense. Can they go over 50? Grey College just need to spread the play once more. Buys, gives it out wide, and it's try time in the corner. Lovely work. And it seems as if it's Sia Kenny, the man there, who gets on the try scoring sheet, and it now takes the score beyond half a century here, Hendre.
Yes, you know, and it looked like just with those pick and goes, they just suck in all those defenders from Monas, and then it's just a simple hands-on drawn pass, and the defenders of Monas just ran out. They just ran out of defenders at the side, and that's 50 on the scoreboard. Let's see if Buys adds the 2 points again. Oh, and that's his first miss of the afternoon.
Quite surprising, but as you can see, there's no tears in his eyes. He's very keen to get back to his mark and receive that ball once more so that he can bring players into play. And we've seen throughout that the fly half and the center combinations of Ethan Adams and Torek Shambil have been working well together. Not only do they sense opportunities for themselves, but their teammates as well.
Yes, you know, one of those lads could have scored on their own, but he let the ball go, and just to make him an easier easier score for Kenny on the side.
Okay, no advantage there. Come back for a knock on.
Knock on from Grey College, not for the first time in the second half, but they haven't been made to pay from Monas. As the full-time whistle is 10 minutes away.
Crouch. Bind. Scrum.
Xander Foster gives it out to his backline. Monas really eager to get onto that score sheet once more, and it's picked up. Lovely work from Van Wyk, but snuffed out from Ethan Adams there. Really good defensive work from the big inside center. Lacking no strength, no pace.
Release. No.
Call for release. Some hands in there from Grey College. Monas, nice flat pass out wide. Push back towards that touchline, using it as that extra defender, keeping himself in play. Dancing a bit around, and he's taken out eventually there, Andre.
Some good momentum from Monument there, and then their last chance. And I always tell my players to keep away from the touchline when you've got the ball, because the extra defender for the opposition. And a very tough day for Monument today, but Grey's come back, reprieved their previous losses, and made a statement today that they want to get up higher on the rankings.
And as you can see there on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, Grey College under 15A taking it out 54 points to 0 after the referee called the game to a brief hold. Full-time whistle did come short, and it's Grey College that take it out 54 points to 0 in what was a really dominant and emphatic display. Do stay tuned on SuperSport Schools. The second team is expected next year on the main field.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, an oil city that exploded off the back of those chasing fame and fortune. Now, T-Town welcomes a new generation looking to make the breakthrough of a lifetime.
Biggest moment of a legendary career, pure bedlam. Wow, the new star in the game of golf.
There's a lot of emotion going on out there.
I'm not being emotional here, but
I really can't put it into words.
It's been a life goal, obviously, as a little kid. This is what I've always wanted to do.
It's a Kepka coronation.
I don't even know if I dreamed of this. This is so cool. This is awesome.
Gosh, is it worth it in the end? That I'm so appreciative to be holding this Wanamaker trophy.
Who will strike it big this year? The PGA Championship, another incredible major offering, only on DSTV Premium. Brought to you by Santam Insurance, good and proper. Be moved by the beauty
That is sublime.
of Roland Garros. On the hallowed Parisian clay. Broadcast live on 2 channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
Good afternoon and welcome to the main field of Grey College in Bloemfontein. It is, of course, super quick Premier Interschools action. And the visitors, Monument, or better known as Monas from Krugersdorp, they're taking on the hosts at Grey College. And coming up is Grey College's Cherries against Monas' second side. With me in a commentary, as per usual, Mr. Kennedy Timber. Kennedy, it's been an interesting morning so far.
Interesting morning indeed. It has been, Johan. A lot of rugby being played. Both of these sides are so physical, and you can see it through their junior ranks. And you've got to be impressed with just sort of some of the talents that's going on. We've just finished watching the previous game, and some of the tries that were scored there were just spectacular. So there's a lot of potential, stars coming through those age groups, and that's always pleasing to see.
Kennedy, the scores thus far on the A field is the under-14 A side, Grey College beating Monas by 20 points to 10. It was quite a pulsating affair. Monas coming back after trailing 15 points to 0, really putting up a good show in that second half. And then the previous game, the under-15 A's. Grey College's under-15 A's was a pot simmering. They weren't firing on all cylinders thus far this year. But in a masterclass, they put Monas away by 54 points to 0. And it's quite strange to think that they, have lost back-to-back games against Uffies and Paul Boys High, because there was some massive talent on display.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that, each of these competitive games, week to week, just bring different challenges. And that's something that the players have to sort of, absorb and take into consideration, that you're going to have different fixtures, and also traveling for some of the youngsters. They're not used to traveling such big distances, so you've got to play all of those factors into those results. But it's a good outing, obviously, for that under-15 side. Some skillful handling. The forwards were really dynamic, and a pleasure to see. You could see those spectators have been out since early in the morning. I've been in and about, right in the mix of them, and that's. The amount of rugby advice that you get can be quite interesting, and it's always good to have a great rugby chat with passionate supporters.
Of course, we're building up to the main game, the super quick Premier Interschools match between Grey College's first side and Monas from Krugersdorp. That'll be live on SuperSport Channel 209 at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Grey College has, in most pundits' views, regained their spot atop of the South African school rankings. And Bloemfontein, an infamously difficult place for any visiting side. See Kennedy Timber, ex-Cheetah, fly off, just nodding his head. Of course, it was also very difficult to come and play against the Cheetahs in Bloemfontein when KT was playing at 10. Kennedy, George van Heerden back in the fold for Grey College. He made a massive difference last week against Uffies, and they unfortunately on the eve of the game lost the services of SA Schools representative last year, Alfonso Isaacs, on the right wing. He's struggling with a leg niggle, but it'll be a massive affair this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Interesting, Kennedy, Monas has a very, very good record against Grey College. If you take into consideration, they've won 6 of the last 18 games they played against Grey College. And a powerhouse like Uffies has won 6 in about 46. So Monas traditionally very big rivals of the first side of Grey College.
Yeah, big rivals indeed. And, they've got some great coaching staff within those ranks. They've tried to put in a real, technical and very rugby streetwise, coaching staff around their players, and you can see that's evident going through the crowd there. We can see a cheerful mascot of.
That is the legend himself, Mr. Piet May, Kennedy Timber. Very famously in 2002 when former coach Wessel du Plessis was playing first side. Wessel managed to score in the left-hand corner against Uffies, and Piet May was there picking him up. And for 20 years, more than 20 years, Piet has never missed a first-side game of Grey in Bloemfontein. And he's even managed to get himself on the train with a couple of tours. And he's always well looked after by the old guys as well. Originally worked for the Free State Cricket Union. As we see the second side of Monas, the Quaggas taking the field. And then Grey College, the home side, the Cherries, led on the field by the inspirational fullback Shimmy Molibeli. And the first side of Grey College is struggling with quite a few injuries, and that obviously then, you know, means that the Cherries will also have a few injuries and a few new players. But remarkably, with everything going on, they've managed to stay unbeaten in 2022 as the Cherries. But this will be a massive test for them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that centre pairing of Sinclair and Bester, just to see how they unlock, you know, those wide runners, because that's something they love to do, is move the ball around, do Grey College, and that'll be a stern test for the Mona's second team outfit, because that's what you've got to be able to absorb, is that tempo that Grey College brings. And if you're able to just sort of maintain and handle that, then you've got a bit of a foothold in this game, and that's sort of a key point that Mona's is going to have to look at in this following game.
The referee is Mr. DJ Yeffer. He was the man in charge when Grey's first side played Paul Boys High in another Premier Interschools clash. Massive contact there on the ground early on in the game. Scrum off. Rue Haynes just getting to that rack slightly late, and it's Ian van der Merwe. This man's got a cannon of a left boot. Also represented Grey College's first cricket side, did Van der Merwe. And Vincent Voliter so nearly intercepts that one. Scored an interception try against Paul Boys High, did Voliter. In the midfield, it is Mona's trucking it up. Early possession and belonging to the visitors. And advantage over called by the referee. Grey College turn it over on the ground. Rue Haynes. Nicolas van Oudtshoorn just taking his eyes off the ball there, losing it forward. And Monas returns the favour. So no advantage. First scrum of the game belonged to the visitors.
Couple of knock-ons there. Just indicative of an early start to both teams. Just trying to get a feel of the ball. Obviously, you know, you do a bit of warm-up, but there's nothing quite like receiving a pass and a defend at the same time. Just puts you in a double doubt, and that's where those two early knock-ons came from.
Keanu Everson, the scrum off of Monas. He's played first side rugby this year as well. And it is the eighth man with a pickup. That is Jade Powell. Strong run by Powell, and it is the exact same Everson getting that one away. Now blindside rugby by Monas. Everson getting a good pass away. Good defense by Skalk du Plessis for the Cherries. Keanu Everson, look for him to be very influential in this Monas Kwacha side. Everson with a box kick. Shimmy Molibeli not quite at the right place. But it is the Cherries who win back the ball on the ground. And Van der Merwe using that massive left-footed punt once more. Taken in by right winger for Monas. He returns the favour, and once again the ball finds grass. But Shimmy Molibeli now with a pickup. Captain of the Cherries with a good run. Haynes, he distributes to Nicolas van Oudtshoorn with a big carry. Oh, it's Arya Burger. He's also played first side rugby this year for Grey College. Van der Merwe, good ball. Sinclair. Ulrico Bester trying to ghost on the outside, but good defense in the midfield by Monas. And a penalty goes the way of the Cherries. Rue Haynes, he decides he wants to lift the tempo, but Mr. Yeffer says not on the mark.
An early opportunity here just to advance closer to Monas' try line. It's a good touch finder. I'm going to be interested in how Haynes and Everson are going to match up as number 9s. Both look to be good players that clear from the base, the scrum and the rucks. So it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup goes.
Beautifully taken in the middle of the line out. Maul time. Grey College on the move. It is the Cherries. Super quick Premier Interschools rugby live on your screens thanks to Super Sport Schools. And it is the Cherries who has made quite a few meters, and now they just shift that maul to the right. Advantage belonging to the home side. Sinclair times his offload. It is Gerard van der Westhuizen being carried backwards by the Monas defense. Van der Merwe is standing still. Ulrico Bester, beautiful pickup by left winger Johan Goosen. He gets rid of a couple of defenders, but the referee says no advantage. Penalty to the Cherries.
Cappy, wacht. Cappy, you've got two, you've got one here, you've got one closer to the line.
Good clearing from the base here. They're just showing some ingenuity here. He did well just to break out of tackle, and I love that little slip pass. But obviously he had gone into touch and there was no advantage. And the referee pulls them way back to that earlier penalty. And here's an opportunity again to drive closer to that Mona's try line. There must be a driving more in plan here for the Cherries.
Vernon Snyman, he replaced Kamu Motiberi in the starting lineup for the Cherries. A good lineup once more. Schalk du Plessis with a take. And a great college doing well to use it immediately after the sack. Rue Haynes digs for it. Doesn't get it. It's a pick and go. Inches short is the Cherries. Rue Haynes with the offload. Well taken eventually by Gerard van der Westhuizen, and he's over. Can he get it down? Yes, please. Gerard van der Westhuizen crashes over for the Cherries' first try. Sustained pressure on the Monarch line.
It's a good start here by Van der Westhuizen with a well-worked try and a rather audacious sidestep, and that really unlocked that Mona's defense. And that's a good start for him.
It's interesting to see whenever a great college, any of their sides gets that momentum going, how they really attack the space. They don't run at the face, they run at the space.
Yeah, and that's always just a good sign of a well-coached outfit of a team, you know, with the coaches just making sure that those spaces are attacked. And that was a great sidestep there by Gerard van der Westhuizen to open the score here, and the score sits at about 7 points to 0 for the Cherries. The great conversion there. Great start.
Mona's one of the powerhouses in South African schoolboy rugby, and they've produced plenty of Springbok rugby players like Jacques Fourie and Willem Alberts, Julian Redelinghuis, only to mention a few. And a great college, of course, one of the biggest rugby producing or rugby player producing schools in the world, as Rue Haynes uses his right boot, touched by one of the Mona's players. Everybody on side, and Gerard van der Westhuizen, he's all over the park. And Rue Haynes getting sidestepped there. But deliberate knockdown according to referee Jeffer. And a chance for the Quaggas to just take a breath.
Yeah, the Quaggas were under pressure there. Deploy at the back. Just shimmying around and just moving around to try get some passing space as he tries to clear but doesn't find touch. And the Cherries can attack here with a good high kick, a bit long. May give Monas a bit of time to attack here.
Chance on the counter attack. Great College will have to keep their lines. Left boot used by Tians Deploy, the fullback. Well taken by Ian van der Merwe. Classy fly-off for Great College is van der Merwe. Monas really contesting. Referee says illegally so. Tackler has to release, and another penalty goes the way of the Cherries, and they've been putting all the pressure on the Monas Quaggas.
Yeah, concerted amount of pressure. And it's just been a bit of a kicking battle that's been going on, but that's being won. And that man in picture right now, Van der Merwe, has been right at the heart of that. And he's just been accurate. There's another excellent kick that he finds, and you can't put it any more in a place better than that. Exceptional kick, just 5 meters away from the try line. As you said, Johan, is a really astute fly half, and has got a wonderful boot on him.
And he's only still in grade 11, Kennedy, so big things expected of Van der Merwe next year as well. As the Cherries battle to get their maul going. It was stopped once, says the referee. Now they do drive it forward slightly. Arya Berger, he just tries to go around the edges. Gets into the hands of Andre Trita, surprisingly so. And the Cherries forward, putting on all the pressure onto Monas. Can they get it over? Yes, they do. And it is that man, Big Arya Burger, crashing over for the second try. And the Cherries are taking command of this game early on.
Yeah, Burger's a big unit. And it's really difficult to stop him once he gets close to that try line. It's a great score here. You can see it was a little bit messy, that sack, that driving maul. But Burger, you know, identified that he will be able to get some movement here, and he just put his head down and he put over and he crossed over for that try. Yeah, great try here. And once again, the Cherries are getting into the right positions, and every time they get an opportunity, they make sure that they cross the line. And that for giving Van der Merwe another opportunity here just to add the extra 2 points. There's a bit of wind, you know, blowing. We can see in those flags at the background. You're not quite sure where that's swirling, left or right. But Van der Merwe is going to have to just steer it as good as he knows.
Massive left boot on him. He just pulls that one to the right. And it does land well onto the B field. As Van der Merwe, he kicks it like a mule. And 12 plays 0 after 10 minutes. It is a super quick Premier Interschools action. Great College's Cherries taking on the Monas Kwaggas, the second sides of these two illustrious schools. Gerard van der Westhuizen, he's having a ball out there so far. Roo Haynes with a box kick, relieving some pressure on his fly of Jan van der Merwe. Vincent Voliter with a chase up. And looks like the Cherries might have turned this one over. Knock on by Monas, says Mr. Yeffer. And immediately the pressure is back on Monas.
That box kick option that's used, you know, famously by the first team. You can see the Cherries are also adopting that with Roo Haynes, you know, placing the pressure back onto Monas, and they just haven't been able to deal with those high kicks, and that's why they caught here within their half with another knock-on that's presented a scrum here that could get that exciting backline away. Of course, Ian van der Merwe right in the hot. He'll look to steer maybe an intricate little backline move here, just to try and get those speedy wingers into space.
Cherries regular outside centre Benito Guda is out of action today. Elrico Bester, he'll be looking to grab his chance with both hands. Will Gerard van der Westhuizen pick up at the back of that scrum? Yes, he does. Roo Haynes, he puts the little grabber through. It was touched by one of the Monas players, so it'll be Gray's line out. And you can see Roo Haynes and Ian van der Merwe just controlling the show at 9 and 10.
Yeah, good combination. And you can see Haynes is very comfortable, you know, with putting ball to boot and understanding the weight and understanding what type of kicks to do in what area. And that's always a good sign of a good scrum off. You know, good tactical scrum off, that is.
Yeah, that ball was quite crooked into that line out.
Yeah.
Way on the outside of the outside shoulder of the Cherries jumper. Vernon Snyman won't be happy with this throw. Kennedy, as you mentioned, there's quite a bit of a wind blowing here today in Bloemfontein. And it'll be difficult for the kickers and for the hookers.
Now that wind is rather difficult to predict. We saw early on matches, some of the kickoffs were a bit short and not going the 10. So you really have to judge it accurately and try get, you know, just a sense of that direction of the wind. Yeah, the referee, of course, just trying to indicate and communicate with both players about the engagement process at each scrum. And yeah, I knew that was coming. He had spoken to them early on, but Monas are here trying to get a bit of an attack going.
It was Keanu Everson just trying to up the tempo for the Monas Kwaggas, but the Cherries defense was waiting for those one-off runners. Space found though on the blind side for Monas, and it was Roo Haynes who came across in cover for the Cherries. Everson, this is the best passenger play for Monash thus far in the game. Fly half, Dylan van der Berg puts a boot to ball. Shemi Molibele, well placed. The captain of the Cherries, and he uses his big left boot, sending Monash all the way back into their 22. And the kicker's only as good as the chaser. This time the kicker was the chaser. And the kick-off battle, or the kicking battle, comfortably won by the Cherries.
Yeah, they're definitely winning the kicking battle. And every time Monash kicks that ball, they find themselves back in their own half. And they just got to re-look at that strategy. If they're trying to get momentum, I mean, they've just had, one of their better, facets of play. As we look at some of the coaches there, analyzing and, giving their point of view. They're never wrong, are they, the coaches?
Cara van der Westhuizen losing that one forward in the line-out. The last couple of line-outs just not working for the Cherries. Everson, we said a lot will evolve around him. But Kennedy, Cherries also making it really difficult at rack time for Monash to get clean ball.
Smart play by them. They've understood that Everson is going to be a danger man, and that's the best way to put pressure on a scrum half, is right at all of those breakdowns, at the scrums, and especially the set phases, the lineouts. And we've seen that both teams have struggled with the lineouts. So if you want to put pressure on your scrum halves, that's the source of play that you start at.
Super quick. Premier Interschools Rugby live from the City of Roses, Bloemfontein. It is the host of the second side. Cherries are playing Monash's Kwaggas. 12 plays 0 as the Kwaggas try and run it from deep inside their own territory. And had Vincent Volita pick that one up, trouble was about. But Dylan van der Berg using his left boot into the hands of Vincent Volita. Good stepping by the right wing, and Shemi Molibele. Shemi Molibele, Captain Fantastic in the right-hand corner. Kennedy Timber, the Cherries came here to play.
Yeah, and the captain is leading right from the front. Always a strong runner, from the back there. Molibele has been, quite a standout player for them throughout the season. Yeah, just having a discussion. That's always a good sign of a captain that scores a try and comes and has a chat with the referee. But here, a wonderful step. And he had two men on him, but he knew he had to offload, and that was smart play. Just getting on the outside, a strong handoff, and yes, he was in.
Kennedy, back in my school days, fullbacks didn't look like Shemi Molibele. He would have been a proper number 8 or 7.
Yeah.
And glad I'm not defending against him with 5 meters to go.
I'm sure the coaches are saying that, no shame in getting handed off by a sizey unit of a fullback. But Van der Merwe is again another challenging kick with that wind playing its part. Will he be able to rectify his previous kick?
Strike sounded good. What a fantastic kick by Ian van der Merwe. Grade 11, a fly off of the Cherries. And as we said, big things expected from him next year as well. Very talented sportsman. Represents Grey College's first cricket side as well.
And no doubt he's going to have his part to play in the first team game as well.
And the Cherries winning it back from the kickoff. But referee DJ Effer says he spotted a mistake. And 17, nearly 18 minutes gone in the game. It's a point a minute at this stage for the Cherries. They lead Monash, second side, the Kwaggas, by 19 points to 0.
Yeah, just thinking about it, Johan, is that, if you were one of the coaches for the Monash side, what words would you be able to, sort of try to get through to them? Because it's been one of those starts where they haven't done much wrong, but they just find themselves 19 points down.
I think they must just try and put phases together at this stage. They're just not hanging on to the ball when they have it. Everson, van der Berg. And once again, just a little mistake in the back line, just costing them their momentum. Shemi Molibele comes in to make the tackle for the Cherries. Everson once again digs for it. Cherries went offside, advantage being played to Well watched by the Cherries defense. Everson with penalty advantage. Keanu Everson backing himself. Ulrico Bester doing good to read that one on defense. But eventually the penalty does go the way of the Kwaggas.
Concerted amount of pressure being put on by Monas finally, you know, just getting through one or two phases. And this will, you know, benefit them in just trying to get closer to that grey line that has been so far for them. They haven't been able to get into that 22. This could be their first opportunity to be able to strike, but they've got to get this line out sorted. It's just been a bit of an Achilles heel for them. So if they can just get that as a start and then work it from there, I'm sure Everson will make some good decisions from there.
Stefan Eis, hooker of Monas, feeding the line out. And tapped back on the side of Monas, but it is Roo Haynes who wins it back for the Cherries. Good work by the scrum half. Jan van der Merwe receives, and just a look at that punt out of his own 22. Absolutely monstrous kick by Jan van der Merwe, and that must make his forwards feel so good.
Yeah, he's happy with that man in the picture right now. What a outstanding kick that was. There's nothing more comforting for forwards to see than a fly off that is able to get you into the right position, and no better position than deep into the opposition's half. That was a wonderful kick.
Lovely winter's day in Bloemfontein, the city of roses. If you're out and about, pop in here at Grey College. The briars are lit. You can smell the societies and the Vos all the way to here. And if you can't get here, don't worry. Live action coming via Super Sport Schools. And this afternoon's main game, the Super Quick Premier Interschools clash between Grey College and Monas, live on Super Sport Variety 4 at 2 o'clock.
Crouch.
Great opportunity here to be able to get another strike play from the back line of the Cherries here.
Solid enough scrum on the side of the Cherries. Van der Merwe, and missed pass to Ulrico Bester. He's done well so far. Roo Haynes once more running onto it at pace. Gerard van der Westhuizen, and he's been having a cracker of a game, the 8th man of the Cherries. Another big carry by tight head Paul Janssen van Rensburg. Blindside rugby. Jan van der Merwe, a little dink through for Goosen to chase. And beautifully picked up by Dylan van der Berg. And unfortunately for him, he kicks it straight into touch. Cherries just playing all the rugby inside the half of Monas and capitalizing on their mistakes.
The benefit of that is that if you're going forward, your 9-10 have got a better, you know, foothold, and they're able to make better decisions because your defense is going backwards. It's a wonderful line-out take there.
Peeling from the ruck is the Grey College pack of forwards. Roo Haynes receives another quality ball. Lock John Fenter with a carry. Now it's Arya Berger on the inside run. A great angle picked by the loose head. And then just a little mistake, just a bit over eager by Roo Haynes. But you could just see that build up. They were going through the phases again, and that ball was going to stretch Monas.
Yeah, Monas is under the cosh here. They did have an opportunity in the Cherries 22, and that came to nothing. But they find themselves deep into their own 22 and having to look to clear, which has been a bit of a challenge for them in terms of just getting a good clearance from their 9-10 combination. And that's why they've opted to try to run it out, but they've found themselves all the way back into the 22.
Very nearly a heel against the head there.
Ball bubbling out there. Yeah, and the referee has always got a bit of a challenge within just trying to stabilize both sides scrums here. Because if he's not on one side, there's a bit of nonsense that goes on the one side, and then when he shifts to that side, they fix themselves up. You know, that's part of the tricks and trades of the front rowers there.
On the far right, we saw Bobby Joubert, the Grey College Director of Rugby. Will be very happy with the start to this day. Everson using the blind side, Vandenberg. And the defense just smothering them, and Goosen.
Yeah, Goosen. And for what a wonderful try that was. Again, they turned defense into attack. And there's no better example. The referee saying he didn't see anything of out, but Goosen not too worried about that. He was then able to get in. Now Mona's here trying to do a little wrap around, and it's not the right place to be able to do that. Everson caught, and Goosen just nudged it forward, and it bounced right into his hands, and that was a spectacular try. Again, turning defense right into attack. Wonderful transition play there.
Yeah, Kennedy, that's what happens when you try to play rugby out of your own half.
Yeah.
And that's what the Cherries has been doing so well thus far in this first half. As Van der Merwe once again nonchalantly adds the extras. Cherries playing all the rugby inside the half of Monash, forcing Monash to try it, playing out of their own 22. And unfortunately for the Kwaggas, they pay the price.
Yeah, the stats are reading. There's 1 point scored per minute right now. And that's not good reading if you're one of the Mona's coaches. The crowd, mainly from Bloemfontein, won't be too worried about that because they love the score that they're seeing right now at 26 points to 0. The Cherries are comfortably in the lead here.
That was well taken in from the kickoff by Andre Truter. And Van der Merwe with another massive punt with that left boot. Keanu Everson stepping off the left, stepping off the right, finding some space, but well watched by Vernon Snyman in defense. Tians de Ploy in the first receiver position. Massive high left-footed kick. And beautifully fielded by Monash. Everson feeds, he's charging forwards. Out to Vandenberg, can they find space to the right? Decent build-up play this is by the Kwaggas. Everson just looking around for his options, then he chooses the blind side. But he was waited for by Arya Berger. Vandenberg, another long ball. They use the long passes quite a lot, does this back line of Monash, not really drawing in the defenders, Kennedy.
Yeah, a lot of scrambling in the defense there by Grey College, doing enough, just to, diffuse the attack from Monash. They just haven't been able to get, the right players into the right positions, because when you're playing such unstructured rugby, you need your key players keeping on their feet and to be able to sort of get some continuity. But Monash is sort of away here with a bit of an attack that they can look to try capitalize here.
Pick and go by the Monash forwards, making good meters, carrying it straight through the middle of the Grey College defense. A jerseyless player just going to ground eventually. Paul Janssen van Rensburg doing good work on defense for the Cherries. Van der Berg once again steps off the right boot. Try to just get a little dink through the defensive line of Grey College. Now he does, but Shimi Mulabeli was wise to it. Big kick by Mulabeli. Very well taken in by Ari van der Walt. And van der Walt down the left-hand touchline. Beautiful running, Ari van der Walt in the left-hand corner. That was a special, Kennedy Timber.
Special indeed. And he's looked a strong runner all day. He's had about a couple of runs here and has broken the tackles, but this was absolutely exceptional. Strong runner and understands how to get space. The kick wasn't cleared here, and finally Monash was able to get the right man and get the ball in his hands, and he was well away, just a swerve, and he understood that he could be able to get into that corner, and that's a wonderful try. Great running there. And much needed try there by Monash. Just gives them a bit of confidence here, as much of the play had been dominated by the Cherries, but them being able to cross over for this 5-pointer was much needed.
Yeah, Kennedy, as you mentioned, it was so important for Monash to get points on the board in this first half. They went in trailing by 26 points to 0. It would have been a really, really big mountain to climb. This will just give them a little bit of hope. Unfortunately, Van der Berg just slips as he kicked a 2-goal there, and misses to the right, with Cherries leading by 26 points to 5. We've got about a minute left in the first half. Deep kick in by Van der Merwe, taken in by Van der Berg. Now it's Tiens de Plooy, the fullback. And a big left boot he also possesses, Tiens de Plooy. And he finds a very good touch on the far side.
Finally, a proper exit from the Monas team. Quite interesting. They've tried to run, balls that they should have been kicking, and then they're trying to kick balls that should be running within that half. But after that try, it sort of seems that sanity has prevailed, and that's a wonderful exit there.
Well taken by Schalk du Plessis. Gets it to Ruhains. Flowing backline movement for Grey College. Shemi Molebeli makes the mistake though. And a turnover. Monas ball. Thomas Sinclair doing good work on the defense for the Cherries. Everson once more. Monas getting slowly but surely back into this. The Kwachas, they were never going to go out with a fight.
Hold on.
Van der Berg gets his little offload away. And a penalty time to Monas. Kennedy, they are building up ahead of steam here as Keanu Everson is stopped in his track by Van Oudtshoorn. But Van Oudtshoorn wasn't back 10. And cynical infringement, says Mr. DJ Yeffer. And perhaps this is the opportunity that the Kwachas was looking for.
Yeah, referee had warned them twice and decided to go to the yellow card, and that will just give a bit of confidence here to the Monas side. And Van der Walt, after scoring a spectacular try, if they're able to add on to that before the halftime, this could stand for good reading for their talk that they will be receiving from their coaches at halftime. Will Monas.
Ace finds his jumper at the line-out time. That was the first and most important aspect of this play. Now it's time for them to get that rolling ball going. Stopped once by the Cherries, says the referee. But another penalty advantage going the way of the Kwachas. Grey College entered that maul from the side. And it was Vernon Snyman, the guilty party.
Yeah, at times I just feel that Everson starts to panic a little bit and perhaps should maybe look to try slow it down. You're that close to the opposition's try line. You don't want to turn over the ball through panic play. Maybe the right idea to push it into the corner there and see what line-out reward they'll be able to get. I mean, the execution on the previous line-out was quite exemplary. Can they follow it up with maybe better execution of just forming up that driving maul?
We're into injury time of this first half, or added time for that matter. Going for the ball at the back and overthrown. Poor option by Monas. And Johan Goosen finding space. Goosen down the middle. Kicks it forward, and now it's a foot race. But it is Tiens de Plooy who wins that race for Monas. And he beats the first defender on the outside, does de Plooy. Everson once more, he's been really influential in everything that Monas has done. Finding good meters through the middle of the Grey College pack of forwards. But penalty goes the way of the Cherries. And Gerard van der Westhuizen looking to play quickly. And if there will be consistency, this will be another yellow card. And good refereeing by DJ Yeffer. He was consistent in both those decisions.
Good decision by the referee, and the players want nothing but consistency, and that's what the referee has given here. Smart option being taken here by the Cherries. This could almost be a 7-point turnaround, and that's a well-executed kick, just putting them almost 6 meters away. But a great 7-point turnaround if they're able to execute and get a try here. Monas was about to score a try. Now they're just having to defend what could be a possible try here.
Schalk du Plessis takes it in the front for the Cherries. Cherries being asked to use it. And use it they do. Ruhains Thomas Sinclair on the crash ball run for the Cherries. And this time the penalty goes the way of Monas, but that tackler never rolled away at right time.
Yeah, Monas saved there by good groundwork there by the loose forward. Yeah, you can hear Everson saying, you know, make sure you kick it out so we can get the line out. It is a penalty, regardless of if it's a half time or not, they still get the opportunity to be able to play the ball. Now the question is, what kind of play are you going to call to be able to get, you know, any scoring chance, you know, working it right from deep in your half? It's a bit of a tough call there.
In picture there, Chart van der Walt is the man running rugby at Monas, wearing the sunglasses. He's been with Monas quite a while, Kennedy, and he's been very successful. Of course, before Chart van der Walt, Hans Coetzee, the legendary Hans Coetzee, was at Monas for quite a long time. These days he finds himself in the Cape. As Everson says, no, I'm going to let sanity prevail, and I'm going to go and have oranges at half-time, regroup, and come back with a massive effort. It is super quick Premier Interschools Rugby in Bloemfontein. The Cherries lead Monas's Quaggas by 26 points to 5.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. An oil city that exploded off the back of those chasing fame and fortune. Now, T-Town welcomes a new generation looking to make the breakthrough of a lifetime.
Biggest moment of a legendary career, pure bedlam. Wow, the new star in the game of golf.
There's a lot of emotion going on out there.
I'm not being emotional here, but
I really can't put it into words.
It's been a life goal, obviously, as a little kid. This is what I've always wanted to do.
It's a Kepka coronation.
I don't even know if I dreamed of this. This is so cool. This is awesome.
Gosh, is it worth it in the end? I'm so appreciative to be holding this Wanamaker trophy.
Who will strike it big this year? The PGA Championship, another incredible major offering, only on DSTV Premium. Brought to you by Santam Insurance, good and proper.
What a hit! De Bruyne, deflection, goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates!
What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa.
This is the championship they were looking for PGA.
And the champions strike first!
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
Sadio Mane! 2-2! A red blur at the start of the second half! What a finish! And it could be the winner! Brilliant! And fully deserved!
We're back in this game. And it's been a real tough outing here for the Monas side as we see the coaches of the Grey College Cherries. You can see Helga Miller there, the legend of Free State Rugby. And it just seems that the coaches aren't sort of letting up. They're making sure they're passing on those messages that as we listen in. Yeah, Helgard Miller there. As we have a look at some of the tries that were scored today. Yeah, just a really outrageous sidestep there by Van der Westhuizen, who's had a stellar of a game so far. He's been involved in a lot, making sure that he's getting his hands on the ball. And that's the best way to start a game, by scoring a try early on. As we work, for the next try that was scored, the front rower said, let's get involved in the party here. And this was a strong play. He stayed afloat, was able to cross for a try there. As Gray started feeling comfortable, knowing that they were able to just step on. And here, Captain Marvelous, of course, into the corner, strong handoff. And here the score started mounting up. Monas the more they try to do, the more tries they gave up. And this was Quirson in for a real good turnover try here.
Here comes the pick of them,
yeah,
Kennedy.
Definitely the pick of them. Yeah, wonderful. Monas was able to get on the outside here, swerving, and he identified that he just had one man to beat, and it was in for the corner. Spectacular try, although it was the only try that they've scored. As we link up back to the live footage here, Van der Merwe about to kick off this game.
It'll be interesting. Greg College's Cherries definitely playing into the wind now in the second half. So perhaps territory won't be so easy for them. And maybe an opportunity for Monas to play most of the rugby inside the half of the Cherries. Premier Interschools Rugby, sponsored by Super Quick, of course, title sponsor of Premier Interschools Rugby. And you can already see the impact of that wind as Tiens de Ploeg takes play inside the half of the Cherries. And this will be the test for the Cherries. How are they going to get into the half? Players in the back line perhaps a little closer to each other into the wind. Passes more out in front and maybe have a real go at the Monas defensive line.
Yeah, you've got to more carry the ball than rather look for those kicking options. But both fly-offs are going to have to just feel out that wind and see what effect it has on their kicking strategies.
Jan van der Merwe's got a cannon of a left boot, so perhaps he will be able to handle kicking into the wind. As it is carried forward by Schalk du Plessis. Well met in defense by the Monas Quaggas. And forward just standing still at this stage on the carries for Grey College. That's better. Who else than Gerard van der Westhuizen to add the impetus, and then unfortunately that a little knock on. And already you can see now the play is inside the half of the Cherries.
Yeah, indicative of the effect that the wind has had. You can see now Monas have got a better opportunity, but this is where Everson is going to be put to the test. How is he going to control and steer? What sort of pattern play is played by Monas here to try get back on that scoreboard? As the Cherries are leading with 26 points to 5 here, Monas needs to hit back, and they need to hit back pretty soon.
Bind.
Referee says we're going to redo that scrum.
Yeah, both sides are going to be looking to try put a bit of assertive pressure here at the set phases of the scrums and the lineouts. As the referee indicates for a substitution. Not even a substitution, it's obviously the yellow card that's coming back. I'm sure the referee would just have a word with them that, we don't want any of that, off the ball play, especially when there's a short arm and the scrum half is trying to take a quick tap, and that's where that yellow card was given.
Bind. Sit.
Everson just waiting for it. Tiens de Ploeg and Vincent Volita, intercept specialist, it looks like, for the second time this game, very nearly intercepting. As we said, he also scored an intercept try against Paul Boys High. And referee DJ Yeffer just laying down the law to the Monas scrum.
Yeah, let's hope the front rowers take it in and are able to adjust. Last thing we need is short arms coming from, just not being able to be accurate in following what the referee says.
Bind. Sit.
Everson deploy now in the first receiver position. Shimi Molebeli awaits. Good take by the fullback and a massive carry by Captain Fantastic. Gets the offload away on the inside. This is enterprising stuff by the Cherries, running it out of the own 22. And another beautiful carry by Gerard van der Westhuizen. He's been all over the park. This is a beautiful flowing rugby, but then a poor pass by Sinclair. And Ari van der Walt picks up the scraps. No stopping him. And as Monash was guilty, playing out of the own half, so was the Cherries. And the lead shrinks. It's going to be 26 points to 12 after a formality of a conversion.
It is a game of two halves. And right now, Van der Walt is just showing that regardless of what happens in the first half, you can always be there or thereabouts. Here, Gray also overplaying their hand. Not necessary to throw a skip pass, but Van der Walt has looked good all day. And this was great transition play. Yeah. Spectacular try there. Much needed and a rather strange kick there, but converted nevertheless. That's extra 2 points. It all counts.
It always surprises me, Kennedy. Why would a kicker take the ball that far back when it's basically right in front of the sticks? Yeah. You could see the Cherries wasn't going to go for the charge down or anything. And pretty deep kick in by Van der Merwe. Van der Berg decides to let it go. And now they're playing rugby inside their own 22. Dangerous from the Monash Quaggas. Everson trying to get calm back to proceedings. Deploy with a long ball. And suicidal rugby on the side of Monash. They're playing with a huge wind. And they try and run it out from 5 meters from their own goal line. Giving a golden opportunity to the Cherries. And Vincent Volita, well watched by Ari van der Walt. Flung back on the inside. Cherries does well to control it on the ground.
Going back to the knock, we steal.
The referee says that the steal was legal, but they're going back, no advantage. And the Kennedy Timber, perhaps you can tell us what goes through a side's mind with the wind at their backs, 5 meters from their own try line to run it.
I suppose it's probably just that confidence that you feel that you've just scored a try, and it's time to loosen up. And it's just about game awareness that a lot of players struggle with, and maybe just, when you're expecting your kicker to clear, and he starts moving the ball, then the rest just think, well, let's all move the ball, and you end up finding yourself 5 meters away from your own try line, defending what has been a potent loose trio and a 9-10 combination that really has sort of unleashed that back line.
Everson and Roo Haynes just having a quiet little chat there. They've been at each other the whole game, and they've both had good games thus far.
Crouch.
Contrasting scrum-offs, where Everson tries to speed it up. Roo Haynes is the guy that makes the technical good decisions. Very nearly a heel against the head, but a foot up, free kick going the way of the Cherries. Roo Haynes takes it quickly. Aya Burger, he's had a massive game. Big carry once more. Tackler needs to get out of there. And DJ Yeffa brings them back. Not 10 meters back was the Monash defenders. Perhaps an opportunity for a scrum once more.
I think the referee wasn't quite convinced that Tackler was able to roll away, because that was almost a clear indication of Tackler not rolling away, slowing the ball down. Berger, I think, could have possibly crossed over the line, but they've still got the advantage of short arm. What decision option are they going to look at? A scrum or a little tap here? Berger's just eyeing out what opportunity is here.
Gives it to Paul Janssen van Rensburg. Does Aya Burger. Janssen van Rensburg inches out. And then loses it forward. And you can just see the exhilaration on the faces of Monash. They feel that they are right in this game.
Berger there. Almost crossed by, but you see the tackler's not really rolling away. That could, you know, rather than opting for a short arm, could have been a full arm penalty. And now with the slight little knock on there, just because of the confusion of, you know, the Cherries forwards, weren't quite sure what to do from that short arm. And that's where you tend to knock on, where there's a little bit of confusion. Maybe if they had opted for a scrum and played maybe a set play from there. As we look at the reserve players from Monas, it's a long distance for them to travel. You know, conditions are sort of prime, good conditions, not too hot. Of course, the wind just cooling some of that that heat off you, but it's good conditions to be able to play rugby.
This is, of course, a new Premier Interschools clash. The one between Grey College of Bloemfontein and Monument from Krugersdorp. 2 o'clock sees the two first sides take on each other. Between that and now will be the under-16As. Grey College under-16As still unbeaten in 2022. Just see Kennedy Timber giving a nod. We did a game against Paul Boys High where they were absolutely on fire.
Yeah, a spectacular team, full of creative play and real confidence. And it's always a team for those who are around Bloemfontein. If you do love your rugby, you need to make a turn here by Grey College and watch some great schoolboy rugby. Always an interesting derby that is, you know, against Monas. You know, a lot of history that comes from Monas, and there's a lot of pride, and you know, from that coaching staff that has been instilled in that Monas, you know, factory. So that pride and you know, culture, you know, is on show here at the field, and you can see that.
Defensive scrum 5 meters out from their own try line. Keanu Everson to feed the scrum for Monas. Good scrum by the men from Krugersdorp. And clearance kick made. Not as much ground gained as they might have liked. Yeah. And you know, Kennedy, being an ex-fly-off yourself, when you're kicking with that wind, you can really pump it up high.
I think that's where you know, a lot of flyers should be vocal. His positioning from the kick there was slightly wrong because he's getting the ball from you know, ruck that's on his right hand side, and he has to try clear to your left hand side. The pressure's coming from there. You're not going to make a great clearance if you can't get it from the right side. So positioning from a fly off is always crucial. But a turnover here as Everson again is put under pressure. Yeah. This could result in possibly a try here. Oh yes, it is.
Jan van der Merwe with good work on the side of the Cherries, just kicking it forward and making sure he gets to it first. And he's had a solid outing, has Jan van der Merwe, and he gets his name on the score sheet with a try as well. He's been kicking beautifully in that first half. Kennedy, just exactly what happened here.
Yeah, Everson again, you know, he didn't make sure that his blockers were in place. And again, you cannot box kick in that fashion. But of course, Van der Merwe was right there to be able to capitalize on just that error. Again, Everson, when you're going to put a box kick, you've got to make sure that you've got enough covers from the forwards, because they're just around the ruck and they can charge it down as they did there.
Van der Merwe's dead-eye dick off the tee once more, and the score now grows to the Cherries 33, Monas Kwagga's 12. And slightly almost against the run of play the last couple of minutes. It did look like Monas was coming back and they were going to play the rugby in the half of the Cherries. But then they committed that cardinal sin of trying to play rugby out of their own 22. Cherries set up camp and scored eventually. You just see the influence of that wind just going over the jumper of Grey College.
No pressure.
And a mistake from the kickoff. That is the coach killer. You've just scored and then you can't receive the kickoff.
Yeah, there's definitely a coach killer. And the players, I think, always find it challenging because you've got a lifting pod that's trying to get that kickoff. But if they don't get that ball, they sort of are in the way of the eye and vision of the player that's behind who's supposed to receive it. And that's why you get sort of a knock on there. But just looking at the two scrum halves, you know, both have you know, had good games. One has been under pressure, has been trying to play too much rugby, which is Everson. But Haynes has just been so controlled and understood what to do and when not to do.
Eighth man Jody Powell with another strong carry. He had a couple of big carries in that first half as well, did Powell. Rue Haynes putting his body on the line, trying to get in over that ball. Keanu Everson looking to feed his big runners. Good defense by Paul Janssen van Rensburg on the side of the Cherries. And blindside rugby being played by Monas. They're asking their forwards to do the hard work. Everson feeds another little pot of forwards. And the Grey College tight forwards getting involved on the defense. Aya Berger ripping that ball out of the grasp of a Monas carrier. He's had a massive afternoon as the loose head prop for the Cherries. Haynes, van der Merwe, he decides to spread it. Shemi Molebeli under severe pressure now is Molebeli. He does well. This time it is van der Merwe who says, let's sanity prevail. And into this breeze, I'll still kick you 35 meters out.
And that's good play there by the Cherries. You know, after turnover, you can hear the call of fire, which I suppose indicates that you've got to, let's look to move the ball out wide. And it wasn't on. And the captain, he did the right thing by just setting it up and giving a target for Van der Merwe to be able to clear his lines here. And that's a smart play. You play both options, and if it doesn't come off, you get sanity. And that's a good play by the Cherries.
Line out lost by Monas. The Cherries take it off them. No advantage, and the scrum will be to the Cherries. Quite deep inside their own half, but into the wind. Might fancy themselves to have a go.
Yeah, this could place a great opportunity to perhaps just let the ball flow and try get, that back three of the Cherries on the go. They haven't had as much ball as they would like to have had, and this will be a great opportunity. Of course, the wind, now starting to shift. Might not be a bad option to also look to drive the kick, as the fullback of Monas has given kicking space for the fly off on both sides here. It's not great defense because the whole back line is up and you've just got one defender at the back. That's it offers kicking space on both sides, and I think Van der Merwe sort of identified that. You can hear him sort of indicating.
Bind.
Gerard van der Wester is in the picture, busy eighth man of the Cherries. He's had a good outing. Initially not cleanly hooked. And Van der Merwe decides, I'll kick this one as it is rolling. And he finds that one defender at the back. And a beautiful kick, putting the Cherries back into their own 22. And that kick was made by Nathan Fenter, one of the replacements. And the Cherries are back defending inside their own 22.
Nathan Fenter there, just making an impact. As an impact player, you come on and you put an excellent kick. If it was senior rugby, that could have been a 50-20. But he really used the great weight and the wind, of course. That's the first time that Monas had really used the wind for their kicking patterns.
Grey College setting up the maul inside their own 22. The Cherries, they walking with this pack of Monas. They had a drive last weekend against Affies of nearly 70 meters out of their own 22. But this time the ball stolen by Monas. Everson, poor pass by the scrum off. And Ulrico Bester doing well on defense to rush up.
Enough wide in the tackle.
But in the tackle, a lost forward by the outside centre of the Cherries, and the scrum belongs to Monas.
I just feel that Everson is overplaying his hand a little bit and maybe just sort of panicking and trying to get the ball out wide. Yes, we understand it is a turnover, but you've got to be accurate, especially when you know that the Grey College defense has really been putting pressure on your back line. So maybe, the safer passes, get it into hand, try retain the ball and go through some phases and see. Usually when they have gone through phases, their forwards have really got some good momentum, have the Monas side, but there are the
that is
supporters.
The famous College Corner, Kennedy Timber. That is where you can buy the lemonades, watching the game and spend quality time with the family. And it'll also be very busy afterwards, the main match.
Yeah. It's just got to that period of the game where there's a lot of bodies sore. Some of the players could have been involved in the third team's games, and that's just part of, you know, a schoolboy. As we look at one of the legends I played against quite a number of times, Brown Fitztottenham, who's director of rugby, of course, at a CUT in the Varsity Cup. I'm sure he's here to eye some talent to try, you know, get them to come across to CUT, as the Monas are trying to get some momentum here in attack.
Yeah, Everson heavily involved once more. Jan van der Merwe just falling off that tackle slightly. Everson using the big heavies, but Paul Janssen van Rensburg and Arya Berger hunting as a pack for the Cherries. Can Monas find space on the outside? Good stepping. Ball lost forward by Monas, and in a certain sense, Kennedy Timber, they've been their own worst enemy in the second half. Lots of territory, but just those silly mistakes costing them dearly.
I think a lot of that, you know, can be put down to the amount of pressure that the Grey College have put on the Monas team through their defense. They are, you know, making sure they're pushing up, they're making sure they're completing their tackles around that ruck, and that forces them to sort of, you know, try and move the ball out wide. That's when you become isolated, and that's when knock-ons and mistakes are forced. And that's why the Cherries are leading 33 points to 12 with 15 minutes underway in the game.
Gerard van der Vesta is picking up a scrappy ball behind that scrum. Turns it into a good ball. Little dab through once more by Rue Haynes. Long pass by Deploy, and the mistake made. That was an absolutely thumping pass though, Kennedy Timber.
And he could have done well to be in the American football as a quarterback, because that was almost a quarterback throw. And the wind sort of veered it left and right. But a great innovation here by just look at that pass. Yeah, that's a long stringer. Quarterback trying to find his wide receiver there in American football. But it didn't quite come off, and that presents the Cherries with another opportunity here to try get that back line moving. They've tried 2 or 3 scrums. It just hasn't been accurate. Can they get it to come off?
Rue Haynes on the blind side. He kicks into one of the Monas players, and it's Keanu Everson. They're not going to be stopping Everson in the corner. A little bit of showboating as well. But Keanu Everson goes over. He's worked hard this game. He's made some mistakes, but he's been part of it all. And that will just breathe new life into this game.
Yeah, indeed. He has been around the ball, and I suppose when you're around the ball as much as he has, you're going to make a couple of mistakes here and there. But for, you know, good play, you always get rewarded by the ball bouncing in your hands, and that's what happened here. Everson was able to just canter into the corner, but again, what an audacious dive a la Bobby Skinstad. That's a wonderful try. I think more a la Enrico January, you know, the dive that he scored for the All Blacks, against the All Blacks, of course, in New Zealand. But Everson has been really busy, and you can see he's one of those nuggety scrummers that likes to try, you know, spark, you know, some play for his team, and you know, they're just being rewarded for his ingenuity and, of course, having a real busy game.
Conversion attempt from wide out. Strike was solid, but it doesn't raise the flags. And that was a really important kick, because the score now stays at 33 points to 17. The lead is 16. That means that Monas will have to score at least 3 tries in 8 minutes if they want to win this game.
Yeah, and he really did pull the kick back, and they've let the ball bounce here. Have Monas and the Cherries are going to look to try capitalize here.
Eric Visser on the field now as well for the Cherries in the scrum half position, wearing the number 21 jersey. Visser caught in possession, but offside is the call by the referee. We also saw the number 17, Lesedi Yafta. And in the 18 jumper for Grey College is Graham Montgomery. And Franco Leroux wearing number 23 also on the field for the Cherries. Great opportunity for the coaches, Yanni Geldenas and Tevis de Bruin, just to give a couple of those third side players a run, see what they have to offer.
So important that you make sure that you get good balance and get, you know, squad rotation and players to play, because that keeps the interest up, and of course the Cherries put pressure onto the first team, and that's sort of just how the school cog works. So, you know, making key replacements, very important.
Scott Duplessis with a good take at the line-out for the Cherries. Can they get this impressive maul going? Good maul defense at this stage by Monas. But the Cherries are inching their way forward. Now they are starting to dominate that maul, and they are over. What does the referee say? Yes, he awards the try. And that was good rugby on the side of the Cherries. Clinical. And once they set that maul, there was only going to be one result. And at College Corner, it is the Grey College supporters that are the happier of the two schools.
Yeah, they definitely are happy. There's no better way for a forward pack to get a driving maul score here. Snyman right at the back, and he was so patient. And the key thing about these types of driving mauls is that the moment you feel a player's not going over, they start detaching, but Snyman wasn't having any of that. He made sure that he stayed patient, and he got rewarded with the extra 5 points here.
Kennedy Tsumba, one has to mention that just how impressive it is week in, week out. Grey College plays the top schools in South Africa, perhaps more so than any other school across the country, and to have a under 14, under 16 A's, and the Cherries still unbeaten at this stage of the season is a no mean feat. What a conversion.
Spectacular. And he continues to impress, does Van der Merwe. So clinical, and just that left-footed boot, such an educated boot, and so accurate. And it doesn't matter where he's kicking from, he's always looking to execute, and that's just a wonderful 7-pointer here as Grey College looks to retain the ball. Are they going to look to try move the ball around a bit with these extra subs that have been made?
It was a very good work done at kick-off time by Andre Tritter. Jurek Visser quickly there, clears it for Van der Merwe. Thomas Sinclair uses his right boot, keeps it low into the wind. A good decision by Sinclair. Now it is Deploy. Is that directly into touch? No. And Ian Van der Merwe with that cannon of a left boot. Uses every inch of his 22. And what a kick that is. He was on the line with his right boot. And Ian Van der Merwe with a kicking masterclass here in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, a masterclass indeed. I mean, that's just a wonderful clearance. You can see some of the younger players, a lot of them just, you know, watching as Van der Merwe is putting on this masterclass of just, you know, territorial kicking, and of course, also kicking off the tee has been exemplary. He's had a super game so far.
Penalty goes the way of the Monas Kwaggas. Player was played in the air. And the referees, of course, asked to be extremely strict on that, and for very good reason.
Yeah, it's important that the referee keeps consistent with his calls. There's a couple of infringements early on in the half, and that's an excellent driving kick right into the 22. This gives the Monas team an opportunity here to try perhaps finish off this game on a high with a well-worked try. The line-out has to work properly first before they can go to those next steps of trying to execute and try getting a well-worked try here.
Beautifully taken at the middle of the line-out, and maul being set up by Monas, advantage belonging to them. Side entry is the call by DJ Yeffa. And Yafta, one of the guilty parties. Opportunity for Monas backline. We haven't really seen the best of them in this game. Beautiful little pick and go. Is he over? Mr. Yeffa says that was some crawling. Taking you back, I had advantage for you.
I felt that he had momentum there, but Everson is going to look to try take it quickly here. They do have momentum. They just need to retain the ball though.
Monas on the attack, 6 meters out of the try line of the Cherries. It is the Kwaggas taking on the Cherries in a super quick Premier Interschools rugby. Monas forwards working really hard. See the subs of Grey Cherries side really trying to make an impact. Seri Yafta lying all over it, but Jaden Powell, the little money ball. And he also deserves a try. He's had a good game, has Jade Powell. And it was Keanu Everson with a money ball.
Yeah, what a beauty of a try. A la George Gregan. And you had to expect it. Everson here already indicated it, but he sold it so well. He went across there, perfection in the pass. And that was a well worked try once again by Monas here. They haven't ever given up. And that's something that you've got to admire, although they've got a lot of cramps. You can see there players trying to stretch as Cherries are kicking off quickly. Well gathered there by Van der Walt.
Yeah, Ari van der Walt, he's had an amazing game and he is still going. Van der Walt, really difficult to bring down. And Monas going off their feet, and the penalty belongs to the Cherries. Kennedy, you spoke about a la George Greg and that little offload. And schools rugby has become so professional. Charles van der Walt would have done his homework as well, because in that main game, Caleb Abrams, that's his signature move.
Yeah.
He takes on the defenders, drags them to the outside, and very often it is John Ray Breitenbach at the start of the season, or Nick Greyling, now the hooker of Grey College, coming back on that inside line.
Yeah, it's always a special move if you can get it right, because those defenders are already trying to push on the outside. There's a lot of impetus on trying to rush up in defense, and you tend to forget around that pillar 10 mark as another accidental offside at the line out here. These lineouts really haven't been accurate. A lot of messy, technical little errors that have been given away by both sides, and that's one of the areas that both coaches will look to work on during the week.
Coach,
the crowd is starting to build up in Bloemfontein. 2 o'clock, we'll have the main attraction. It is the first side of Grey College in Bloemfontein taking on Monument Hoërskool of Krugersdorp, or the Witbulle as their first side is affectionately known as. Monas had a bit of an up and down season in 2022, but they had a massive result against a powerful Garsfontein side a couple of weeks ago, beating them by 43 points to 19.
Crouch.
Grey College had the solitary loss against Paul Jim, but they are also well and truly back on track. Comfortable victories over Paul Boys Eye and Uffies in the last couple of weeks for Grey College. Everson uses the right boot. Little bit of a kick pass, beautifully worked by Keanu Everson. Still it is Monas trying to attack from deep inside their own half. Deploy uses that massive left boot. Is he going to find touch? Unfortunately not. And Vincent Voliter is who can just tidy up. And referee Effa says that is it. In the game of the second sides, it is Grey College's Cherries triumphing over the Monument Quaggas by 40 points to 24. Monument coming back in that second half when they were playing with the wind. That's something the two first sides will also look out for this afternoon. And on behalf of myself, Johan Smith and Kennedy Timber, we'll see you back for the main game at 2 o'clock.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, an oil city that exploded off the back of those chasing fame and fortune. Now, T-Town welcomes a new generation looking to make the breakthrough of a lifetime.
Biggest moment of a legendary career, pure bedlam. Wow, the new star in the game of golf.
There's a lot of emotion going on out there.
I'm not being emotional here, but
it's
I really can't put it into words.
It's been a life goal, obviously, as a little kid. This is what I've always wanted to do.
It's a captain coronation.
I don't even know if I dreamed of this. This is so cool. This is awesome.
Gosh, is it worth it in the end? That I'm so appreciative to be holding this Wanamaker trophy.
Who will strike it big this year? The PGA Championship, another incredible major offering, only on DSTV Premium. Brought to you by Santam Insurance, good and proper. Be moved by the beauty
That is sublime.
of Roland Garros. On the hallowed Parisian clay. Broadcast live on 2 channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
What a hit! De Bruyne, deflection! Goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates!
What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa.
This is the championship they were looking for PGA.
And the champions strike first! Mayhem!
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
2-2! A red blur at the start of the second half! And it could be the winner. Brilliant and fully deserved.
And it's just gone past lunchtime here in the beautiful city of Roses. You are joining us live on the Supersport Schools platform. This time, the under 16A age group and category taking place. It's Grey College, undefeated Grey College side, taking on currently 33rd best under 16A side in the country, Monas, the Travellers from Krugersdorp. My name is Reynard Kuhn, and I'll keep you company throughout this encounter. As I did mention, Grey College, the #1 side in the country, so definitely a hill to climb for this Monas team. A tough task at hand, but a task that they most certainly won't shy away from. As you can just see there in your screen, ladies and gentlemen, no play just yet. We're still waiting for both sets of teams to come on charging onto the field. There's a decent crowd turnout here, and the numbers are only getting more and more as we approach the finale, the main course. The first team battle just taking place after this one, so do stay tuned for that one as we just have a little glance over at the Monas lineup there. Van der Kolf, Van Wijngaard and Mare in the front row, and do keep a close eye out for the center combination of Van Merwe and Esterhuizen. As I mentioned, my name is Reynard Kuhn, and in the commentary booth alongside me, a man no stranger to these surroundings or the rugby pitch itself, Mr. Kennedy Timber.
No, thank you, and it's an honor to be here. This looks to be a great game. Of course, that Grey College side, you know, littered with stars all over, and you know, you can't start any further than that front row. Dumont, Venter and Kruger, they're going to be strong. And of course, Taron and Kutsia, right in the heart of that engine of the scrum, and with Santos as the captain, he leads from the front and always
is exemplary and as a proud leader. But we'll also look at McLean, who was very feisty in their game against Power Boys High, and was instrumental in that victory. But these two sides are going to look to try, just feel each other out in the first couple of minutes. But one thing Monas will have to do is just try control the tempo that Grey College is going to be playing at, because that's always the big challenge. They like to move the ball around, and they've also got excellent kicking strategies. So you've got to be aware and not to over push your defensive system, but also be able to cover some of that kicking threats, because that's what a good side like Grey does. But Monas have also got their strengths. They've got a strong pack of forwards, and that strategy of plays that they always employ of same side playing around, and also just having nines that look to play blind. Here we can see the two captains obviously are trying to use the advantage of what the wind will offer. It's going to be interesting to see what both captains decide. Are they going to use the wind or play against the wind to start off with?
It's definitely a question that a lot of teams have had to ponder throughout the day. As we can see now, the Monas team, hands on hearts, making their way onto the field, and Grey College expected to join them shortly. As you mentioned, Kennedy, that the Grey College DNA is one that suggests that you should start the game as lively as you can, get your hands on the ball as soon as possible, and leave your mark on your first tackler. That first contact, that first pass needs to be on point, and basically just sets the standard for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they're all about that. It's just making a statement early on. And that's what most of the sides have done today. It's been a tough outing for the Monas side so far. But, this, again, you take your challenges and understand what your opponents can offer, and you make adjustments. And that's what the coaches of Monas will be trying to advise their players on, the key areas that they need to focus on. I think the key ones would be, of course, your set phases, because that's where Grey starts to try put their statement across, and also just get that power play going. So it's important that Monas focuses on those set phases.
And the referee has given his go-ahead. Monas get us underway, kicking off left to right in the white and black, the famous white and black strip, playing against Grey College here from right to left in that navy and orange strip as they distribute it out wide. Now lovely passes going to hand, so effortless thus far from Grey College, staying in field despite that rather physical and nasty encounter there on the touchline. But Grey College doing exceptionally well to spread it from one side of the field to the other rather quickly, and the spaces are starting to open up there, especially for the winger Pretorius Ekeje to exploit. And as we suggested, Kennedy, a real lively start to the game, and Monas coming away with a penalty there.
Good option here for Monas, and a great start. You've got to put pressure and make sure you complete your tackles, and that's something that they did, and that has sort of rewarded them with a penalty here that's almost 10 meters away from the try line. That's going to give them their first opportunity to go through a line out. Now, again, we've spoken about these set phases. They're going to be crucial that they're able to execute, and whatever decisions they make, are they going to play the ball off the top or look to drive it here? I can see they've set up a 5+1 option line out. Are they going to drive this more?
And Monas with another their first successful line out of this game. Really nice running ball for their backs to run onto, and they recycle it very well. But it's Grey College ball once again. I did mention that they are first and unbeaten this season, so the hunters have become the hunted. And how much of a change in mindset is that, Kennedy? You start off and you start the season off with no wins, no losses, and you've accumulated so many wins. You've been so dominant throughout the season, but that winning record can disappear just like this.
Yeah, that it can do, and it doesn't require any special plays or conditions. It can just happen that you have an off day, but the problem is that a team like Monas has to be able to capitalize, and they've had two opportunities. They need to make sure they execute if given the chances, because this Grey side will strike if given one opportunity.
Grey College line out, the first line out of the game for Grey, and it's gone up and taken down very nicely. The referee is indicating a skew line out there, so it wasn't as successful as initially thought, and it's scrum time, the first scrum of the game. Kennedy, how important is it for a team like Monash to face up and be brave in the face of a Grey College scrum and potentially cause an upset at scrum time and not allow them as the home side to dominate you at set pieces?
Important is to just make sure you listen to what the referee is looking for as part of that engagement. You can see here on the far side already, you know, the loose head of Grey College is sort of, you know, almost, you know, branching down because he's facing a larger man opposite him. So the referee is going to be key here in just getting stability, and it's important that Monash sort of, you know, works with your referee, because that's where the penalties and the turnovers are going to result.
Monash, a team and a school who just last year celebrated their 100th year of existence. So one milestone that the school has definitely passed, and it's been upwards and onwards from the team and school from Krugersdorp, as we can just see there, knock on from the visiting team, granting Grey College an opportunity to maybe find themselves a little bit. Kennedy, they haven't started off this game as what they would have planned, most probably.
Yeah, but a good little attack play there by Monash, just panicking a little bit, you know, the center with the ball, you know, trying to, you know, force the offload, and that's where the little knock on. And those little errors are the ones that are, you know, they start to mount up, and when you start getting behind on the scoreboard, you start, you're ruining those misses. And that's something that Monash will have to just focus on.
And it's Grey College who come away with a little grubber kick put through there. And it's Monash who recover it. And it's a bit of a frantic start from both teams, still exchanging some jabs, and the referee does call them back for previous infringement there.
Yeah, we spoke just now about the knock-ons. Another one again by Monash. They've you know, 2 or 3 knock-ons now, and they find themselves in their own half just through the errors. Yes. And that's something that you know, as a coach, you know, you've got to try just get your players to focus and say, you know, if you do take the ball, and make sure you bring it back, and that's something that's quite crucial.
Grey College now with their second scrum of the game, just short of that halfway line. And the hand goes up, the penalty goes in favor of the visiting team. Both teams granting each other penalties, and it's, as I mentioned, it might be mistake ridden thus far, but it's still interesting nonetheless. And Monash, although Grey College are first in the country and unbeaten in the country, it hasn't seemed like that just yet, but they do need to make it count. If there's any time to score a try, it is now, while this Grey College side is still feeling out the encounter.
You're so right, and at some stage that you know, the Blue Navy machine is going to start rolling, and you want to be in that advantage spot with some points on the board when that happens, and these are the chances that you need to capitalize on.
Monash now with the line out that needs to work out well for them, and it's done exactly that. The tank-like maul pushes forwards, and some action there off the ball, but play does continue for Hoërskool Monument. Very close to that left-hand touchline now, but it looks like it's stolen legally from Grey College. They now have a chance to build once again from their own half. Securing it nicely there for the scrum off. Not quite, then it's picked up from Monash, but he's driven backwards. Monash with a real opportunity here to make their territory count, but they don't. And it's Grey College ball yet again.
Yeah, good defense there by the Grey College side. You know, just a small little chance of an opportunity there that Monash could have taken, just couldn't get it right. And you know, the Grey College side just hasn't settled yet, and they're still just trying to find their bearings, and that tends to happen. You know, with only 6 minutes underway in the half, the score is still 0-0. You know, it's natural that both sides find their feet, and you know, good sides tend to take their time, and when they do, you've got to sort of look out.
Grey College line out. Skew once again, not for the first time, but the second. And Monash yet again granted a scrumming opportunity in the midfield. We haven't really seen the Monash backline in full effect just yet. They've been slightly anonymous, but one can say that for both set of backlines on either on either side. And Kennedy, you as a former backline player, you must feel quite frustrated. You want to get your hands on the ball as quickly, as soon as possible, and it hasn't quite worked that way just yet in this match.
Yeah, and patience is so important. You hit the nail on the head right there in terms of just, you know, having a patience so that when you do get the ball, you're in the right mindset of what to do with it. And that's maybe where the downfall here, that Mona's, when the backline does get the ball, they're sort of panicking and trying to force things because they just feel that Grey College are putting pressure, and that shouldn't be the case. You need to just sort of slow it down and be careful with the ball.
And it's picked up from that Mona's 8th man. Barent shrugs off one defender. And a tackle there from behind his back, and it's all over the show from Mona's. As soon as they've been granted possession, they give it right back to the home side, and a little box kick there, cross-field kick, does find touch, and Grey College push forwards, maybe for the first time in this match that they've entered that Hoërskool Monument half, Kennedy.
And they needed that. You know, McLaren, very potent scrum half, you know, very comfortable behind that pack, and that was a clever little kick just to get them in the right areas, and now they're able to put pressure, and that's why with the line out one now, Grey College can look to be underway.
Scrumov not given a lot of time there to distribute the ball out wide, but it's Grey College once more. They are warming up. As my co-commentator did say, they are an instrument that needs fine-tuning, but boy oh boy, when they're in full flow, do they put on a show. And it's Grey College tries to flick the ball back into play. And for the first time in this match, Kennedy, we've seen that Grey College have really benefited off some possession and some nice running ball.
A positive play there by the Grey College outfit, just getting it wide. And that's always easier said than done, and good sides are able to do it, and this is what they're showing. Even if he does get it taken into touch, they're still in the right area and can put pressure here on the line out. As we say that, there goes the skew line out, and this is almost prime positioning here for Grey College. They can launch off this platform with a great back line. They've got some outstanding wingers, and those wingers, if you give them half an inch, they will score a try, and that's what Grey College is going to look to execute here.
The previous games on this field did include the under 14As, 15As, as well as the second side, and all going in favor of the home team, Grey College. The question is, can they carry on their fine form throughout the age groups? But one does expect them to do so with the under 16 side. And as soon as I say that, a knock-on error from Grey College, another costly error aside. Maybe Kennedy not playing to their full capabilities just yet and causing some frustration on that bench.
Yeah, and we've got to have it in the back of our minds that they are still scholars, and sometimes things just don't go your way. That's part of the game, and I think with that being said, Monas have to look to try capitalize while the situation is in that zone. Get out of your 22 and keep on exerting pressure far from your own try line.
And Monas finds a boot of the fly half, kicks it upfield. Grey College with a lovely attack, counter-attacking opportunity, and they come once more. Little dummy there, flick back on the inside. Grey College once again granting Monas the opportunity, the victims of the knock-on. It's been a game riddled with errors, but Grey College still nonetheless push forwards. Step on the inside once again. Decided to go on his own and explore on his own, and the referee eventually intervenes, and it's Grey College ball.
Yeah, it's good amount of pressure here being put on by the Grey College side. They know they haven't had a great start, but they've opted to maybe push the ball into the corner, and if they can be accurate with their line out here, there could be a reward coming up pretty soon, because that's a great kick. As I say that, he just falls short, But of course, they still get the line out in the 22 here. Yeah, both sides, you know, just struggling to find their feet here and get this game moving. It's almost like it's stuck in neutral. Just waiting for one of the sides to explode here.
But from the perspective of Hoërskool Monument, they do need to hold firm here and keep that scoreline scoreless and not allow for, some would say, a weakened under 16A side in terms of the form that they are currently showing to score, because they will eventually warm up as play does progress. But the referee calls them back yet again. Monas with another error, and Grey College starting to get a feel of that ball a little bit more, Kennedy. They're establishing themselves a little bit more in this encounter, and some would say it's only a matter of time before they finally find their feet and find their opening try.
And with these driving mauls, those are going to put more pressure on Monas. They've just sacked, and that's what the penalty was for. So they'll be rather careful here at Monas to not sack again, and that will be beneficial for Grey College as they're starting to roll. And another sack, and they may have crossed here the try line, and that's a wonderful try there. Great pressure by Grey College here.
Kennedy, it was only a matter of time, and finally from the line out, as you mentioned, from the maul, powering over. Almost effortless as we just look back on the highlights of their opening try.
Yeah, the referee had already signaled that there's advantage, but the ball seemed to bubble up. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but you know, he crossed over, and I'm sure the Grey players are saying, we don't really worry about what went wrong. It's been a messy start. We just needed to cross over the try line, and I'm sure that will give them a bit of confidence here. But you know, these added 2 points, if they can be kicked over, that will give them even more confidence, and that will help unleash them a bit further.
As we see Heinz Stockenstrom, the left-footed fly half for Grey College, somewhat of an angle to overcome. Strike is clean, but the flags don't go up, just missing his target. And Grey College coming away with a 5-point lead there. Kennedy, well-deserved lead, and potentially something that'll just spur them on to eventually find that Grey College rhythm.
Yeah, and that will give them enough impetus to be able to, you know, execute some of their plays. But I'm sure Monas will try exert a little bit more pressure, as they've done here at the kickoff. It bubbled off, of course, a knock on, and they've been able to recover the ball here. Have Monas. Oh, that's almost man and ball, and he got crunched in the tackle there. Good momentum here by Monas, and that's resulted in a penalty, and that's sort of what they needed to do, and that's a good comeback here, and a great option to opt for kicking for poles. That will you know, bring a little bit of a smile here to the Monas coaches, because with 16 minutes underway, to be able to get a shot at goal here, and if you execute it, you'll only be 2 points behind. That's not a bad result.
Stinging and crunching tackle there from the inside centre from Grey College, Pieter van der Merwe, but nonetheless, Monas with an ideal opportunity here to add those 3 extra points and only be 2 points behind this Grey College team. And from the kickoff, they can put Grey College back onto the back foot. So it's paramount that this kick does go over for Monas. And it's Dutoy, the man who just misses his target yet again. Both sets of fly halves missing the conversions, Kennedy, but it's really been tight, as the scoreline suggests. It's been a game of a lot of errors, and as soon as these teams can iron out those errors, we expect definitely a different encounter.
Yeah, missed opportunity there by the Monas kicker, who had to sort of try add those points, because points are ready to get. You know, of course, here the high ball have been really menacing for both sides. Every time a ball has gone in the air, there hasn't been real conviction by any of the sides
to sort of, you know, take that assertiveness to be able to collect the ball and nominate it. You know, you hear the coaches always asking the players to nominate, because that is a clear indication that you're taking the ball, and it's always a confusion between one or two players. That's why the ball finds the ground. But here's an opportunity for McLaren to put it in here for Grey College. Stockenstrom looks to try direct and try bring in some of that back line, as they've got an interesting stack up with the two centers hinged together, and the blindside winger is about to launch. He's such a strong runner. Is a Pretorius Ajiri. He's going to look to try get his hands on the ball here. And he's such a threatening runner. Has had a wonderful season so far.
For McLaren, slots in for Grey College, collects it once again, goes to his fly half. Stockenstrom back to the inside center. Ruben Salir, a powerful run in the midfield. He makes it work, does Philip McLaren. And it's Monas who regather the ball and have a penalty advantage. Just shy of that 22-meter line. Little box kick in behind. The chase is on for Monas. They just need a favorable bounce. And Grey College have done exceptionally well to come away with the ball there. Stays on his feet, stays in field, still going. It's that man, Jean Rousseau, who gives it back to the scrum off. McLaren, who puts on the wheels. And it's try time for Grey College for the second time. Takes the score to 10-0.
Wowee. Ham diddly dee. What a try. Right from the edge of the earth, they call it. I mean, the Monas was about to score a clever little kick here. The bounce, you know, almost favored Monas, but it ended up favoring Grey College. But here, this little magic pass by the Earl Rose, like fullback, what a gem of a pass, and that sent them underway. Yeah, he was able to just get around his man, almost into touch, but his foot, great call there by the AR. And here, that was a key pass. And he had it all to do, but he knew that no one was going to get between him and that try line. And that is a wonderful try. Edge to edge stuff. Well done, Grey College. A spectacular try.
Now granting the fullback Heinz Stockenstrom a chance to convert and add those two extra ones and rectify his earlier miss. Maybe an angle that suits that left footer just a little bit more as he looks to bend it inside. Just missing the target there. A bunch of moans and groans in the crowd. But it's Grey College who nonetheless establish a 10-point lead, a well-deserved 10-point lead. Monas, who started this game off very well, Kennedy, they dominated possession and territory, but they just didn't kill that wounded Grey College animal when it was there for the taking.
The turnaround has been quite significant, and again, it's just little errors in the Monas game that has sort of given Grey College an impetus, and this is now them with full confidence and underway as McLaren looks to, you know, punch that box kick, which is a common theme with all the number 9s throughout the Grey College sides. And now Monas are starting to play rugby in their own half, even in their own 22, and which has become so risky that a penalty can occur. But they're going to look to try clear here, and that's a great torpedo kick.
And it's that man, KJ, who goes a bit on a run, flicks it back in field, and it wants an opportunity for Monas this time, but he's taken out by the two Grey College players there. Snuffed out just like that. The referee does call a high tackle, and it's still Monas' ball. And just like that, all of a sudden, Kennedy, they've almost been taken aback by this Grey College team who seems to have come alive in the last 10 minutes or so.
They have definitely come alive, and you know, the crowd has also lifted and started, you know, supporting them. Right behind their team here are the supporters of Grey College. They fly off, just testing the wind to see if it has an effect. And it's a really confusing wind right now because it's sort of circling. You're not quite sure if it's going right to left. And we can see here by the AR's flagpole, it's sort of going up and down, and you're not quite sure what it's doing. And that's been really challenging for the hooker throwers and also the kickers.
as that Monash line-out gets stolen, and it's Grey College ball once more. And it's a team that secured that ball so well. Another kick attempt there, kicking into space. Not aimless kicks, there's kicks with purpose, Kennedy, and it's executed to perfection.
Yeah, the fly-off is really just taking control of the game now. You know, you can see there the college corner. Yeah, it is pumping out there. The fellas are having a good time and just, you know, watching some good rugby. And there's no better side to watch right now than this under-16 Grey College team. And are just putting it together, and of course Monash is giving it right back to them.
And it went all the way to the tail of that Monash line out. Fighting now with their backs against the ropes, but they come away with it now. And it's Grey College so impressive on the recovery. Forcing Monash to work for every meter they gain forward as they come once more with a nice flat pass in the midfield. And Monash get over very well and secure it for the men for Krugersdorp, but the referee intervenes once again. Kennedy, we've seen the line-out not quite going to plan for Monash just yet, and they've missed their first attempt at the penalty. So is it exactly wise to go for that line?
And that's a good point you make. But of course now, you know, with a kick like that, they're probably saying, well, you know, let's give ourselves half a chance. But that line-out has been so shaky. The last one was completely wrong. They're throwing at a jumper that's already got a marker next to him. But, you know, they just need to be accurate. Maybe look for that front ball as a good option, and that's the option that they take. But it's still a little bit scrappy. And Grey College have sort of hacked the ball on here, and the pressure just mounts back, but the referee called it back for a slight knock-on there as they competed in that front jumper. You can see there the coaches of Monash, you know, he was probably screaming that there was a little knock-on there, and the referee didn't miss it. Not to worry, coach. The referee has got your back. A little knock-on there.
But there is a scrum now on that 5-meter line. And Monash have it all to do now with that 10-point deficit. And there's no better time to strike in the ideal attacking position. As I mentioned, their back line has been anonymous throughout. And they haven't strung together enough passes. But the wriggle room isn't quite there for the back line. They can burst through though. On that 5-meter line is Hoërskool Monument. Referee bringing them back once again. Penalty after penalty now.
It would be a smart decision to maybe look at doing a scrum option. The lineout's been you know, a little bit tricky, but it seems to be that they are opting for maybe a tap and a set-up play move. That's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Quickly taken from Hoërskool Monument. Itches from that try line, goes out wide, little handoff there, reaches for the line. Is he over? You bet he is. And Monash straight back into it, cutting that deficit in half, and you can see what it means to them. Kennedy, the Grey College side really struggled to find their momentum, and they did eventually did do that exactly, but the Hoërskool Monument side also making a lot of errors, but despite that, finding the character deep within themselves to get onto that score sheet, because they realize the importance of not allowing Grey College to gather up so many tries that they're unreachable.
Yep, they're going here, a tap, well-worked play. They went blind, and here he was able to just wriggle out of the tackles, and just some leg power was able to just push him over, and that's a wonderful try there. Yeah, he really used all the power he had, and such an important try scored there. And a really challenging kick, but he's got the wind sort of behind him, and if he can just strike it in the right place and get his trajectory right, there could be extra 2 points here. Not quite able to add that on, but you know, it's a good try. Nevertheless, important that they had to get on the scoreboard, because they sort of had their chances. Of course, we know in the second half, Grey College is going to have a slight wind behind their back, and with a great kicking 9-10 combination, they will put you to the sword.
The 2 missed attempts at goal does mean that Hoërskool Monument are 5 points behind the home side, the unbeaten side. And they recover and secure the ball very well from kickoff. A try can change the mood in so many different ways, and we'll just have to wait and see if Hoërskool Monument is a testament to that. As Grey College come once more with a kick. And it successful enough, another successful kick for Grey College.
Great tactical kick there by Felix. He's wonderful, gifted rugby player. He's got so much skill, and he activates a lot of their attack there from the back, and that's just a well-measured kick. He understood that we just need to play in the right areas, and we can put pressure on that line out. It's been dodgy, and let's see if we can get some results, but this was well-executed line out there by Monas as they put the little chip, and there's good space there. Oh, just a slight knock on. Will Gray here. Akechi's got the ball, a dangerous runner.
A dangerous and powerful runner who takes difficult to stop, but it's a knock on. Akechi, the man that's questioning whether him and the ref are in the same game, but nonetheless the referee decision stands, and it's a knock on. But just like that, Kennedy, it shows how dangerous this Grey College side is. If you make a mistake and they pick the ball up, they can put you to the sword in a matter of a couple of seconds.
They play well off turnover ball, and that's why you've got to be careful that you've got to maintain your ball pretty well. A sizable crowd that has started to gather up here, you know, sitting in the beautiful sunny weather here in Bloemfontein. Of course, the super quick Premier Interschools Rugby here entertaining the folk here in Bloemfontein.
Cross kick there from Monas, finding touch on that halfway line, and Grey College decide to take it quickly. Probably the wise decision to catch that Monas defense off guard. Grey College, they're just running out of a bit of room there, Kennedy.
Yeah, Pretorius Akeji just running into touch, and that's sort of an error that is uncalled for, although it seems the referee has given a penalty, maybe for a high tackle. And you know, a player of his stature, it's always difficult to, you're not quite sure whether, you know, to go, you know, high or low. You can see they're well built, but you know, the referee just calling a penalty, and that's given the Grey College an opportunity here to be able to strike from a line out.
Grey College with yet again another successful line out, and they form that maul. We saw how impressive and how telling that maul was when they scored that first try, and they go once more. It's eventually brought down, and he goes by himself, does Julian Cosmo. And it's laid off very well there. Willing runners for Grey College. McLaren gives it out wide. Little hop back inside. Hop back into the traffic, and Monas well aware and ready for him. And they do need to hold firm here. Only 5 points behind the first ranked side in the country. And it's Monas' ball. The steal is good. Referee says play on. The Travellers are doing very well there. And a bunch of Grey College bodies piling into the breakdown area, and it's a penalty for Monas, and it's a quick tap and go. Gets ahead of one, and eventually taken out on that super quick print there on the field. And the referee pushes that Grey College team backwards. Monas, Kennedy, are really starting to find themselves and starting to raise their level as they need to do against the Grey College side such as this.
This is great play there by Monas, being able to absorb and even get a turnover within that play that Grey College was putting. And now they've given themselves a chance here, close to the second half, almost close to the half-time marker, and to be able to get a line out here. They're calling a 5+1 option. Just a little confusion, not quite sure, but they're going for that back ball. Excellent throw, and this looks like they're going to get great momentum here.
Another successful line out from Van Weijgaard. Monas. No, and he's done very well there too. Knock it backwards, but nonetheless it's Grey College ball, and it's Monas. As soon as they get closer and closer towards the opposition territory. They just grant the ball away to the home team, and they'll be definitely kicking themselves during that first half interval, because they know they could have easily leveled matters and been in the lead. But that is that, ladies and gentlemen. That is the first half's action. Grey College taking it out 10 points to 5. Still a lot to play for, and still some slender margins to overcome. Do stay tuned for that second half.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain, what is he going to do?
Are you ready to go?
Oh, what a night! Wonderful test match cricket.
Ready to stand before all that you do. Are you ready to fight?
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match.
Keep you from your dreams.
Perfect.
Got the heart of a hero.
Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Be moved by the beauty
That is sublime.
of Roland Garros. Who will leave their imprint on the hallowed Parisian clay? Broadcast live on 2 channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
What a hit!
De Bruyne, deflection, goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates!
What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa.
This is the championship they were looking for, PGA. And the champions strike first! Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
2-2, a red blur at the start of the second half.
What a finish! And it could be the winner! That's brilliant! And fully deserved!
And the heartiest of welcome backs, ladies and gentlemen, to the Heart in Bloemfontein, Grey College, the under-16 A side, the home team looking to preserve their unbeaten streak this season, coming up against a brave travelling side from Krugersdorp in the form of Monas. Both teams have made the errors during this encounter and most certainly won't be entirely happy with their performance, but still a lot to play for. All the guts and all the glory on show for you here this afternoon. We do expect quite an entertaining second half's action here just before the first team kickoff. The Monas side and the Grey College side still busy with their halftime team talks. Maybe they realize the importance of that team talk, as it can either mean the slaying of giants or the Giants preserving their dominance at the top of the standings of South African schoolboy rugby. And the referee now eventually calls for both teams to sum it up and get back, right back into the thick of things as Grey College now move from right to left. And Monas will be kicking us off from right to left in that famous white and black strip. Grey College there, the young man. Felix just waiting for the referee to do his final counts, final checks. Just making sure he is in fact happy. Second half expected shortly. Do strap yourselves in for one entertaining half of schoolboy rugby. A classic, a typical clash here, live from Bloemfontein, and it's a lovely kickoff from Grey College, going deep from the get-go, and it's gathered well from Monas, but Grey College looking to strip and steal it away. But it's the Travellers who have come away with it and now looking for an exit strategy. And it's bobbled out towards that halfway line, and it's very good work from the Monas team to gain some valuable yards forwards. They've been on the back foot maybe throughout this encounter, but have held firm in defense and could have easily converted their 2 kicks and drawn matters level, but instead they do have a 5-point deficit to battle. And a pass there goes for Grey College, and it's the man Pieter van der Merwe who decides to have a kick there on the far side of the field, and the ball bobbles out once more. The line out on either side of the field now. This time Monas with an opportunity to maybe rectify some of the mistakes that started to creep in to their line out game during that first half. As we can see, lovely crowd in attendance. It's always like that here in Bloemfontein at Grey College. And it's been skew line out after skew line out here on the main field. And it's Monas who are making the errors. And is that the hooker van Wijngaard, the man in the orange scrum cap, who hasn't quite been as accurate as he would like. But nonetheless, it's a scrum in the midfield. And Grey College really sent an opportunity here to finally put this Monas fight to bed. Playing in front of their home fans, in front of that home stand there. And it looks like the referee is finally happy with the set. And Grey College, in the form of McLaren, gets us underway once more. Pieter van der Merwe looks to burst through. KJ tries to get his fingertips on it. And just like that, Grey College attacking with so much pace. Just not quite executing the plans there. I am, however, joined here in the commentary booth by someone no stranger to these surroundings, Mr. Kennedy Timber.
Yeah, that's a wonderful touch finder that Grey College have been able to get some momentum here, and they're really driving up, and wonderful phase play here.
McLaren gets it out once more, and the inside centre bursts through. Grey College are in here. Determined and forceful in their approach to add to their lead and put on that third try. The crowd waiting, and it's McLaren who makes a dot and dots down for Grey College. And it rings around the applause throughout the main field here. Well deserved from Grey College. Second half started off in the fashion that they would have liked the first half to start off with, but nonetheless typical Grey College, Kennedy.
Good teams always rise up when needed be, and that's exactly what the Grey College side have done here. You know, just good concerted amount of pressure and cleaning at the ruck and making sure that they're not knocking on, and that's what maybe their opponents have done. But here McLaren being able to identify the space just outside that ruck. The defenders weren't standing up as the extra 2 are added here. And this has been a great start into the second half, and the coaches would be pleased here of Grey College that their messages are coming across, and that's just been shown through the play. Of course, as McLaren went over for that try, I think he just sort of bruised his shoulders, just getting a little bit of treatment as the 2 points were added there by the Grey College fly half. They're starting to get real momentum here, and you know, the signs are showing.
Monash gets us underway. A couple of their chasers were in front of the ball, in fact, but it does go out directly from kickoff, so we make our way back to that halfway line. And it seems as if whenever Grey College start to really put on that accelerator and really accelerate that momentum, it's the opposition who starts to make more and more errors. So in actual fact, Grey College have Monash exactly where they want them, Kennedy.
Yeah, the supporters there are also right where they want to be. You know, some good schoolboy rugby here at the super quick Premier Interschools rugby match. Monash versus Grey College, and the stars are aligning here as the players are starting to play some really good rugby. Felix switches the pass across, and there Stockholmstrom with another probing kick that's been well received by the Monash cover defense, and Felix is at it again. Is he going to switch on his magic? There's a real exciting pass, and there's wonderful running through the middle. Is he going to get there? Some cover tackle has covered him here by Monash. Yeah, this is wonderful play here by Monash. Just as we said that, referee gives a penalty for not rolling away.
Grey College now taking it out wide. Lovely flat pass out wide. Hops back in field and scores. What a lovely try that is from the winger Ruben Salij. Wonderful, wonderful try there, Kennedy.
Good build-up, and they're starting to find their straps right away early into the second half. They're starting to move and find the spaces around the field. As their supporters are enjoying the rugby that they're seeing. He just straightened out, and the defenders were so short. And we spoke about it early in the second half, in the first half, that Monash are going to have to front up defensively, and it's starting to show that the cracks are just starting to, you know, creak a little bit, and you know, this confident side is starting to show its true potential.
Another kick attempt at goal for Heinz Stockholmstrom. The left-footed young man has been finding it difficult from the kicking tee throughout the game, but to be fair to me, has had difficult kicks to negotiate, but this time he's successful, and it's a lovely kick from the young man, and you can see what it means to the coaching staff there, really asking him where this left boot was in the first half.
Yeah, you've got a feel for him. The weather has played its factor in the kicking section, both for kickers and also the hooker throwers. There's a good crowd is gathering up here. Students sitting in the sun enjoying some wonderful rugby.
Monash get us restarted once more, EKG. Pretorius EKG, star man, star boy in this Grey College lineup now. The passes are going to hand, the passes are free flowing, but it's forward there. The referee just holds some excitement here in the commentary booth.
I tell you what, some of that passing skills are really starting to shine here, and we know that they've had it in them. It just wasn't clicking in the first half, but once it does start clicking, boy oh boy, is it so impressive. Just look at this, the passes are right in front. Oh, there's no way that was forward, and Felix was already starting to calculate what magic he was going to concoct up. I think he needs to work at Hogwarts. He's full of magic tricks, isn't he?
Waving that magic wand of his as Monash now struggle to establish some and find some magic of their own, and Grey College broke for Grey College there ever so briefly.
Yeah, it's just indicative of the two sides. The back lines, you can see whenever Monash does get the ball, there's almost just rushing within the passes. They don't have a really, constructed play that they're going to maybe look to set up and just retain the ball and just get some continuity. But it looks so unstructured that when you do that, you start forcing some unforced knock-ons, and that's what has sort of benefited the Grey College side here. Referee not quite satisfied with the steadiness of the scrum. And both sides really haven't had a lot of, scrum time where they've been able to put pressure on each other. So it's sort of nullified each other. And it's been an area where neither side has really got dominance. And I think that's why the Grey College has been able to set up a platform to attack.
And thus far, Grey College making their home advantage count. And it's a ball to Ikeji, who's through here, looks for Felix, finds him, who throws it back in field. Flare upon flare upon flare for a Grey College, not shy of putting on a show here. Monas slightly frustrated, and it's Grey College who look to add to their lead in rather flamboyant fashion here, Kennedy.
Yeah, strong tackle there by Monas. Of course, just not being able to roll away, and that's what the referee gave the penalty away for, as Felix is going to try drive his team further into that 22, and that's a great kick. It's almost taking every little centimeter that he was able to get, and he took it, and he's just a spectacular type player. He is always in the midst of the game, and he's got great potential.
Not only is he very good individually, Kennedy, he also centers an opportunity for his teammates as well. And just as we can see now on your screen, granting an opportunity for Grey College to form a maul and potentially add to that try-scoring list. Looks like he's over, just slightly held up from Monas, but he signals now. And I think it's that man again. I think it's the scrum of Philip McLaren, the man who has his brace, Kennedy. It's really impressive stuff here from the young man, and you can see all of the Grey College players running back to their spot, eager to get going again from kickoff, so hungry for a try of their own.
Yeah, we knew that McLaren was going to be a threat in the second half, as all good scrum halves do in the second half. That's when the gaps around those fringes start opening up, and just a pick and goes. We're coming pretty short, but McLaren was able to just, get that little space and just be able to cross it over the line. That's a very smart try by a scrum half who's in good form right now.
Almost an identical kick for Heinz Stockenstrom to overcome here, which will take the score to 31 points to 5. An unassailable lead, a well-deserved lead. We'll just have to wait and see if Stockenstrom can add the extra ones, but he just pulls it.
Oh, that's a great kick. It just steered into that right-hand corner in the final width just before it crossed over the bar. That's a really good kick. And he's really found his directions within the kicking off the tee here. Stockenstrom so instrumental to the heartbeat of this under-16 Grey College team.
Monas with a contestable kick from kickoff, but it's well done. And it's Van Weinberg, the man in the orange scrum cap, the hooker, who finally gets a taste of that ball in the second half. And it's a lovely flat pass for Monas to run onto there. Little box kick, saw some space in behind that Grey College defense, and some scrambling taking place there. Advantage called for Monas. Ikeji holding on to his prey.
Referee identified a knock-on, but quite interesting that Monas did get a bit of ball within the Grey College half, and they continue to look for the little kick option, and that's sort of giving ball away. You'd like to rather see them keeping the ball in hand. This crowd that has turned out would like to see a bit of running rugby, and I'm sure that Mona's backline has got it within them, but they just haven't had enough ball and in the right areas.
And it's the scrum that concaved inwards there. Grey College really giving that front line of Monash a difficult time. But it's something that they did expect coming into this encounter. Kennedy, we spoke about how Grey College play a similar style of rugby to that of the Vodacom Bulls. Very physical, very, I wouldn't say one-dimensional, but using their physical prowess to good effect.
Yeah, I hope you mean the current Bulls team, not
Yes.
the 2000 to 2010 legendary team. They played with nothing but up front finesse. But you're quite right. The current Bulls team have got that great balance of forwards and backs, and it's what you call 15-man type rugby, where you've got those fleet-footed sevens players at the back and a strong abrasive forward pack in front.
Monash now with Van Veenberg once again. This time they do, however, need to make it count. Some dancing around there in the line-out time, but it does go to hand. But once again, skew Van Veenberg.
Yeah, it's been a really Achilles heel for them. A lot of the crucial lineouts just have been skew or haven't found the right jumper. And that's really hindered any progress that they have to be able to add to that extra 5 points that they have currently. I mean, with 45 minutes under in this game, Monash really needed, a couple of those lineouts to go to hand, and that would have maybe resulted in some key points being scored.
And it's once again another strong scrum from the home team. Grey College eventually gets it away in the form of Stockenstrom, but the fullback now from Monash really turning on the afterburners. Some pace on show on the outside. He's through here. But eventually, well dealt with there from Grey College. It needed to be urgent, and it was. Some contest there at the breakdown area, and it's Grey College who come away with it. Right in front of those advertising boards as Felix plays around there in his own goal line area and gets it away. Grey College taking all the risks, but the risks are coming off for them. Stockenstrom with that left boot of his gets it out, and it's a very good clearance from the young man once more.
Good clearance play there by the Grey College team. They struggled to try get that exit play, and that's what a lot of sides, if you're under pressure, don't panic too much. Just maybe shift the ball and get into a better setup that you can get a better clearance, and that's what they've done well. And now they've put more pressure on that line out that has given them some really good go forward ball here.
McLaren once again, he's got some chases, and it's a contestable kick in the air. A hard crashing down onto the ground there from both players, and Monash come away with it. He does have a number advantage on the outside, but look at the rush defense, look at the recovery from Grey College. Whenever there's a gap in the defense, they try plug it as soon as possible. A Monash player out there on the ground, the far side of the field. We do wish him a speedy recovery, but play does continue here. Quite a hard landing there, Kennedy.
Yeah. You'd like the ref to have maybe had a look at that. I just think, he maybe got undercut from under him, and that sort of, got him into a position where he wasn't being able to, absorb his own landing, and he's done well to stand up. And we're glad that he's looking well to be able to continue here. But just a couple of penalties now being given away by Grey College, and that sort of has kept them within that 22 area. So this will result in them, Monash, being able to get a line out again. The line out challenges have been, something of an Achilles heel. They need to be accurate, maybe opt for that front ball jumper, might be easier.
Van Veenberg once again for Hoërskool Monument, and not going to plan. Time after time after time, Hoërskool Monument gifting away possession from line-out time, and Grey College eventually finding touch just a couple of yards upfield, and grants an opportunity for Van Wijngaard yet again to get this line-out right, Kennedy. I mean, it's crucial that they do, because it's one of the only ways that Monument can get back into this game.
Yeah, and the wind is really not helping. You can see it just blew that ball left to right, and you've got to have some sympathy for the hookers right now. The wind has really picked up, and the referee calling it not skew, but interesting because Grey College had already got advantage and they were on their way, and he calls them back for a skewed throw for them to put it into a scrum. But I'm sure they'll be able to, create some creative play here. They've got their back line stacked up. You can see that they're looking to have a go here. Will it work out well for them?
McLaren slots in and recollects at the base of the scrum. They go to the near side of the field, goes back into traffic. Now on the other side of the field, Grey College. It's needed to take a couple of Mona's players to take him out eventually there, but another successful box kick from McLaren into the open space, looking to turn that defense inside out is what they've done throughout. And it's a kick upfield, no uniform chase for Hoërskool Monument just yet, and it grants an opportunity for Grey College to spot those gaps that will eventually start to form as it comes to KJ. A really strong man, pumps his legs and probably needs a lot of effort to be taken down. And it goes to that lock combination once more of Marcel Kutsia and Theron. Grey College through here once again. And he goes over the whitewash and takes the score now to 36 points to 5. Kennedy from the one side of the field to the other, and so accurate in their passing. And when they eventually do get the ball, willing runners, and they're willing to take it beyond the game line advantage.
I tell you what, they were able to just sidestep and find the space around that edge, but this is a strong play here. These forwards have really been running great angles and strong ball carrying. That's a real power play there by Grey College, and adding the 2, and it's starting to look real comfortable now for this under-16 team. And we knew that this was on the cards, from a slow start that was there. We knew it was a bit shaky, but once they got into that 5th gear, they'll turn it into 6th gear, and they're well underway now.
Exactly that, Kennedy. Most certainly cruising in 6th gear now is Grey College. As Monas, a dejected Monas side, nonetheless chase from the kickoff and bring about a knock-on error from Grey College, and it's a lovely layoff. Hoërskool Monument with probably their best piece of play throughout the second half, and almost getting onto the score sheets. Passes not quite going to hand, and it's Grey College who have broken through here. The pace is undeniable, and eventually stopped and caught, but popped up. The support always available for Grey College, and as easy as you like, sits one down and dives on over. Grey College. Lovely rugby from the best side in the country.
Oh no, yeah, where do you start? I mean, this try came from total turnover right in the Grey College 22, and these players have got such great synergy. They understand what to do, when not to do it, and they are just showing a masterclass of running rugby and continuity. This, a breakaway. Good defense there by Monas, good cover, but the continuity and just keeping the ball alive. And this, again, just a cutback, and you sit down, I'll see you later. And he's over for that try. Yeah, brilliant try there by Grey College. And they've added the extra 2. And the side continues to impress. You can see why they have not lost a game. They really turn on the heat in the second half, and that's what good teams do. They absorb the pressure in the first half, and the second half they unleash themselves.
Definitely a team that doesn't shy away from any pressure and not afraid of any opposition or whatsoever. As they recover it once more, McLaren with a lovely box kick. KJ, who takes his man, and drives him backwards. Really physical in the tackle there, but not quite rolling away, and it's taken quickly from Hoërskool Monument. There's a gap there, but well snuffed out from Grey College. Last gasp tackle. Monas getting some feel of the ball here, but Grey College turning on the aggressive tackles. And it seems as if their excitement levels and everything about them has definitely gone into the red. They're really eager to get their hands on the ball and get their hands on some Worshcore Monument players, it seems like, yeah, Kennedy.
Now the referees identified that the tacklers aren't rolling away, but just some physicality here. You know, it's interesting that it's late on in the half, but both pack of forwards have decided to sort of stamp their physicality all over this game, and it's you know, for good reading and good viewing for those who like that side of the game. And once again, another line out that you know, Monas have made a change at the hooker, of course. Will that change in the results of the line out?
As you mentioned, Kennedy, will it bring about a change in fortunes? Well, not quite, but it does.
Yeah, the referee wasn't quite sure what to blow, whether he wanted to. Was it a knock-on? But I think he settled on it was a knock-on. But it has to be said, credit must go out to this team, the Grey College under-16 team that was able to sort of, you know, gather themselves from a rough, you know, scrappy start, and to be able to put out a fine performance in the second half. It's been quite brilliant viewing for the fans that have attended and those who are watching us here on the super quick Premier Interschools matchup for Monument versus Grey High College.
Interestingly enough, Kennedy, the fly-half for Yun is the man that is also on the kicking tee duty, but also has taken the realms of the hooker and has been in charge of the line-out recently. So that is the change that they made at line-out time. The fly-half playing both positions there, but as I mentioned, Monas having to make do with what they have at their disposal. And it's Grey College who are holding firm, hugging that touchline and managing to stay in field. A bunch of bodies there, and Grey College sucking in all the numbers. So many numbers on the outside. They just need to find the numbers. And it's Felix now who gives it to his outside center partner, distributing it out wide. Felix still making that run on the inside. He sits one down, going on his own. And it's Grey College once more, showing exactly why they hold and maintain their status at the summit of schoolboy rugby.
Oh my goodness, this is some spectacular rugby here. The side is just so confident to be able to move it right in their 22, and Felix has been at the heart of it. Look at that pass put right out in front, and they knew that they had to get the ball out to the winger here, but he's so confident and just get, you know, look at that bump. He didn't even slow down or anything, and you can see that little grin on his face. He knew that he had scored a spectacular try, and you can just see his fellow teammates supporting him to celebrate and give that 5 up.
But one thing that we do most certainly need to admire about this team is, yes, although they're first in the country, but they most certainly don't rest on their laurels. And as soon as they score a try, they rush back to their mark and await kickoff. And they're so eager to add to the try scoring list. It's they almost play a brand of unforgiving rugby towards the opposition as they come once more. Does Grey College comes back on the infield. Monas in 6s and 7s. A supporting run there for KG. It's put through for KG. Just needs the bounce to stay in field. Almost just. And by the luck of the draw, KJ not getting his name on the score sheet there, Kennedy. Oh.
Umpire, as they would say, very close. And he's rather unfortunate, and the ball just sort of veered away from him and going into touch there. But again, another smart play of rugby there. Just putting the kicks in when needed be, and putting it through the hands when they need to be. And that's just another showcase of why this team has been so exemplary in this season.
And it's exceptionally well worked from Monas, who kicks it through by himself. It's the one-man chase, but Felix sends him packing one way, and Felix puts it through for the winger there. The chase is on. Just running out of room there does Grey College. And similar to the All Blacks in the sense that they really come alive in the last couple of minutes, Kennedy. They tire you out in the beginning stages, and they wait for the perfect time to pounce, and there's no better time than now. Their fitness most certainly coming out on top here.
Yeah, and that young gentleman in picture right now, Felix, he has been really instrumental to how this team has operated today. You know,
and it's stolen there from McLaren,
and it's a try.
It's a hat trick from McLaren. Patrick Hero, the scrum half, Philip McLaren, getting his name on the score sheet not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's almost unbelievable, Kennedy.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there, but McLaren just came around, and yes, it is a try.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it does bring an end to this wonderful game of rugby, a game of rugby in which we've seen Grey College show exactly why they deserve their top flight status. And it's McLaren, Philip McLaren, who comes away with probably the Man of the Match award, edging his name 3 times, the hat-trick hero for Grey College. But do stay tuned for the main event taking place now. It's the first teams shortly expected, so do stay tuned for that one on the Supersport Schools platform.
Die stad van Rose, Bloemfontein, speel gasheer vir die Premier Interschools kragmeting tussen die gasheer Grey College en die besoekers Monument Hoërskool van Kreersdorp, beter bekend in die volksmond as Monas. En saam met my in die kommentaar ook die Kennedy Tsimba. Kennedy, die atmosfeer stadig maar seker besig om net beter en beter te raak. Grey College, die bakermat van Suid-Afrikaanse skole rugby, hulle kom te staan teen die ou vyand Monas en wat 'n wedstryd wat wag.
Yeah, and it's an honor to be here. Again, these clashes are so and there's so much passion throughout the schools. We've watched the younger age groups playing out throughout the day, some interesting results, but obviously a lot of it is heavily in the favor of the Grey College. But once it comes to the main match, the first team matches, all of that is thrown out the window. The weather forecast has been absolutely brilliant for rugby. Of course, a bit of wind, circling up and down, it's played its part, but with the skill that's going to be on show today, that won't play a factor at all.
Monas, die besoekers hier in Bloemfontein, hulle word aangevier deur hulle slot Haie de Beer en Grey College met 'n nuwe kaptein vandag as ons daar kyk na Hoërskool Monument se eerste rugby span. Magwaza, Botus en Du Plessis. De Beer en Van der Merwe, Bil slotpaar met Schoeman, Venter en Michiel Burger, 'n laat plaasvervanger vir Roan Hartman. En dan Dion die van Groenewald en Tyler se voor met Sevenster en Henry wat beide verlede jaar reeds die Witbulle verteenwoordig het. En die baie gevaarlike Jody Chambreel in die heel agterposisie. Natuurlik direkteur van rugby en hoofafrigter meneer Chart van der Walt. Hy sou met 'n meesterplan gereis het hier na Bloemfontein toe. En gepraat van Grey College. Daar is die seuns geklee in hulle kenmerkende kleurbaadjies en wit hemde. En die gees wat opbou. Grey College se beginspan Johnny Erasmus vervang die gereelde kaptein Tat Botha, Nick Greiling en Casper Badnors. Met die Bil slot, J van Heerden verlede week sy terugkeer van besering gemaak. En ook 'n nuwe lostrio met Marnu Stopforth, Jean-Pierre Fourie en Jean-Henry Smit. Kyk gerus uit vir Caleb Abrams, 'n baie gevaarlike skramskakel. En dan Kennedy Tsimba ook nog een laat plaasvervanger met Alfonso Isaacs wat ongelukkig nie sy plek in die beginspan kan inneem nie. Reeds verlede jaar is Suid-Afrika onder 18 verteenwoordig. En Hayden Tolmey wat in die beginspan op 'n linkervleuel gaan begin met Martin Botha wat oorskuif na die regtervleuel. En geskiedkundige dag, die eerste interskole Premier Interschools Superquick, die borg. En eerste kragmeting tussen Monas van Kreersdorp as hulle kaptein De Beer hulle op die veld lei. En hulle sal oorgehaal wees om te sorg vir 'n verrassing. Monas natuurlik een van die spanne in Suid-Afrika met die heel beste rekord teen Grey College. In die 18 eerste spanwedstryde het Monas reeds 6 van daardie wedstryde gewen. Grey College het 10 gewen en 2 het gelyk opgeëindig. Grey College se nuwe kaptein vandag, Bradley Giddy in die loskakelposisie. Hy sal sy span op die veld lei onder luide toejuiging van die Bloemfontein se skade. Giddy se pa Dennis het in 1984 en 85 vir Queen's College gespeel toe hulle vir Grey getroef het. Ons sien hoe hy en onderkaptein J van Heerden bladskit. En dan is die tuisspan wat die veld neem. Kennedy Tsimba, groot skole rugby wat wag.
Big rugby indeed. And two sides that are well matched up. A lot of physicality is going to take place early on in this game. There's that perfect picture of a crowd always behind the senior schoolboy sides. That's a passion that sort of drives you. Once you are playing for first team, you are representing the rest of the school. And that man right there in the picture, Giddy, Captain Giddy for today, he's been instrumental in just how Grey have sort of navigated their season throughout this year. He's obviously, playing outside one of the top scrum halves in schoolboy rugby, Caleb Abrams, who has really started playing. He's in great form right now. His performance last week stood out, and I'm sure he'll look to continue.
Giddy wat sake in die gang kry. En Monas wat nie kan skoon inneem van die eerste afskop af nie. Wel die Witbulle wat besit herwin het. En hulle besluit om maar die eerste bal lig te gee, diep hier uit hulle kwartgebied uit. En kan dit 'n fout aan die kant van Monas wees? En hulle doen tog goed om so 5-6 meter te vorder. Tyler se voor met die linkervoet. Hy word afgestorm deur die Grey verdedigers. En dit gaan 'n kwartlyn inskop wees. Die Grey College verdediging wat dadelik baie druk plaas op Tyler se voor. Hy is die groot spil waarmee die Monas span draai. En ons het gesien vroeër van die jaar by die Noordsy toernooi, as hy nie op die veld is nie, is Monas 'n heel ander span.
A great indication there of what Mona's intentions are by moving the ball early on, right in the 22, and is sort of, was unhinged, but they were able to retain the ball and now get an opportunity to clear through a long 22 kickoff.
Was die binnecenter, Conrad Sevenster met die 22 meter inskop. Bradley Giri so fop aangeen na links en dan ongelukkig is dit Giri wat die bal verloor. En die eerste skram van die wedstryd behoort aan die besoekers, die Witbulle van Kreersdorp.
Uncharacteristic there, a slight little knock on by Bradley Giri. Yeah, I think he was just in two minds of what he wanted to do there, whether to pass or not. So that gives us an opportunity to have a look at this first up scrum. And Magwaza there, number 1, a real superstar in that Monas team. He's always around the ball and has had a strong season and is a candidate to be representing, of course, the Golden Lions with the Craven Week coming up. There's a lot of provincial talk right now, Johan, and a lot of these players are going to have to put up their hands if they are to maybe, slip into there. We know some of those matches, the provincial matches are taking place on Tuesdays, and these players have to then back it up and play on Saturdays. So they
Gevaarlike skramskakel, Alec McIntyre by. Jy van Heerden, monster slot aan die kant van Grey College. Reeds verlede jaar vir Suid-Afrika na 18 verteenwoordig. Abrams, vinnige bal aan die kant van Grey College, voordeel ook vir die tuisspan. Agste man, Jean-Henry Smit. Hy val so byna oor sy eie voete. Maar meneer Clarence Kumalo sê geen voordeel nie. En Grey College kan die skram voer in die middel van die veld en 'n baie goeie aanvalsgeleentheid vir die tuisspan.
Interesting day for the referee, of course. These are, two strong coaches being fielded against each other, and they're going to be putting him to the test. So he's got to have his wits about him. In every scrum and every breakdown, he's going to have to be accurate as he can to get some continuity.
Die destydse Kaapse gouverneur Sir George Grey stig Grey College in Bloemfontein reeds in 1855. En Jean-Henry Smit met 'n ongedwonge fout agter daardie skram. En we sal sien, hy is nie tevrede met daardie ene nie. Aan die ander kant, Monas in Kreersdorp, gestig in 1921 met die lese liewer sluit as roes. Grey College se lese natuurlik wêreldbekend, stabilis, wat beteken standvastig. 3 koshuise op die skoolgronde van Grey College. Marihuis, Brilhuis en Leithhuis. Leithhuis natuurlik die senior koshuis en heelwat van die eerste spanspelers van Grey College in Leithhuis. En pragtige loopie daar deur Burger. En as Grey College vir daardie losbal opgepik het. Caleb Abrams wat grawe. Giri, Alec McIntyre, Ulrich Waal wat sy aangee pragtig wegkry na Hayden Tolmey. Tolmey met so 'n skoppie vorentoe en nou is hier Resies aan. En die skoppie net te ver. Maar hierdie Grey College agterlyn baie gevaarlik as hulle spasie kry.
It's going to be good for Tolmey to get an early touch to the ball there. That's his first touch, and it's a confident touch, being able to just put a kick behind the space there. Chambril, of course, had it fully covered, and they're going to opt for the early scrum. And this is just good moving. Of course, we knew it was a turnover ball, and their policy seems to be that get the ball out wide. Smart little grab up, but Chambril was comfortably able to cover that. And another scrum, the third scrum, that both sides are packing in here. No real advantage from either side, and that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Die afrigtingskorps van Monas, Chart van der Walt, Andries Botha en François Bones Robertse as die.
And he's given his team a great opportunity here.
Jy van Heerden kan nie skoon inneem nie, maar het was agtertoe en oor in die linkerkantstoek. Die man wat die kaptein vervang het, Jean Erasmus, hy bars oor vir Grey College na effe slordige lyn staan. En die eerste punte in hierdie kragmeting behoort aan die tuisspan. Jean Erasmus oor in die linkerkantstoek.
And what a way to start your game by crossing over into the corner there. Slight mistake. It was Jean Erasmus that crossed over here from a line out. The ball bobbled out and he found it in his hands and he found a little gap there and was able to take it. And he said, I'm going all the way. And that is an excellent start there by the Grey College side. They played in the right areas and now have been able to give their captain an opportunity here to add the 2. And it's not the easiest of kicks, but he's been striking the ball well so far in the season. He's sitting around that 75% marker.
En Giri wat goed tref, maar daar een is ongelukkig nie tussen die pale deur nie. En Grey College se voorsprong, die bly op 5 punte teenoor 0. Soos genoem, Monument Hoërskool gestig in 1921 in die Royal George, 'n vrymesselaarsaal met slegs enkele leerlinge. In 1926 gee die provinsiale raad goedkeuring vir die bou van Monas op die Ottoplein koppies. En die argitek wat daar die skoolgebou ontwerp het, Gerard Moerdijk, natuurlik ook die argitek van die vrouemonument daar gestel het. En fout van die lyn van die afskop deur die tuisspan. En Kennedy, ons het al so baie daaroor gepraat, net nadat jy punte aanteken, maak jy 'n swak fout van die afskop en dadelik onderdruk.
I think we're going to have to start special skills academy that only deals with kick-off receipts, because it just seems to be an Achilles heel for a lot of sides, and they just need to be able to be accurate in communicating who gets the ball. And I think that communication is where there's a breakdown, and that's where Monument have found a bit of meterage here, but they've been turned over here at the line-out.
Ja, het was 'n groot oomblik. Grey College wat afneem en na die lyn staan. Hulle is op die verdediging, 5 meter van hulle eie doellyn. En Bradley Giri met die regtervoet. 'n Pragtige skop deur die kaptein en loskakel van Grey College. En hy verplaas spel tot so byna op die 10 tree stippellyn. Alec McIntyre daar in beeld. Was ook lid van Grey College se eerste cricketspan vroeër vanjaar. En sedert sy terugkeer van besering hierdie Grey College agterlyn wat baie meer direkte rugby speel. Kaptein De Beer wat rank, maar weer is hierdie lyn staan wat verloor word. En Nick Greiling wat vorentoe beer vir Grey College. Abrams agter die rug van sy 2-3 voorspelers verby. Bradley Giddy wat moet skoonmaak. Hy doen goed die loskakel van Grey. Casper Barnors, pragtige aangee in die ondersteunende spel van die Grey College voorspelers. 'n Ware lus vir die oog. Caleb Abrams, Hayden Tolmay. Daar trek Hayden Tolmay. Hy kry sy aangee weg na Caleb Abrams. Champagne rugby op Grey College se hoofveld. Super quick Premier Interschools rugby op sy beste. Kennedy Timba, jy het gesê Caleb Abrams is in die vorm van sy lewe en daar teken hy sy eerste 3 van die dag aan.
No better way to start for Abrams than getting an early try, and that's well worked here on the blind side, and just these offloads were so key. The forwards did really well, and Abrams again a link man here, just kept that ball going, but this extensive run really put pressure. Oh, that's wonderful ball continuity. It's definitely going to be a 7-pointer here because Giddy has got almost a sitter kick and that he adds the 2.
Die voorsprong direk na 12 punte teenoor 0 vir die tuisspan. En Grey College, die oudste skool noord van die Oranje rivier, speel reeds in 1881 hulle eerste rugbywedstryd. En daardie wedstryd wat nog gespeel was op die Winchester Reels, klop Grey College vir St Andrews hier in Bloemfontein met 1-0. En van die vroeë 1900 reeks Grey College rugby fabriek in Suid-Afrika. Heel eerste springbok was Broekies van Broekhuizen. En die afskop hierdie keer ingeneem deur JF van Heerden. Hy staan 2.02 meter in sy sokkies en weeg 112 kilogram. En pragtige lyn ingehardloop. Die man met die nommer 7 trui. Dis JP Fourie. En Caleb Abrams met die linkervoet, hangskop. En Gunther van Rensburg wat baie goed doen om daar te kompeteer. En meneer Kumalo sê uit vorentoe aanslaan nog gesien aan die kant van die tuisspan. En 'n kans vir Monas om effens asem te haal, Kennedy en hulle hande op die bal te kry.
But no surprises that those box kicks are going to be raining from Caleb Abrams. One of the strengths in his games is that box kicks, and his team fully supports him. You can see how they line up to put the chasers on. And I think, the Mona's coaching staff has sort of identified that. You can see they've sent their 9 to sort of try go back there and diffuse those box kicks. But here's a great opportunity here by Mona's to be able to get the ball in hand, as you say, just to try get some ball continuity.
Hulle is voor Konrad Sevenster. Jody Chambreel en aantrek Jody Chambreel. En ongelukkig hou hy vast toe hy dalk daar die aangee na die buitekant kon laat gaan. En Grey College met omgekeerde besit. Goeie werk op die grond deur die tuisspan. En dan van hulle voet af by die afbreekpunt is Monas. Maar Kennedy Tsimba, Jody Chambreel, hy is baie gevaarlik op die aanval.
Boy, I tell you, Johan, there, Chambreel really shredded just through that gap, but he had to offload. There was an opportunity that they could have been able to score a 5-pointer. There, he sliced it, the ball had to go away there, right there. And that's just a mark of those small micro skills that are the difference between you scoring a try and now giving Grey College an opportunity to advance through a line-out.
Please keep the cap.
Nick Greiling, die haker van Grey College, sy broer Roan het ook vir Grey College die eerste span gespeel in 2019. En huidiglik by Montpellier aan Frankryk. Sy pa se bynaam is 'n varkie Greiling. En hy was ook in 1990 in Grey College in matriek. Alec McIntyre, hy kom oor die voordeellyn soveel kere van tevore. Giddy, goeie bal, Ulrich Waal. Gunther Jansen van Rensburg, nou Hayden Tolmey. Tolmey, hy speel in die beginspan omdat Alfonso Isaacs ongelukkig moes onttrek weens 'n besering. En Grey College is skoonmakers net nie betyds daar nie. Die bal word op die grond vasgehou. En Monas se wit bulle wat kan asem skep.
Yeah, Tolmey just caught there in the trams. Not being able to just move the ball around a bit, and that's sort of where he'll have to just catch up to the speed and the tempo of the game. Of course, if you haven't played first team rugby throughout 3 or 4 or 5 games, just the tempo will find you off just a little bit, and I think that's all that happened. But this is great contesting at the lineouts from Grey College.
Jeff van Heerden wat daardie bal vir Grey College afgeneem het. McIntyre, Ulrich Waal. En so byna sit Waal wat 'n bres slaan aan die middelveld. Jean Erasmus speel 'n wonderlike wedstryd tot dusver uit die kaptein Tat Botha vervang en daar trek Erasmus steeds binne die kwartgebied van Monas. McIntyre, hy trap van die regtervoet en so byna kry hy daai aangee weg na Ulrich Waal. En hierdie Grey span lyk lus vir rugby, Kennedy Tsimba.
They definitely are up for it, and this backline is so threatening.
From your side.
Okay.
Okay.
The numbers there, you told us in the beginning we don't have to give numbers.
I asked you how you're going to do about this. You didn't give me a solution. You said numbers, but now you're not doing numbers. That's something you need to sort out. But the thing is, there's too many guys talking from your side. Let's get that out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just inquiring a little bit there about the numbers at the lineouts. It's so crucial that the referee and the opposition are clear on the amount of numbers that they bring into the lineout. And I think, the captain of Mona's just double checking that. And of course, they've lineouts have got, Francois Roberts coaching, just coming from winning Young Guns Varsity Cup trophy, and has now moved and adding such a great IP and knowledge about the lineouts to Monas, and already that has started, to pay dividends, because you can see the results against Grasfontein already.
Kennedy ook interessant, Ulrich van der Merwe, die nommer 5 slot van Monas. Sy pa Rolf het in 1996 ook slot gespeel vir die Witbulle toe hulle vir Grey College geklop het. En daardie dag was Atinudee instrumenteel in 'n monument, 'n se oorwinning oor Grey College. Pragtig uit die lug geneem deur Gunther Jansen van Rensburg. Hy versprei na Hayden Tolmey en daar trek Tolmey weer eens. En die kommunikasie tussen Tolmey en Ulrich Wahl net nie heeltemal na wense nie. Tyler se voor met so 'n lang aangee. En 'n spasie wat gevind word deur Monas en aftrek. Monas se buite senter Zane Henry. Linkervleuel Kelvin van Wyk. Pragtige spel deur die Witbulle. Hulle betrap Grey College op die verkeerde voet diep in hulle eie gebied. En 'n Morney Venter, aftrek Morney Venter. En 'n ongelukkige vir Monas die verhouding of die beweging wat skipbreek lei. Maar Grey College die het aan die kant die omkantlyn gaan kuier. Zane Henry wat sien hy twee voorspelers voor hom gehad, Kennedy.
Great option there by Zane Henry, and he just was so key that he didn't die with the ball there and was able to just give it to his winger and again support there. That was smart play by Henry. But again, this is just indicative of the type of play that Monas want to play. It showed their intention early, and Sifu was able to just move the ball around a bit. There you can see some of the younger coaches from Monas that are enjoying the position that Monas are in right now.
Jy van Heerden, hy's gewoonlik 'n doring in die vlees van die opponente se lyn staan, hè. En hierdie keer is dit wel 'n Monas wat afklap. Magwaza, Tyler se voor, Konrad Sewenter. Sterke derduivel is sewenster in die middelveld vir Monas. Kaptein Haie de Beer. En Grey College baie vinnig in op haar bal. Wat sê meneer Kumalu? Hy sê tog die strafskop behoort aan Monas. En Nick Greiling, hy het hom gehad en toe het hy laat gaan en weer probeer. En juist vir daardie rede behoort die strafskop aan die Witbulle van Kreersdorp.
Correct decision there by the referee. Cannot have two bites at the cherry, and that's what the penalty was for.
Dion van Groenewald wat vinnig neem, die einste Groenewald, Magwaza. En bal vorentoe verloor. Natuurlike beweging af van die oefenveld gewees. En Magwaza op 'n wonderlike lyn gekom, maar ongelukkig die bal wat net verlore gegaan het.
I tell you what, I love the ingenuity and the creativity, but I think it was just a little bit too early in the game to be able to be playing such intricate moves. Maybe look at, a scrum or a line out. It is a full penalty, or even going for poles. Just getting a bit of points on the board is not such a bad thing, but this has given Grey College an opportunity to exit from the goal line here.
Vroeger genoem van Atinudee wat instrumenteel was in haar oorwinning van Monument in 1996. Nudee wat tragies gesterf het in Windhoek in 2019. En interessant, sy broer Andrei het weer vir Grey College se eerste span gespeel in 2001 en 2002. So baie geskiedenis in Nudee, hy is vandag met hierdie wedstryd. Caleb Abrams wat die skram gevoer het vir Grey College, John Henry Smith na die einste Abrams. En dan 'n fout begaan in deur Grey College. Hulle speel rugby van hulle eie doelgebied af. En dit kan hulle duur te staan kom. Dion van Groenewald met so 'n jakkalsdraai of twee.
Let it go.
En Grey College word gevra deur meneer Kumalu, julle moet daarin los. Pak voorspelers van 'n Monument wat daar inboender. Jy van Heerden prominent op die verdediging vir Grey College. Maar Monas se Witbulle, hulle boer nou op die doellyn van Grey College. De Beer met Van der Merwe op sy rug en dan De Beer wat weer opstaan. Maar die skeieregter wat sê geen voordeel nie, De Beer kon nie daar weer opstaan nie. En 'n skram die behoort aan die Witbulle. Sterk op die aanval hier in die Rosestad.
Good pressure here by Monument. And it's a wonderful opportunity here. It's an ideal scrum. If you can just get the early hit and make sure you stabilize, they'll let a platform here for C4 and his backline to be able to operate.
Magwaza en Badenhorst, 'n reuse stryd hier aan die diskant. Het lyk tog of Badenhorst effens die oorhand het. Tyler se voor, Zyle Henry. Hy word goed opgepas. En weer eens voordeel aan die Witbulle van Kreersdorp. Vaskop voor Eman Dylan Du Plessis. Groenewald na Magwaza. Magwaza word ook soos goud opgepas deur Grey College op hierdie stadium. En weer 'n nuwe voordeel. Kaptein Haie de Beer, hy word teruggedra deur die Grey College verdedigers. Steelkant rugby, Magwaza. Grey College se lakwerk, die hou op hierdie stadium. En meneer Kumalo, hy straf Grey College op hierdie stadium swaar. En hulle sal wel kyk na hulle dissipline, Kennedy.
A number of penalties here. You would think that the referee would have a word, but Monas are going to look to tap and go.
En 'n beweging van die oefenveld en hulle bars deur. En 'n welverdiend 'n Monas wat in die eerste 3 van in die middag trek. En Grey College sal terugstap en ons sal wil gaan kajuitraad hou. Want die laaste 5 minute in hierdie wedstryd behoort uit en uit aan die besoekers.
Good reward for constant amount of pressure here by Monument. And that forward pack has been really in the thick of it. They've been driving, but they were able to just find a splinter through the middle of that defense. That's a smart little offload. And he was able to power through, and that's a solid try. As Tyler Seaford looks to try add 2 points and try and make it 7-pointer here. Of course, that educated left foot boot. Yep. Whoa. That's an interesting conversion. Really started out on the left and then just veered hectically, probably taken by the wind to the right-hand side, and it was over. It's now made it 12 points to 7 here. Grey College in the lead.
Grey College wat besit herwin van die afskop. Fout aan die kant van die Witbulle. Hayden Tolmay, Jean-Henry Smit. Hy is ook prominent tot dusver in hierdie wedstryd. Jy van Heerden. Hy kry hom weg na Jean-Pierre Fourie. En skeieregter wat sê daar's geen voordeel vir die aanslaan van die afskop nie. En Grey College sal wel seker maak hulle speel saam met die wind in hierdie eerste helfte. En op hierdie stadium slegs 'n 5 punte voorsprong opgebou. Ons het gesien veral in die wedstryd tussen die 216 spanne dat die wind wel 'n groot rol speel. Kennedy, as ons net kyk na die uitslae tot dusver op die hoofveld in die Superquick Premier Interschools kragmeting. Van 'n 14 A-spanne was dit Grey College wat Monas klop met 20-10. Grey College sonder 15 A's wen 54-0. Die Cherries, Grey College se tweede span, klop Monas met 40 punte teenoor 24. En die onder 16 A's van Grey College baas met 'n reuse telling van 57-5. So tot dusver behoort die dag aan Grey College, maar soos baie vir jou sal sê, Kennedy, hierdie is die een wat saak maak.
Yeah, this is the one that matters. And right now it's sitting at a 12 points to 7. Point marker as the referee is having again a discussion. There's a lot of collapsing of the scrum. You know, there's pressure being put on both sides here at that hit, and there's a lot of slipping, and that's probably why there's a lot of collapsing going on at the scrum right now.
Sit. Use it 9.
Caleb Abrams wat optel agter die oond. En so lang aangee nou in die hande van Hayden Tolmay, Ulrich Waal uit na Martin Botha, hy trap van die regtervoet, maar pragtige verdediging deur Jody Chambreel. Abrams pik weer op. Jy van Heerden, hy kry weg na sy slotmaat Reinen Forsie, graad 11 leerder aan die kant van Grey College. Abrams, voordeel behoort aan die tuisspan. Jean-Pierre Fourie wat hard werk. Magwaza wat vashou vir al wat hy werd is. Weer Abrams na Gidi. Casper Barnard se natrekkie voor Reyman. En hy so byna stuur hy vir Hayden Tolmay weg. Maar kenmerkend van Grey College se spel, Kennedy, is die vaste voorspelers kan ook die bal hanteer.
And that they can do, and they can handle it with so much skills and momentum, and they give them so much momentum, and that's why it is easy. Well, not easy, but it made much more easier for Caleb Abrams to be able to just steer and be able to pick up from the base and just run and just, you know, get the attention of those pillars that are around the rucks. And that's what opens up the space for those runners out wide. And it's just a great, you know, attacking shape that they have that is, you know, it's so complimentary. And some of those coaches are the ones that are instrumental in how they've done it from junior level. But this is a great drive here.
Punte weer eens behoort aan die tuisspan. Hulle 'n rolmaalbeweging wat uitsonderlik uitgevoer word. En met J van Heerden aan die spits in die lyn staande, is dit 'n groot wapen vir die tuisspan. En hulle voorsprong groei na 17 punte teenoor 7 met 'n doelskop van kaptein Bradley Giddy wat sal volg.
A driving maul is always difficult to stop once the attacking team has got all their systems in place, and that's what Grey College had here. Van Heerden right at the center and the heart of it. And that was a wonderful try by Smith. Cleanly taken. And they were able to get that drive and set it quite early. And that's what was the challenge for Monas, to be able to defend that. They didn't hit it at a 45 angle or collapse it. And that's where the trouble started for Monas.
Bradley Giddy met 'n moeilike doelskop, so 5 tree van die oorkantste kantlyn. Hy bekruip by Gilbert. Tref met die regtervoet. En ongelukkig trek hy hom links verby, maar die wind wat definitief 'n reuse rol speel hier in Bloemfontein vandag. Grey College voor met 17 punte teenoor 7. En ek ken dit interessant genoeg, meneer Dries van der Wal vir jare lank adjunkhoof van Grey College gewees. En vir baie jare die eerste span afgerig, is ook onlangs verkies as die beskermheer van Grey College Rugby. En welverdiend, hy was ook baie betrokke by die kies van SA skole spanne deur die jare. En in sy aftrede, meneer Dries van der Wal, dan die beskermheer van Grey College Rugby. So voor wat sake weer aan die gang kry, ingeneem deur Jean-Henry Smit. En 'n goeie loopie deur die jagste man. En meneer Kumalu wat monument die voordeel van die twyfel daar gee. En sê Grey College hou vas op die grond. En 'n strafskop reg voor die pale en 'n belangrike besluit wat Monas sal moet neem.
A good option to opt for poles here. Tyler Sifor, of course, has executed his first kick pretty well, just judging what the wind is going to affect it once it's in air. He really does remind me of Elton Yankees with that educated left foot boot. Got similar, you know, striking actions of the ball, and also just the way he distributes the ball, very similar to Elton Yankees. He's going to add this 3. This could be so important, because this just brings them in within 7.
Sy voormaak geen foute nie. En die telling groei aan vir Monas. Grey College nou voor met 17 punte teenoor 10. En 'n titaniese stryd hier in die Super Quick Premier Interschools kragmeting in die Rose stad Bloemfontein. Giddy wat sake weer aan die gang kry. En skeieregter Kumalu wat van Heerden en sy mede-voorspelers vra om te stop. Hulle was voor die bal. Dion die van Groenewald, meer Kumalu sê julle het hierheen in die kwartgebied ingebring. En is die lange J van Heerden wat afstorm. Aiden Tolmey doen baie goeie werk aan die kant van Grey College. Jean Erasmus trap van die regtervoet net voor die kontak. Abrams na Van Heerden. En 'n reuse kontak tussen Van Heerden en Van der Merwe. En lang aangee na Ulrich Waal. En Ulrich Waal wat probeer om 'n buitegaping daar te bewerkstellig. Abrams, Grey College se voorspelers, die vat die bal op spoed op hierdie stadium. En daar kom maar die kenmerkende binne aangee van Abrams. Maar Ulrich Waal wat voet by die bal kry, so 'n bietjie slordig gespel aan die kant van die tuisspan. En dan ongelukkig vir die Witbulle skil daarin so effens van die voet. En direk uit. En Grey College, hulle lyk of hulle regtig wil aanval Kennedy, maar hulle maak net klein foutjies op hierdie stadium.
Yeah, micro skills, just small little detail. That's where the knock-ons are coming. Again, the hack from Val landed up in Chambrel's hands, and he just sort of panicked. He could have cleared it downfield, but this has given Grey College another opportunity to punish in these driving mauls that have been so good.
Grey College volder tot diep binne die kwartgebied van Monas. Monas sal hierdie nie nou kan aftrek nie. En Caleb Abrams, hy versprei na Alec McIntyre. McIntyre kry 'n grey op die voorvoet weer eens. 'n Beer wat daar krap, maar die skeieregter sê hy het hom verloor. En dan Marlon stop voort, hy trap van die regtervoet, vorder so 'n meter of 3. En 'n vinnig in op die bal is Zander Skuman. En hy die strafskop behoort aan Monas. En hy die skeieregter tevrede dat hy sy eie gewig daar gedra het. En 17 punte teenoor 10, dit bly die telling. Kry College se afrigters Jannie Geldenhuys en Tewes te brein sal dalk effens bekommerd wees op hierdie stadium, Kennedy. Hulle speel saam in die wind en slegs 'n 7 punte voorsprong.
Yeah, Flames there. Zander Skuman. Again, just getting into the right position and being able to turn over a crucial turnover, because they were really under the cosh there, were Monas, and they've just been able to sort of relieve a bit of pressure. You'd like to get, players like Chambril here with the ball in hand. We know that he's a deadly runner. It's just that the forwards have got to lay that foundation up front, and they struggle to do that as Grey College contest another line out.
En nou die bal wat deur Caleb Abrams weggekry is, Hayden Tolmay verloor agtertoe. Hy sal moet regmaak en hy doen goed die linkervleuel. Abrams weer eens Bradley Giddy lang aangegee na Ulrich Waal. Gunther Jansen van Rensburg wat aansluit by sy agterlyn. En dan trek Gunther Jansen van Rensburg. Pragtige rugby deur die heel agter van Grey College. En hy gaan druk sy 3 onder die pale. En die tuisspan is se toeskouers. Hulle sal tevrede voel. Maar pragtig sluit hy aan by sy agterlyn. En hy sien die gaping. En niemand lê 'n vinger op Gunther Jansen van Rensburg nie.
What a spectacular try there. And it all seems to be coming out and working out the plan of being able to get turnover ball. And the fullback here identified that Chambril hadn't sort of committed anywhere, and he was able to just slice through that gap. And that's a wonderful running there by the fullback, and he'll be able to touch down. And the 2 has been added. That's a 7-point try that the backline have really worked to get their fullback into a scoring position, and he was able to execute.
Grey College in Bloemfontein, die meeste springbokke opgelewer sedert die hertoetrede tot internasionale rugby van Suid-Afrika. Ook die meeste SA skole spelers opgelewer. En 'n rugbyfabriek in die ware sin van die woord in die hartjie van die Vrystaat. Tyler se voor wat sake weer in die gang kry. En die keer goed ingeneem deur die 3-drukker Gunther Jansen van Rensburg. Caleb Abrams wat gesê word as die bal Hayden Tolmay. Hy speel 'n reuse wedstryd die linkervleuel. 'n Laat plaasvervanger vir Alfonso Isaacs. En die keer is dit meneer Kumalo wat sê julle moet wegrol na die duikslag. En hy met so 30 sekondes oor, miskien 'n kans vir Grey College om in die gebied van Monas in te kom en vir 'n laaste keer aan te val.
Grey College have got some great momentum now, and they're so confident. As you can see by that kick, everything is starting to just fall into place.
Ongelooflike skop deur losskakeling kaptein Bradley Giddy. Plaas vir Grey College weer diep binne die kwartgebied van die Witbulle. 24 punte teenoor 10. Laaste lyn staan voor rustyd heel moontlik. Alec McIntyre, harde kontak tussen hom en Skuman. Van Heerden, hy word so byna teruggedra, maar dan kry hy tog 'n wonderlike aangee weg na Jean Erasmus. Die bal word uitgepluk uit Erasmus se hande. En Jody Chambril, kans op die teenaanval vir hom, baie gevaarlik. Maar ek is byna seker Monas sal net die bal van die veld wil kry, en dit is ook aan wat se voordoen. Hy sê dis tyd vir die manne om lemoenskyfies te gaan nuttig hier in Bloemfontein. En aan die einde van die eerste helfte in die Super Quick Premier Interschools kragmeting, Grey College 24, Monas se Witbulle 10. tweede helfte aksie in die Premier Interschools wedstryd tussen die gasheer Grey College en 'n monument van Kreersdorp, dis op pad. En wat die eerste helfte was dit nie vir die tuisspan nie. Die telling rustyd 24 punte teenoor 10 in die guns van Grey College. Soos jy kyk na die 3 wat tot dusver gedruk is. En die eerste 3 van die wedstryd was dit die man wat die kaptein van Grey College vervang het, Janie Erasmus, wat oorbars in die linkerkantste hoek. En as jy kyk, Grey College se hantering tussen hulle voorspelers, 'n lus vir die oog. En die einste Janie Erasmus wat 'n wonderlike aangee wegkry na daardie man met al die verbeelding in die wêreld. Caleb Abrams, hy stuur vir Hayden Tolmay weg. En 'n Tolmay met 'n binne aangee. En Abrams, soos enige goeie skramskakel, hardloop daar die lyn op die binneskouer van Tolmay en hy gaan kuier agter die pale. En skitterende vorm in die laaste 2-3 weke vir Caleb Abrams. En beslis 'n groot aanspraakmaker om weer die SA skole trui te dra. Hy was ook in 'n 2021 verkies tot die SA onder 18 groep. En dan Monas met so 'n beweging van die oefenveld wat dit teruggeslaan het. En hy gaan kuier dit agter die doellyn van Grey College. Soos hier sien hulle net so wegskil en 'n vaskop voor hy man, Dylan Du Plessis. Net te veel krag. En hy gaan kuier agter die doellyn. En dan die kolossale JF van Heerden wat 'n lynstaan besit wen vir Grey College. En die rolmaal beweging wat van stapel gestuur word. En is Jean-Henry Smit, 8ste man wat agter die doellyn gaan kuier. En Kennedy, dit sal ook interessant wees in hierdie tweede helfte as ons net weer daar sien. Die rolmaal beweging. Monas het geen kans gestaan om hom te keer nie. En Grey College, het sal interessant wees om te sien hoe hulle plaasvervangers gebruik in hierdie tweede helfte. Dus hier kyk na die laaste 3. En dit was gedruk deur Gunther Jansen van Rensburg heel agterna, pragtige agterlyn beweging. Mornay Diedriks en JJ Tron wat terugkom van beserings af en hulle is op die plaasvervangerbank. Hulle sal vars bene in die los trio vir Grey College verskaf. Ook Tat Botha, die gereelde kaptein wat op die plaasvervangerbank is. En Bradley Giddy met so 'n reuse skop weer met die regtervoet. En Chambreel, hy vind aansluiting. Monas wat die spasie opsoek. Gunther Jansen van Rensburg baie goed in posisie. En hy skop met die regtervoet, so 'n bietjie 'n skopoorlogie aan die gang. Tyler se voor, hy jaag vir Grey College terug met 'n pragtige skop met die linkervoet. En is se voor wat daardie ronde wen. En Kennedy mens kan verwag dat Monas gaan probeer om in hierdie tweede helfte Grey College in hulle kwartgebied vas te pen.
Excellent tactical kick there by Safour as he's been placed at the back there to be able to counter some of the kicks. And that's just well measured and being able to just push Grey College into their own 22. But of course, Van Heerden has been so impressive for me. Just the confidence and the execution of the lineouts has changed the picture of this game because, you know, both sides have played a lot of lineouts and whoever is able to secure, just as they've done there, Grey College has had the go forward momentum.
Ja, Grey College wat weer 'n rolmaalbeweging van stapel stuur vanuit hulle eie kwartgebied. En hierdie keer is dit 'n Monas wat goed wal gooi. Nick Greiling wat afgaan grond toe, Caleb Abrams wat wag. Bradley Giddy, hy gebruik weer daar die regtervoet en stuur hom hoog die Bloemfontein lig in. Jody Chambreel wat goed doen. En dadelik plaas hy hom op die regtervoet. En Chambreel se skop, wat gaan hy maak? Gunther Jansen van Rensburg. Pragtige werk deur die heel agter van Grey College, maar dan probeer hy die bal aan na die binneveld gooi. En is die kantlyn wat wen. En duidelik kan jy sien wat bespreek is halftyd. Monas gaan vir Grey College vaspen.
Yes, those Monas coaches have definitely indicated that we play territory and try just squeeze a little bit of pressure, and that's what, you know, Monas have been executing so well. They've sort of camped Grey College here as a quick sneaky line-out was taken, and the referee indicates that it didn't go 5 meters, and that's a short-arm penalty for Grey College, and just gives them a bit of relief to be able to just exit. And Giddy has been getting some good meterage on his clearances here. It seems like the captaincy has just given him extra 5 meters on his kick. And he's been really accurate with that kicking so far. Just being able to find touch, so important.
Monument Hoërskool van Kreersdorp. Die het ook heelwat springbokke reeks opgelewer. Name soos Jacques Fourie, Willem Alberts, Julian Redlinghuis, Jorrie Miller en nog vele meer. En Jean-Henry Smit lang aangee. Alec McIntyre met so 'n rolskoppie. Jody Chambreel pragtig geposisioneer en dan skop hy daar aan Grey College vas. En meneer Kumalo wat sê, Ari was 'n aanslaan aan die kant van Grey College. Even ongelukkig. Nie regtig veel van iets wat jy kan doen as die ou van meter voor jou afskop nie. Partykeer sou 'n skeieregter dalk dit aangedui het as afgestorm. Maar die toeskouers geniet die Super Quick Premier Interschools dag hier by Grey College. Die dag tot dusver oorheers deur die tuisspan. En die witbulle van Monas. Hulle sal daar die prentjie wil verander. Groot wipplank seisoen in 2022 vir Monas. By die Noord-Suid toernooi hulle rieme styf geloop teen Parel Gymnasium. En ook by die Willet Lawer toernooi vasgeval teen Parel Boys High in Outeniqua. Maar 2 weke gelede gesorg vir ietwat van 'n opskudding toe hulle die sterk Garsfontein span met 43 punte teenoor 19 die loef afgesteek het.
It's been a real up and down season for them. It has been for Monas. But I'm interested in the stack up that they've got there for the back line, as they've got steady ball scrum here. What are they going to play? Of course, Stevenson plays a backdoor pass. This is
Alec McIntyre wat goed doen op verdediging vir Grey College, maar Jody Chambreel uitvind aansluiting. En voordeel die behoort aan Monas. Mornay Venter en Sifiso Magwaza, en daar trek Magwaza. 4 vreter loskop Sifiso Magwaza. En Dion die van Groenewald. Hy gooi so even wild weg. En haker Jan Botes wat gaan skoonmaak vir Monas. Weer Groenewald se voor Sewenster met so lang aangee. En 'n bal wat reg op vir die regtervleuel. En daar trek Masie de Waal. Punte vir Monas. Hulle het kamp opgeslaan in die helfte van Grey College. En 'n pragtige voete Masie de Waal. En Monas reguit terug in hierdie wedstryd vroeg in die tweede helfte.
excellent run there by Masie de Waal. And just fleet-footed. This was sort of a 50-50 pass, but he was able to correct it, and just an early right step, and this, he set him up so well. Giddy wasn't able to cover. That's a wonderful step there. So powerful, and he went through. And that's a great try there. Much needed by Monument, and they've played in the right areas, and they're sort of getting the rewards here. If they're able to add the 2 scores, starting to get into that shape where they could be an upset on the cards here if things start falling in the right basket, as they would say. C4 is going to have to add, and he doesn't have much time. Referee is putting him under pressure, and he's able to execute. That's a wonderful kick.
Cool en kalm onder druk is Tyler se voor. En die voorsprong van die tuisspan Grey College nou slegs 7 punte. 24-17 in die guns van die tuisspan. En Bradley Giddy wat sal wel seker maak sy voorspelers bly agterom die keer. En weer is hulle voor hulle skopper. En Grey College wat nie leer uit hulle foute nie. En die skeieregter wat hulle terugbring, hy het 3 keer vir hulle gevra om te stop. En ongedwonge foute wat Grey College op hierdie stadium duur te staan kom.
Referee indicated twice there, early on in the first half, and again now, and he was able to sort of identify and sort of penalize him for that, and that sets up a scrum here in the midfield. And the danger man of Chambreel is lurking here on the right-hand side, and let's see how this is going to play out. Of course, the referee is not quite happy with the bind and the set. He's just gone on the other side of the scrum to be able to identify and stabilize, because wherever he is, scrum sort of, you know, crumbles on the other side that he's not. So he needs to just keep on switching between the scrums to get some steady play going here.
Dion Dimon Groenewald wat die skram voer vir Monas. Sewenster. En dan Tyler se voor wat Grey College eenvoudig net weer terugjaag. En Monas speel 'n skitterende taktiese rugby hier vroeg in die tweede helfte. En Grey College gaan met planne maak om te ontsnap hier uit hulle eie kwartgebied.
Yeah, it's got to be said that Tyler Sefor is starting to control this game and just placing the Grey College into those corners, and it's paying off dividend. Of course, the last try was scored through a counter ruck, that went around, that Deval was able to cross over the line, and again, Grey College find themselves 5 meters away from their try line.
Pragtige rank weer eens deur J. van Heerden. Monas wat goed doen om Arjen dadelik af te trek grond toe. Abrams na McIntyre. Monas het vir hom gewag. McIntyre wat goed doen en hard veg in die kontak. En 2 keer gevra om te los. En Monas laat vir Grey College ontsnap hier 7 meter van hulle eie doelgebied.
Rather undisciplined there. The referee signaled and almost shouted at the player to let go of the ball, and that's just sort of gives Grey College an easy exit rather than putting themselves under pressure, and you get the line out back, and you can see their chart Van der Walt just indicating let's not give away easy penalties to relieve pressure for them, and their line out has operated so well under Van Heerden. They're going to look to try drive, and that box kick from Abrams might be in play here.
Paul Willemse natuurlijk ook 'n oud leerling van Monument Hoërskool. Hy speel vir Frankryk. So ook Jaco van der Walt wat alreeds vir Skotland gespeel het in Grey College. Se rolmaalbeweging gaan van krag tot krag in hierdie wedstryd. En hulle loop etlike meters met hierdie pak en hulle is steeds in die gang. En 'n strafskop aan Grey College. En nadat hulle nou vir byna 40 meter met die Monas pak geloop het, Kennedy Tsimba, hulle sal hierdie in die hoek wil uitskop.
They have to put it into the corner, definitely. But that rolling maul was so impressive. I mean, they took him close to about 25 meters, and that went from Grey College's own half, and now they're just almost 5 meters away from the Monas try line. And again, a drive is imminent here. I wouldn't vary their play. That driving maul was so impressive. They've got to continue with that.
Weer ingeneem deur Van Heerden, dadelik Monas wat Grey College probeer grond toe trek. Jean Erasmus, hy het knie op die grond. Dis 'n duikslag, gesê meneer Khumalo. McIntyre, Ulrich Waal. Geen hande, roep meneer Khumalo. Voordeel behoort aan Grey College. Abrams gebruik die voordeel. Caleb Abrams, hy speel die rugby van sy lewe in die laaste 3 weke. En 'n man vir wie 'n blink toekoms voorspel word, Kennedy Tsimba.
Such control and such awareness by a scrum half that is in total form. Caleb Abrams able to identify a little chink in the corner. That was a wonderful show and go. And, Schoolman tried to defend, but Abrams had already gone through that half gap. And he's just looking so composed, and he understands what he needs to do, and he's distributing from the base when he needs to do. Yeah, his decision making has been so accurate. And this is rewarded in Giddy being able to get an extra 2.
Met so 24 minute in hierdie kragmeting oor, is dit Grey College wat daardie 14 punte voorsprong wat hulle rustyd gehad het herstel. En 'n wedstryd wat effe wipplank ry hier in die Rosestad. En Monas, die Witbulle, hulle het Bloemfontein toe gekom vir een rede, en dit is om Grey College te probeer klop. Hulle staan nie vir 'n oomblik terug vir die tuisspan nie. Ingeneem van die afskop. En Ulrich Waal, harde kontak, hy word teruggedra deur die Monas spelers. Caleb Abrams wat wag. Gaan ons maar die linkervoet van hom in aksie sien. Ja, Abrams met die linkervoet. Hy skop hoog en hy wen 'n baie veld vir sy span. Caleb Abrams is besig om beheer van hierdie wedstryd te neem. En tesame met sy losskakel Bradley Giddy sorg hulle dat Grey College uit hulle eie kwartgebied ontsnap.
I tell you what, the match is just swinging back and forth, and every time that Monas think they're about to get a bit of a sniff, Grey College answers right back with a try, and that's where this game is sitting right now. Both teams are going back and forth.
Tyler se voor. En Haie de Beer, kaptein in die middel van die veld. En Grey College wat gaan gestraf word. Voordeel Dylan Du Plessis. Vaskop voor hy man. Hy speel ook 'n goeie wedstryd vir Monas tot dusver. Voordeel, die behoort aan die wit bulle. Ulrich van der Westhuizen wat vorentoe beer. Verkeerdelik na hom verwys as van der Merwe in die eerste helfte. Ulrich van der Westhuizen, sy pa Rolf in 1996 slot gespeel vir die wit bulle. Toe hulle Grey College geklop het. En 'n pragtige skop, 'n plaas van Monas weer op die aanval. Die binne die kwartgebied van Grey College. En Kennedy, mens kry die gevoel dat Monas hier punte sal moet aanteken.
They must put some points on here. But that lineout has been such a challenge because Van Heerden has contested every lineout. It's made it so difficult. If they're able to just secure and get some momentum, and that they have done correctly so far, this is looking potentially good for Monument.
Grey College aanvanklike verdediging van Harry Rolma beweging, die is baie sekuur. En dan is dit Grey College wat wegbaks met die bal. En dan trek JJ Tron, een van die plaasvervangers. En lyk amper soos 'n Martin Botha wat die bal af verder neem. Abrams na Giri wat met so 'n lang aangee na Ulrich Waal. En Ulrich Waal ongelukkig sy aangee na die binnekant wat nie sy aansluiting vind nie. Casper Barnors wat baie goeie werk doen. Daar trek Ulrich Waal weer eens aan die buitekant. En 'n voordeel is verby, sê die skeieregter. En net so 'n klein aanslaan op die grond. Maar Ulrich Waal, die is ook baie gevaarlik met bal in hand, Kennedy. Ongelukkig gaan die binne aangee van hom presies die regte idee, maar die uitvoering net nie daar nie.
Missed opportunity there. Again, Ulrich Waal wanted to play his inside center there, but the ball just went slightly high, and that's where a bit of the momentum was lost. And he just had two opportunities to be able to make good decisions, but just wasn't able to be accurate enough. And that led to this slight little knock-on that has given Monas an opportunity here to clear from their 22.
Ou gerus dop in die nommer 20 try aan die kant van Grey College. JJ Tron pas terug nadat hy waterpokkies gehad het in die wedstryd teen Affies misgeloop het. Jean-Henry Smit is steeds op 8ste man.
There in the background, a picture of the Grey School scholars supporting their first team side, and they've been in great form this side.
Se voor, die bal is teruggeneem in die kwartgebied. En 'n groot kontak tussen McIntyre en Zane Henry. En 'n strafskop die behoort aan Grey College is Marnu Stopvoth. Die graad 11 man met die nommer 6 trui op die rug. En inteendeel, die skeieregter wat aandui, dit was vasgehou en toe is al teruggepraat. En 10 meter nader. En 'n goeie besluit aan die kant van Grey College. Hulle besluit hulle gaan paal toe skop.
Yeah, solid hit there. And I think it was just Monas throwing away the ball that led to that extra 10 meters given by the referee. Just the little errors and ill discipline that I'm sure Chad van der Walt and his coaching staff will be disappointed in, because it's those little errors and unforced, penalty discrepancies that, just make it easier for Giri to be able to add the 3 here.
Kaptein van Grey College eerste span vandag, Bradley Giri. Hy voeg 3 punte op die tellbord by vir sy span. En die tuisspan se voorsprong wat groei na 17 punte. En dit beteken natuurlik dat Monas meer as 2-3 sal moet druk indien hulle neuse weer wil voorkry.
Yeah, that's a good decision there by the captain, of course, to put himself on the scoreboard and just pushing that score out a little bit. Now Monas are making a couple of substitutions, and they're hoping that these players will make an impact and a bit of impetus that they need, because they're starting to fall away from the game a little bit.
Afskop weer eens ingeneem deur Ulrich Waal. En Ulrich Waal speel 'n reuse wedstryd, ouer gewoonte vir Grey College. En weer eens Reinen Fouché wat hard werk in die kontak daar. Jean-Henry Smit. Goeie verdediging deur kaptein H.J. de Beer. Hy sal moet wegrol daar. Caleb Abrams jaag hom hoog die Bloemfontein lig op. En die bal was geraak deur Monas. En Chambreel wat baie goed doen onder geweldige druk. J. van Heerden se verdediging sekuur. Grey College doen alles in hulle vermoë om omgekeerde besit te bewerkstellig. En Marnu Stopfoth, hy speel ook 'n baie goeie wedstryd vir Grey. En die tweestryd tussen hom en Flame Skuman in die nommer 6 stry van Monas iets om te aanskou.
Yeah, it's been a real clash. And they've quietly been underway in that little battle. It hasn't been seen. They have been carrying ball around, but just the work they've been doing in those dark areas, as they would say, it's been a really impressive battle that. But Grey College are putting so much pressure at the breakdowns, even just pressing up in defense. There's a lot of pressure being put around Monas, and they're just not being given enough time. And their skill set is really being put under pressure here as Monas.
Janie Erasmus die loskop voor hy man van Grey College. Hy het kaptein Tat Botha vervang en wat 'n wedstryd speel hy nie vandag nie. Hy was absoluut oral op die veld, maar ook nie sy eerste prioriteit, sy skramwerk afgeskeep nie. En blink toekoms wat wag op die loskop voor hy man, steeds in graad 11 hierdie jaar by Grey College. En hy sal definitief volgende jaar 'n man wees om dop te hou.
And how better to start off by scoring a try in the corner. That would have lifted his confidence and, just carrying himself throughout the game. And, he's been right on the mark. And that's why it's so important that the Cherries and the first team are so closely linked. Because if there's any changes between first teams and second teams at any school, you need to just have that synergy and continuity to continue.
Die gevaarlike agterlyn van Monas met sy voor in die spits. Opgetel deur agste man Burger. Hy volder so 'n meter of 2. En meneer Kumalu wat sê julle is besig om die bal te vertraag vir Monas Grey College. En die Witbulle wat weer kan gaan kuier diep binne die helfte van die tuisspan.
I must say the referee has been communicating exceptionally well with both teams, and that has led to what has been a fantastic game here at the super quick Premier Interschools rugby match between Grey College and Monument.
Plaasvervanger Morney Diederiks nou ook op die veld vir Grey College. Hy was een van die groot uitblinkers op die Willet Klawer toernooi en is sy eerste wedstryd terug van 'n besering. Hy vervang vir Marnu Stopfoth. Goed ingeneem deur H.J. de Beer agter in die lyn staan vir Monas. Se voor. Hy vind spasie Tyler se voor. Spasie wat weer toegemaak word deur Martin Botha. En Ulrich van der Westhuizen wat vorentoe beer. Steelkant rugby, Tyler se voor. Nie die beste van aangee nie. En Michiel Burger wat nie kon raakvat nie. JJ Tron wat hom hard met moeder aarde laat kennis maak. En 'n goue geleentheid daarmee heen vir Monas se Witbulle.
A tough pass there. Skip pass, and it's always difficult for, especially a forward, to be able to catch that skip pass, and it's starting to dip at the end of the pass, and that's where the knock-on was.
Okay, 3 calls to action, point ear to ear. Let's sort it out.
The referee there just indicating that he wants the bind and ear to ear.
Crouch.
So 13 minute oor in hierdie super quick Premier Interschools kragmeting. Goeie skram aan die kant van Grey College en Caleb Abrams wat steelkant gebruik en kry hom weg na JJ Tron. En dan trek JJ Tron en dan ongelukkig Tron wat net die bal verloor. En wat 'n loopie deur JJ Tron. Maar die manier hoe Caleb Abrams aangee uit kontak uit kan wegkry. Kennedy Timba, dit is skramskakelspel van die hoogste gehalte.
No, highest level, and Tron here, just look at the pace. And again, I think he just started shifting the ball between two hands, and it was the right idea because he wanted to look for that passing option, but the ball just slipped. But just wonderful, exceptional pace for a loose forward, and that's really impressive.
Sit.
Verdedigende skram op hulle eie kwartgebied. Monas wat ingooi. Weer 'n groot skram aan die kant van Grey College, maar die strafskop die behoort aan die Witbulle. En 'n kans vir hulle om te ontsnap uit hulle eie gebied. Hulle sal 'n bitter vinnig wil punte aanteken indien hulle nog hierdie kragmeting wil wen.
Yeah, that battle between Badenhorst and Magwaza has sort of consumed all of their effort, because you've hardly seen them in the loose play. We know Magwaza is probably one of the most skillful loose forwards going around, but he's just been, you know, embroiled in that battle up front, that he's sort of had to focus on that and not so much of the general free play that he's used to.
Jy van Heerden wat probeer afneem, maar goed ingeneem deur Ulrich van der Westhuizen. En meneer Kumalo wat vir die spelers sê hulle kan nog nie die lyn staan betree nie, maar nou mag hulle. Monas wat gevra word om die bal te gebruik. Grey College wat deur die middel bars. En Mornay Venter. Sifiso Magwaza en dan trek die loskop voor hy man. En 'n voordeel weer eens word gespeel aan die Monas se witbulle. Konrad Sewenster met so 'n lang aangee. Zayn Henry. Chambreel. Masie de Waal. En binne die kwartgebied nou van Grey College is 'n monument van Kreersdorp. En geen voordeel nie. En die skeieregter meneer Kumalo wat ons terugbring vir 'n strafskop aan Monas.
Yeah, referee Kumalo just indicating the player going off his feet at that ruck to try contest. And he just indicated that he came from the side.
You are advantage. You are advantage.
En die meer as 1600 rugbywedstryde wat Grey College reeds gespeel het, wen hulle 91% daarvan. En hulle kyk om vandag voort te bou op daardie ongelooflike statistiek. En Dion Groenewald met bal in hand vir Monas. Steekskoppie. Haie de Beer, die kaptein. En hy word teruggeboener deur J van Heerden. Inklimspel deur die Grey College 5 slot. Sifiso Magwaza, hulle gebruik die steelkant, Zander Skuman. Hy trap van die linkervoet en aantrek is Zander Skuman. Mornay Diedericks. En wat daar die bal aanslaan. So byna Mornay Diedericks met briljante werk vir Grey College. Maar die witbulle van Monas, hulle plaas Grey College onder geweldige druk op hierdie stadium.
Just a pity that Zander Skuman just hasn't been able to get a bit more ball. He's such a difficult customer to bring down when he carries ball. And there we see referee just indicating a knock on. That's a correct call there by referee Kumalo. As he continues to have a good game here.
Goeie skram aan die kant van Monas. En Zander Skuman wat te probeer losbars daar. Grey College wat dit weer eens moeilik maak by die afbreekpunte vir Monas en die strafskop gaan aan Grey. En J van Heerden, hy maak amok in die loskramskie in die timba.
And that whole forward pack has continued to put every single ruck under pressure. That Monas has to send numbers there, and what happens in rugby, the more numbers you have to send to your ruck, the less attackers you have, and that's just smart play there by Grey College. You know, you've got to attack every ruck and every breakdown that you identify isn't steady.
Monument Hoërskool in Kreersdorp se twee koshuise vernoem na Christina Pretorius en Hendrik Potgieter. En vandag net in kort bekend as hy CP vir dogters en hy's HP vir seuns. En Grey College wat nie hulle lynstaanspringers kan vind nie, en daar trek Magwaza weer. Mornay Diedericks baie vinnig by weer vir Grey College. Steelkant rugby, Mornay Venter wat vorentoe beer. J van Heerden wat probeer om die bal uit Venter se arms te ruk. Magwaza al hoe meer en meer betrokke, Jan Botes. Groot verdediging aan die kant van Grey College. Haie de Beer vir die soveelste keer in die wedstryd draai die bal. En weer die loskram wat onder druk gesit word. En weer die strafskop behoort aan Grey College. Fantastiese spel op verdediging. En daar trek Caleb Abrams. Voordeel word gespeel vir Grey College. Monas nie 10 tree terug nie. Weer Abrams, JJ Tron. Hy speel 'n barshou van hy op die veld is. Kans nou vir Bradley Gideon, sy agterlyn, Alec McIntyre, Ulrich Waal. Ongelukkig Ulrich Waal, regte idee gehad. Maar die strafskop, die behoort aan Grey College.
Yeah, some urgency being shown here by Grey College. Of course, they've been able to get 2 turnovers, And I think Abrams just decided, listen, we're not getting some good momentum here. Let me tap this and see what we can do. And just something I've identified, that center pairing of McIntyre and Val just haven't been on the same wavelength as they've been previously in the season. And that's just, they've been given enough ball by Giddy and just haven't been able to just sort of get the right touches there. But the lineups have been quite exemplary with Van Heerden in the center of them.
Vir die soveelste keer J. Van Heerden wat balbesit wen vir Grey College by die lyn staan. En 'n bal was uit Bradley Giddy uittrap van die linkervoet. Neem kontak. Caleb Abrams Tatbota pragtig ingeneem deur Alec McIntyre. Johnny Erasmus kry weer eens sy aangee weg en byna trek Alec McIntyre deur die gaping. Verdedigers wat gevra word om die bal te los, maar die skeieregter se geduld is op. Geen voordeel nie en die strafskop behoort weer eens aan Grey College.
Double whistle has been given by referee Kumalo.
You can't play like this. Okay. If it's not guys sending off his high tackle and all that, just playing the game. You got to speak to your team. Okay. We can't play like this. No, you got to sort it out. Please speak to them. 30 seconds.
I love the way he said, no, you better go and sort it out. Go and have a discussion with them. And I can feel understand his feeling in terms of that Gray are trying to speed up the ball and trying to get some pace on the ball. And just the going off the feet and coming from the side hinders that advantage and continuity that Gray is trying to build up.
Kennedy Tsamba, 5,5 minute oor in die super quick Premier Interschools kragmeting in Bloemfontein.
Line is the middle. Open up.
Dit lyk of Grey College sy onoorwonne rekord van 2022 op sy tuisveld gaan behou. En Grey College is oor vir hulle soveelste 3 van die middag. Weer van 'n rolmaalbeweging. En wat 'n ongelooflike vertoning deur hierdie pak voorspelers. En Grey College die 'n rekkele voorsprong na 39 punte teenoor 17 met 'n doelskop om te kom.
What a great outing here for the pack of forwards of Grey College. Once again crossing over for a wonderful driving maul here. And their lineups have been so good today. This well set up, and a number of their drives have resulted in either a try or great momentum, and this one got Fushia over for a wonderful try.
Kennedy met so 4,5 minute oor is dit daardie tyd van die wedstryd waar ons moet gesels oor 'n speler van die wedstryd. Daar was soveel manne wat hand opgesteek het. Tyler se voor was goed aan die kant van Monas, so ook hulle kaptein H.J. de Beer. Caleb Abrams was uitstaande. Hayden Tolmey het 'n baie goeie wedstryd gehad. Maar op die einde van die dag kan daar net een wees. En Kennedy Tsamba is 'n stem vir speler van die wedstryd. Gaan aan J.F. van Heerden, die bulslot van Grey College. En ongelooflike wedstryd wat J.F. van Heerden gespeel het.
That's a wonderful conversion there by Bradley Giddy, right from the touchline. And he's also been really instrumental and led from the front. And that's a great outing for the skipper on his first foray out as a captain.
Mornay Diederik's pragtige loopie deur die plaasvervanger flank. Roeheins nou ook op die veld, so ook Ian van der Merwe in die loskakelposisie. En van der Merwe uit 'n reuse linkervoet. Jody Chambreel. Hy versprei na Dion die van Groenewald en dan sit Ulrich Waal wat vir Tyler se voor in besit betrap. En Grey College wat gevra word, julle kan nie daar speel nie. Monas sal alles in die stryd werp in hierdie laaste 3 minute. Span met baie durf en baie trots. Weer eens Grey College se verdediging rotsvas. 2 spelers van Grey in oor daardie bal en die strafskop gaan aan die tuisspan. En Kennedy Tsamba die laaste 5 minute is totaal en al oorheers deur Bloemfontein se Grey College.
Yeah, and every breakdown has been so crucial for them that they've targeted and try to make sure that if there's a hint of a turnover that they get the jacklers into place, and that they've done well with a lot of the substitutions that have come on. They start for the Cherries and now have come on, and a slight injury here for one of the Monas players, and the referee's done well to come, of course, in check. You know, just adhering to the box smart rules. But I really have been impressed by the forward pack of, you know, Grey College. Just looking at that Monument team, their forwards have been under pressure. We know, you know, the likes of Magwaza and, of course, Skuman are great ball carriers, but it just hasn't been able to sort of materialize because the lineout has been under so much pressure, and a lot starts from your lineouts. And in modern rugby, you know, 80% of the game is around lineouts.
Sien daar hoe Grey College se spandokter ook gaan handbysit daar, wonderlik om te sien die gees waarin hierdie dag gespeel is. En Chart van der Walt en sy Monas span van afrigters kan baie trots wees op hulle spanne. Bloemfontein is seker die moeilikste plek in Suid-Afrika in skole rugby om heen te reis. En die Witbulle het ook alles in die stryd gewerk vanmiddag hier teen Grey College. En 'n ongelooflike vertoonvenster weer eens vir Suid-Afrikaanse skole rugby. Die Super Quick Premier Interschools reeks wat net groei van krag tot krag. En Monument Hoërskool van Kreersdorp in hulle geskiedenis reeds meer as 30 SA skole spelers opgelewer. En hierdie keer is dit Monas wat 'n bal afneem by J van Heerden. Dit is iets wat jy baie selde op skole vlak sien. En sy voor, hy moet hastig skop met daardie geleerde linkervoet. En hy doen baie goed om die druk op sy span te verlig.
Yes, De Beer, as the captain there for Monas, has really put in a grinding shift. Just try to lead, you know, the team from the front. But it's been a tough outing. And again, maybe it's some of the changes that have come in, but this has given Monument a chance to attack here.
En spasie gevind nou vir Jody Chambreel. Hy's baie gevaarlik met bal in hand. En Chambreel wat nog so 'n meter of 2 probeer vorentoe kruip daar. Konrad Sewenster binne senter met 'n reuse regtervoet. Martin Botha wat pragtig neem met die lig en 'n spasie vir die regtervleuel van Grey College. Hy sit so 'n skoppie vorentoe en jaag self. Botha vinnig albei. En die keer hoor die strafskop aan die Witbulle van Monas. Grey College oorgretig by daardie loskram. Monas wat vinnig neem. Baie durf en baie karakter wat die Witbulle toon. Meneer Kumalo sê nuwe voordeel. Grey College het die 10 tree teruggeval nie. En heel moontlik die laaste strafskop van die wedstryd behoort aan Monas.
Referee just indicating number 8 isn't 10. And that's quite a common penalty that has been given out today, as the kick hasn't found touch. And this gives another opportunity for Grey to attack with this wonderful backline.
Bal nou in die hande van Ulrich Wal. Hy bekyk sy opsies en aantrek Ulrich Wal deur die gaping. En ongelukkig vir hom vind hy die hande van Masie de Wal. Morney Diedriks vinnig in oor daardie bal vir Grey College. En baie spasie aan die linkerkant van die veld, maar Safisi Magwaza wat besluit hy gaan in roete 1. Steelkant rugby, J van Heerden die enigste verdediger aan daai kant vir Grey College. Tyler se voor, voete van goud. Hy volder so 6-7 meter. En dan binne aangee na Konrad Sewenster. Grey College wat die bal omdraai. En spasie nou aan die linkerkant vir Grey College. 'n Wal, Hayden Tolmey. En dan trek Hayden Tolmey. En 'n reuse duikslag deur Jody Chambreel. En voordeel nou aan die kant van Monument. En reeds 71 minute verstreke. Maar Monas besluit, hulle wil nog rugby speel, Kennedy Tsumba.
Yeah, some big hits going on from both sides here. But great movement of the ball here. Just drawn pass. Tolmey was able to just slice through the gap. But this tackle here by Chambreel, small. Tough tackle. Well timed just before he was able to put the ball on the boot. Chambreel was able to get a solid hit in there.
En Tyler se voor wat die kantlyn opsoek. Speeltyd reeds verstreke in hierdie Premier Interschools kragmeting. En Grey College voor met 41 punte teenoor 17. En daar is die speler van die wedstryd, J van Heerden, 'n reuse slot van Grey College. Hy het baie goed gedoen in die wedstryd om die lyn staan van Monas ook te ontwrig. En Van Heerden wat weer wen vir Grey College. Roeins wat skoon maak, goeie werk gedoen deur die skramskakel. En Fise Magwaza wat hom een kant toe smyt. En voordeel behoort aan Grey College. Wat sê meneer Kumalo, hy sê dis die einde van hierdie Super Quick Premier Interschools kragmeting. Grey College op sy tuisveld klop Monas se Witbulle oortuigend met 41 punte teenoor 17. En wat 'n vertoonvenster vir skole rugby, Kennedy Chimba.
Yeah, this has been an exceptional game for Grey College. They've been able to get all their systems in place and get the result that they wanted. But Mona's also brought their side. And, the score ending at 41 points to 17. A lot of try scorers, and it's been a great occasion here. You can see some of the old boys from Grey College have made their way onto the field. As we look at some of the tries that were scored throughout the day here. Yeah, the game was opened early on by Jean Erasmus, being able to score a try early on in the corner. And this, again, was a well-worked try. Tome was able to just get on the outside, but he knew that Abrams was waiting for him on the inside. And Abrams, who's been in great form, he's obviously got higher honors in sight. And here was able to get the touchdown for a good try here for Grey College. And this again, Monas also came to play and were able to just do a little sneaky tap and go, and just a little pop pass in here. Was able to get the tight head in across the line for a good try. But Van Heerden, he commanded the whole day and was so inspirational right from the line out, and a lot of the drives were started from him, and that from Smith was able to cross over the line for a try that was scored early on in that second half. And again, Abrams getting his backline away, and this was just a stellar pass, and he's made sure that his fullback was in the gap. Chambril wasn't able to cover him, but he was able to just dot down over for what was a spectacular try. First try of the game for him. Here, Monas just got the ball away. The ball was static, and just another sidestep was able to cross over the line for what was a spectacular try there by Monas. And at this stage, we started feeling that Monas was going to come back, but Gray was able to respond here with a star fly scrum half. Caleb Abrams was able to identify, and Skuman tried to make the tackle there for Monas, but Abrams was able to cross over for his second try. Again, Van Heerden just collecting every single line out here. That was, again, a wonderful try, but we're going to go to pitch side here for the man of the match, JF Van Heerden, who was exceptional today, as we hand over to Johan as he presents the man of the match.
Super quick Premier Interschools rugby van hoogstaande gehalte hier in Bloemfontein vandag. Grey College klop vir Hoërskool Monument. Gemaklik op die ou einde. En saam met my die speler van die wedstryd, Bill Slot van Grey College, JF Van Heerden. JF, jy haal 'n bietjie swaar asem op die stadium.
Ja nee, dit was 'n baie fisiese wedstryd. Ek moet sê die son raak warm hier in Bloemfontein en ons was mos nou 'n rukkie terug hier so. So dit was lekker om weer by die huis te wees en ons gaan nou eksamens skryf en dan hopelik volgende kwartaal op dieselfde noot aangaan.
JF, jy het 'n rukkie van die seisoen gemis met harsingskudding na die wedstryd teen Parel Gimnasium. En verlede week teen Affies teruggekom, 'n bulwedstryd gehad, vandag 'n bulwedstryd gehad. Jy moet goed voel oor jou eie vorm op hierdie stadium.
Ja nee, dit is altyd lekker om vir die span te kan speel. Ek dink dit is nie moontlik vir enige speler in Grey om goed te speel as jou medespelers nie saam met jou is nie. En ek dink dis wat vir Grey so goed maak as jy support structure wat ons het om saam te speel en as 'n span te speel.
Baie geluk JF met julle vertoning vandag en dan meneer Arie Du Plessis van Superquick is hier om vir JF sy speler van die wedstryd toekenning te oorhandig. Grey College hier in Bloemfontein was die gasheer van vandag se Premier Interschools wedstryd. Natuurlik met trots geborg deur Superquick. En Grey College vir die tweede agtereenvolgende Superquick Premier Interschools wedstryd as hoor winnaars van die veld gestap. En hulle klop die sterk span van die Witbulle van Monas met 41 punte teenoor 17. En vanaf die Rosestad Bloemfontein. Totsiens en ons sien weer. Rij jij rond, is overal vol open?